Chapter 186. The monster continues to grow before my eyes. It lets out a ground-shaking roar more powerful than any of its previous bellows. The sound waves that come out begin to crumble the stone walks and ceiling above. I can feel the eerie sensation of mana begin to spread out into the air. Broken pieces of support structures and fragments of glass fall from above, raining down upon me. It lets out a visible shockwave of red aura that feels like an intimidation attack. But I am positive that isn't one of its skills. This must be some form of advanced mana control, or a perk of its mana manipulation ability. The shockwave can be felt like pins and needles all over my body and deep in my veins. I stop moving for a full second, watching the black suit of armor completely crumble away and fall to the floor as a four-legged monster grows from within. It falls forward, still gaining size while now standing on four legs. A long tail materializes from its backside, and a shining white horn juts from its forehead, bending up and back to cover the weak points of its neck and spine. Finally, I get a good look at this monster's face as it expands out from the red mana-imbued fog. Its eyes grow bigger than my entire head and are a deep black color all the way through. The beast glares at me as it shows its rows of jagged white teeth dripping with saliva, not stopping its expansion in the slightest. The growing tail of the creature hits the back wall of the banquet hall, and it begins to crumble and fall. Its muscles bulge and expand, growing large veins that stretch its dark red skin to the point where it looks as if they're about to pop. Its dense striated flesh doesn't even look real. Thick muscle mass lines its arms, thighs, and neck. Even its tail drifts back and forth, powerfully knocking down massive walls with ease and grace. Stone collapses as the monster now grows to over 20 meters long. It is still glowing bright red and white, growing taller and bigger every second. I wait. The murderous cry almost looks visible in the air as it comes out of its massive gaping maw. This is the exact roar that I heard from the beast at the beginning of our fight. Now, it seems I've finally met the real monster that guards the 20th floor. This is the floor boss that separates normal hunters from those that the association calls elites. This is the behemoth. The entire back wall of the room collapses, and the monster thrusts itself upwards onto its hind legs. All of the remaining stone bricks that make up the back wall fall to the ground and are crushed under the monster's heavy body. Finally, the red glowing halts, and so does its expansion. The behemoth in its final form is almost 35 meters long. It towers above me, larger than any creature I've even dreamed of fighting in the past. My eyes dart around the room to spot Ember through the open ceiling. He is watching the battle below commence with a patient stare. Although frozen in awe for a moment, I snap out of it and devise a new plan. I can sense Ember's eagerness to jump in the fight from here. The black-scaled dragon swoops down toward me without hesitation as I make eye contact with my partner. I air step upwards to meet him in the sky halfway. The behemoth turns its gaze to watch us meet in the air. Standing on its hind legs, this monster sends out another shockwave that shakes me to the core. I land on Ember's back as I feel the mana all around us twist, turn, and hum with a powerful presence. I look down to see the stone walls of the castle's banquet hall we just left crumble to the ground and turn into a liquid state. The entire castle begins to bend to the monster's will. It roars and moves forward. The ground below bends and ripples as the monster takes another stride forward with its long claws swiping through the air. It attempts to swat us out of the sky. I dungeon walk while on Ember's back, teleporting both of us to the far side of the beast. Instantly, I let out a fully charged strike when we materialize into its blind spot. Just over 2,000 MP worth of fire imbued mana hurdles at the monster's back. It turns with astonishing speed. The beast's dark eyes lock onto us immediately, mere milliseconds after we blipped into existence behind its back. I watch a dense shield of mana form over its bulging back muscles, and my attack bounces off without much resistance at all. There is a dim white glow, confirming that I've at least dented its shielding, but I didn't make it through. This new form that it is facing us in now is magnitudes more powerful than the puny black kite from before. I thought it was the overconfident one, but maybe it was me all along. I shake my head, then smirk, teleporting us to the opposite side of the beast. As it swings its tail toward us, we disappear and it narrowly misses us, slamming down on the banquet hall floor below. It doesn't crack the ground, but sends ripples throughout the floor. I extend my all-seeing eyes range and witness the shockwave make the entire rock island we stand on bend and shake. Another roar sounds from the monster as it turns to face our new position. It begins to point its front claws at the ground. My eyes widen as I watch the liquidated castle floor begin to cover its arms and legs. The entire castle around us for at least 30 meters in all directions melts and forms a thick layer of stone armor around the behemoth. Its long white horn juts out of the top of its helmet, and a long tail is covered in a series of linked armor pieces, reinforced by the red glow of shielding. The rest of its body looks similar to the stone knight I faced earlier, just 10 times taller. The slit in its helmet shows off its beady black eyes, and the entire stone suit glows red with visible mana shielding. A roar rings out through another opening in its helmet to reveal its open mouth of serrated white teeth. I charge my sword, riding embers back around in the air, staring at the behemoth in front of me. It is truly a monster. Defeating a beast like this will be a challenge worth the wait. I smirk as the stone-covered monster swings its left arm. It is molding the liquid mana, imbued stone, into glossy blades just like our last encounter. Just much, much bigger this time around. I reach into my item storage and pull out my wind dagger. Not only does it give me a few much-needed base stat boosts, but it'll also let me launch double the attacks. I jump off of Ember's back toward the oncoming stone monster's arm. I open our link as I airstep toward the incoming blade, while glowing dark red from my right arm and bright white from my left. Ember, watch from the sky. Only interfere if necessary. I grit my teeth as a wide grin grows larger and larger across my face. I land with both feet onto the base of the monster's bladed arm, running across it toward its open helmet. The monster lets out a roar, frustrated at its missed swing, but eager to catch me off guard. I feel the air pressure change from the incoming air and the putrid-smelling breath of the beast as I get closer and closer to its open mouth, channeling the strengthening fragment's power into both weapons. I charge up over 2,300 MP per blade. Ember swoops down, then with a powerful flap of his wings, passing me on the left side before flying up into the sky. The fight is in your hands now, Master. I let out a yell, swinging both swords, letting out 2 highly refined blades of mana. They head straight for the thin eye slit in its helmet. The white and black crescents of energy are silent as they soar in at the monster's face. It stares straight ahead, glaring and not budging at all. I let out a laugh as the attacks make their way through the slit, and the monster doesn't even attempt to dodge. A blinding white light shines from within the armor, and a display of flames and wind collide with each other, making the explosion grow even greater. I stare straight ahead, eagerly waiting to see the damage my attack has done while charging up both blades for another round. I instantly teleport to the opposite side of the beast, away from the growing ball flames. The murderous roar of an injured monster consumes the dungeon again. It is followed by that same shock wave of energy that ripples through my veins. I shudder reflexively. I burst into flames brighter to brush it off, staring into the fireball before me. To my surprise, the instant I dungeon walk away, a massive glossy blade of stone shoots out from the depths of my attack's explosion. I dungeon walk upwards to dodge, but my eyes open wide the moment I do. I whisper under my breath. My range is limited. With my all-seeing eye active, I spread out my senses to find the root of this new problem. Usually, when I activate my Dungeon Walker skill, I can see unlimited pathways to all the available teleport points in my mind. For some reason, right now, the only place I can travel is within 500 meters of this beast. That last surge of energy created an odd dome of mana around this island. It glows light red and gives off a similar light buzz and mana consistency of its fog. I can't sense anything outside. Even my perception skill is blocked. This fight just got a whole lot more complicated. Chapter 187. After launching my dual-bladed energy attack and attempting to dungeon walk away, I stop mid-stride as the odd sensation of a dense dome of mana shielding covers the entire island that this fallen castle sits on. The murderous roar of the behemoth makes my head spin as it storms through the ball of flames from my previous attack. Using the liquidated ground, it glides toward me with astonishing speed. The monster clears hundreds of meters of distance between us in seconds. I dungeon walk to the opposite side of the island to avoid the charge. Gritting my teeth, I watch the massive beast turn its body in an instant and come rampaging toward me again. The cloud of fire, dust, and smoke that covered its entire body moments ago has dissipated as it continues to turn around. I start to grin as I see the top portion of its helmet break off, and a large red glowing gash appears on the monster's face, right through its left eye. Flames flicker on the wound as my advanced fire magic residue seeps into its body. It glows white, and I watch the flames go out, but then a red glowing gash remains. The stone suit of armor begins to liquidate again, forming the helmet back in place exactly the way it was. The only difference this time is the slip where its eyes were before is no longer there. This confirms it. I've injured the monster for real this time, and the beast will be more cautious moving forward. I look up to the sky as the behemoth runs across the island, with its blades for arms pointed at me in a furious rage. I see Ember high up in the sky, and I am hit with a moment of panic as I attempt to open our link. Nothing comes through. I try to dungeon walk up into the air to get near, but he is out of my range. The red mana dense barrier has us separated completely. I dart my eyes back and forth, then teleport to the far side of the island next to the light red mana shield. I let out two 2000 MP attacks. My black and white blades of energy drift right through without a sound. It does nothing at all. I try to touch the barrier with a bare hand, but the closer my skin gets to the buzzing red energy, the hotter it becomes. The skin on my fingers, wrist, and forearm begins to sizzle and melt off the moment I get within a meter of this odd barrier. I let out a painful grunt as I back away and regenerate my right arm's wounds. The behemoth is closing in again. I am trapped within a barrier with this beast until I can figure out how to break it open from the inside. Ember is stuck on the outside for now, and I can't teleport up to him or open our link. The only immediate way out of here is to take this monster down. I already injured it once. I'll just do it again, while charging both my weapons and air stepping into the sky to level with the approaching monster's eye level once again. I release a dual energy strike of 2000 MP per blade as the white and black crescent of mana silently rocket toward the monster's head. I dungeon walk to its backside. I am fairly certain it'll dodge or block those incoming strikes with ease. I prepare my real attack while it is occupied. Taking almost 2 full seconds, I watch my previous strikes collide with the monster's right arm as it lifts it in the air to block. The red mana around its body strengthens on impact, and my distraction shots are defects into the air with ease as I predicted. Simultaneously, I dive straight at the beast's backside with my eyes locked on its flat stone armor. With a yell, I bring both my weapons across my body, releasing 2350 MP per blade onto its blind spot. I didn't touch the ground at all before this strike. It must have not picked up on my presence. Smirking, the loud buzzing twang of mana on mana fills my ears, and I watch the stone armor under my blades crack, with the intense pressure being pushed down upon it. The heavy stone, intertwined with dense red mana, fractures more and more as I plunder MP and push down with all my might. The cracks become larger, moving along the stone monster's backside. The moment I break through, there is a white flash of light and a fiery explosion of wind and flames. The monster roars as a 5-meter wide hole opens in its armor, and 2 mana blades slash open its back. I let out a laugh as I watch the white and black energy attacks rip into its flesh, then explode into a display of wind and fire. I dungeon walk backward, but am hit with a familiar feeling shockwave of energy. This time, my full body shivers, and I let out a reflexive grunt followed by a groan. I grit my teeth as the wave passes, but my all-seeing eye picks up on the worst part as I come back to my senses. The 5000-meter weeded dome of dense mana has shrunk to less than 200 meters. My teleport point flexibility has severely dropped again, but that still isn't the worst of my issues. My feet and arms begin to tingle and feel rather numb. It has been almost 40 full seconds since I took the strengthening fragment. The side effects of not using up enough MP are actually kicking in. I am burning through thousands a second on my fire, stat boosting, and perception skills. But every moment I am not in battle is a moment wasted on this precious temporary upgrade. This lessened range may be a blessing in disguise. It just means I have to finish this battle quicker. Either I defeat this boss here and now, or it defeats me. I airstep upwards as the furious beast. Its back is still flaming as it liquidates more fallen rubble to heal its armor. At this point, it has crushed every bit of the banquet hall and surrounding rooms in sight. We're facing each other out in the open dungeon air now. The castle is basically destroyed. I can feel the heat of the lava pools all around me, and can even see the flowing molten rock from a distance. I am sweating and breathing hard, taking in more and more mana from the expanding strengthening fragment as I stare down the behemoth and I fly towards it in the air. My heart pounds faster and harder and I grit my teeth, gripping both blades tight while charging them with as much dense mana as they can hold. The island has become a war zone. With a yell, I let out 2 airborne attacks, and it raises its arms up to block. I dungeon walk to its backside. The air is hot and thick with steam, but there is also an eerie buzzing sensation that hasn't gone away since the monster's last shockwave. I reappear on the monster's backside, ready to let out another attack on its unguarded back. The stone armor is still reforming from my last slash, and I can see the wounded area. I'll be able to land another devastating hit. I smirk, air stepping in closer while swinging both of my blades, letting MP flow through my body and into another full power strike. My eyes widen as I see its right arm swing backward and intercept my attack. It guessed where I'd appear in an instant. Number, it knew. The twang of mana on mana rings out as my dual energy attack cracks through its stone armor and hits its body. On the opposite side, my attacks that were meant to be a distraction hit its left arm and crack its armor on the opposite side as well. The beast lets out a roar, but it is nowhere near as damaging as a vital point like its midsection, neck, or back. As the explosion ensues, I dungeon walk away. Another surge of dense mana hits me as I reappear. I flinch, and the energy wave starts to burn my skin and insides, similarly to the red mana shelling that surrounds this island. I let out a painful grunt as my HP drops a few hundred points, and I use self-regeneration to heal the internal and external wounds. I look around, and the dome has shrunk again. There is no more than 100 meters of space to move around in here. The air all around me is now lightly tinted red, similar to the fog in the castle before our match even began. My eyes dart around as my all-seeing eye's ability to track mana lessens and lessens. I grit my teeth and whisper under my breath, "This is bad." I hear an echoing roar and watch the beast charge toward me as the red fog grows thicker and thicker, making my virility even worse. Another shockwave of mana hits me and I let out a yell, regenerating my body, but losing even more HP. I am down to almost half health. This battle has made a drastic turn for the worst. I charge my blades and dungeon, walk to its backside to let out another attack. These next few moves will decide the true winner. I'll make every last drop of MP count. Chapter 188. Clenching my jaw, I burn through thousands of MP while using my perception skill to try and get a hint of vision through the thick red fog. All it is giving me is a headache in return. The dense mana barrier this beast has created is shrinking every time it lets out a shockwave, and it is getting a bit too tight for comfort. I am sitting at just over half health, with a 100 meter dome closing in, and a vicious building-sided monster somewhere in the vicinity but entirely invisible to me. I can hear its roar, heavy breathing, and movements from a distance, but the monster is fast and smart. With this limited visibility, it silences its movements when necessary and slips in and out of my range of perception. I need to keep my guard up at all times. This fight just got a whole lot more serious, swinging both my white glowing dagger and my red shining sword across my body. I start letting out a barrage of 2000 MP attacks over and over deep into the fog. They silently drift through the red mist as I begin air-stepping around, bobbing and weaving through the rubble-covered battlefield. I can feel the stone floor beneath my feet ripple and bend. Before now, I would try flying into the sky to get away from its radar system. But the thick fog-filled air is no different than the floor. It knows exactly where I am, and there is nothing to do about it. I grit my teeth, continuing to launch energy attacks into the heavy fog, with only the sounds of a fast-approaching monster as my guide to aim each strike. I know the crescents of wind and fire I am launching are not strong enough to injure this beast, but I need to continue burning through mana to appease the strengthening fragment while simultaneously pinpointing this monster's exact location. Just over 2000 MP is enough to spark a dim glow of white light on collision. The buzzing sound of mana being released on impact gives me just enough visual and auditory cues to ready my next strike. It is near, and coming in hot. I stop my attacks after throwing half a dozen from each blade as I see the white signals of impact come closer and closer. It is time. I charge up both weapons and plant my feet, looking up into the red fog while squinting, using my perception skill to attempt to look through it with all my might. White, red, gold, and black aura grow around my body brighter and brighter as my breathing slows, and all I can hear is my own heart beating in my chest. Moments later, my window of opportunity opens. The behemoth lets out a roar, breaking through the fog and swinging its right-bladed arm downward at me. With less than a second to think, I watch the glossy stone blade approach me from above as I Dunagon walk away, positioning myself right over the beast's head. I look down at the long white horn that juts out from its stone armor. My eyes dart back and forth until I lock onto a small portion of armor that is opened up just below its extended shoulder. This is only possible because of its downward strike meant to attack me. I smirk, bringing both of my weapons across my body and letting out a yell and two 2350 MP crescents of mana. The white and black attacks soar through the fog, gliding downward without making a sound. The beast continues to lunge forward. It disappears into the fog along with the attacks I threw as the visibility gets even worse. I air-step backward as a ball of flames erupts into my field of view, followed by the roar of an injured beast. I watch the red mana cloud around me waver. Then another shock wave rattles me to the core. I freeze up, gritting my teeth, attempting to stay in the sky. This one is the strongest one so far. My eyes open wide as I see the glossy blade of a flaming behemoth lunging out from the fiery explosion below without a moment's notice. Its shoulder's armor is cracked and broken. I can see two large gashes in its flesh. But the monster isn't concerned with it in the slightest. It is focused on me. I am falling from the sky, attempting to gain my composure from the last shockwave of mana and watching the glossy blade of its flaming injured arm come right at me. I can barely see 5 meters ahead, but I know I am in trouble, and there is not much I can do. Its stone blade gets closer and closer as I burst into flames and activate my Dunagon Walker skill less than a meter before impact. Letting out a yell, I hit the hard floor below after blindly teleporting to the ground. I begin launching attacks in all directions once again. All I see is red fog, and all I can feel is empty space all around me. The ground ripples and flows, and the mist that fills the air intrudes my lungs with a murderous presence. The buzzing sound of mana fills the air and clouds my brain more and more every second that passes. I need to keep pushing through. I've injured the behemoth again, but it is not slowing down at all. I don't think I've even touched 20% of its HP. The dome goes silent. I can't hear a thing, but continue launching attacks in all directions. Nothing hits. My white and black blades just glide through the red mist and disappear into nothingness before me. I check my health bar and gulp as I see it nearing 1 divided by 4. I grab a C-class graded HP potion from my item storage and drink it without a moment of hesitation. I feel my body rejuvenate instantly, but that doesn't help my current situation as much as I'd hoped. This monster is still invisible to me, lurking nearby. I continue air-stepping around the rubble, letting out 2,000 MP attacks in the hope of catching a glimpse of a small white glow, but have no luck. The fog is growing even denser, and it is hard to see more than 3 meters ahead now. I am covered in sweat, breathing heavily, and my heart is beating out of my chest. For some reason, a grin creeps across my face. I am in the worst possible situation, but I am loving every second of it. I'll make it out of here alive. I launch another dual attack from my blades as I twist around a rock pile ahead to watch them both collide with something hard right in front of me. My eyes widen as I watch a glossy stone sword covered in red mana shielding appear from the mist. It is almost like it just appeared out of thin air. Luckily, the collision of my two energy attacks gave me an early warning to air step upwards, narrowly avoiding the incoming stone arm. The moment I jump up, its blade follows me from below. I let out another 2 attacks in the direction of the monster's body to give me a better idea of its exact positioning, then start to charge up my real attack. The moment I see 2 more dim white lights through the red fog, I teleport blindly above their exact location. With a yell, my dual 2350 MP attack makes contact with the beast below. I can't see where I hit, but I know it was a successful shot. I feel the heat of my fire magic erupting and hear the loud cries of the behemoth underneath me. I grit my teeth and attempt to air step backward, but I am hit with another surge of dense red mana from the injured beast. I grunt, then let out a yell of agony as the wave of MP makes its way deep into my veins. My skin burns as soon as I am hit, and I feel my organs twist and turn. Almost 1 divided by 4 of my health drops from this single wave. I cough up blood as I am paralyzed in mid-air for a fraction of a second. I grit my teeth and see the flaming arm of the stone-covered behemoth's blade come flying out of the fog in front of me. I dungeon walk to the floor, and its glossy blade cuts through the air, right where I was moments ago. If not for my attack hitting its armor earlier, covering it in fire magic, I wouldn't have sensed the monster's sword in time. Immediately, I start sending more waves of mana into the thick fog. My arms and legs are starting to tingle again, but there isn't much I can do about it. I've increased my MP output to nearly full capacity. I am not able to possibly let out more than 5k MP worth of attacks at a single time with the appropriate density and width. The hot and heavy feeling of a strengthening fragment's final moments starts to burn in my chest. I know this feeling well. If it takes over, I'll pass out soon. I whisper under my breath while throwing another dual attack into the red abyss. I have to finish this here and now. The faint white light of one of my detection shots finally makes an impact on the beast. I lock onto its location and instantly begin charging up a new attack. This one has to be big. Letting out a yell and teleporting blindly into the fog directly above where the light from earlier shined, I release an attack downward with all my might. I feel the final remnants of the strengthening fragment give me a boost of MP greater than any attack I've released before. A dual strike with just over 2,500 MP per blade rockets downward at the monster below. Almost instantly, I hear the roar of a furious beast and the heat of an explosion. But something unexpected happens out of the corner of my vision and entering the perception of my all-seeing eye. One of the monster's massive bladed arms comes swinging through the fog on my left side. I sense it just in time and begin to activate my Dungeon Walker skill, but am simultaneously hit with its wave of dense red mana. My heart stops as I let out a groan. Another 1 divided by 4 of my health is ripped from my body, and a mana-reinforced blade comes soaring towards my unguarded frontside. I just landed my most powerful attack so far on the boss, but it was thinking 1 step ahead. I wasn't fast enough. Its blade makes contact with my chest plate. I watch the bright flash of mana-imbued armor begin to fracture and burst. A white light blinds me as I am faced with a sudden feeling of dread, until I am snapped out of it. The explosion from my armor bursting shocks my system and allows me to move once again. 1 last chance, bursting into brighter flames and ripping myself out of temporary paralysis. I Dunagon walk to the floor below just as the monster's blade starts ripping through my flesh. Its long sword covered in thick red mana cuts through my armor like butter, slicing open my chest and lower abdomen. If not for the shock of the armor's destruction, I would have been cut in two. I let out a gasp as I hit the stone ground below. Red liquid pours from my chest and stomach. My feet and hands feel numb, and the red fog all around me is getting thicker and thicker. I can't sense a thing in this war zone, and the buzzing in my ears makes it hard to think. I let out a yell as I close up the wounds in my chest with self-regeneration. My health has dropped below 10%. Every part of my body aches and burns with unbearable pain. I reach into my item storage for an HP potion, but pause before bringing it up to my lips. I smirk, looking deep into the dense fog, and activate my newest skill instead. Final Breath, Chapter 189. Final Breath. I activate my newest skill and feel it start to take full effect. This is the stat-boosting ability I witnessed the final boss on the 19th floor activate just moments before our battle was over. It gave the monster an incredible boost in all stats, and even its mana control. I grit my teeth as I feel the skill take over. It begins to drain the MP from the strengthening fragment lodged in my chest. The red and golden glow from my other stat-boosting skills gets overridden by an ominous black aura. More and more MP starts flowing through my veins. My head begins to ache, and I feel a sharp pain in my chest. My advanced fire magic is consumed by this new skill, and shifts its coloring to a jet black hue as well. I let out a yell as the skill Final Breath fully activates. The pain is unbearable. Then I don't feel the boring sensation in my heart at all from moments ago. My headache is gone. I don't feel much of anything at all. My eyes dart back and forth. The red fog that was so thick moments ago that I could barely see a meter in front of me now seems like just a thin mist, slightly blurring my vision. Falling rocks and crackling fire can be heard in perfect clarity from over 50 meters away, and the exact position of the behemoth lurking within its mana-imbued veil of fog seems so obvious. I take a step forward. It seems like time has slowed down. All my senses are heightened drastically, but it all feels so natural. The mana being absorbed from the fragment in my chest is flowing through me at almost 4 times as much as moments ago. Yet, it doesn't even feel like I am consuming mana at all. It just feels like I don't need mana at all. This is Final Breath. I hold my sword in my right hand and watch the red glow and dark flames morph into jet black darkness to match my aura. The wind dagger in my left does exactly the same. My all-seeing eye expands its range, and I can feel the entire boss room with perfect clarity once again. Ember is high in the sky, and there is hot lava pools surrounding me on all sides for kilometers. I take a deep breath in and out as I pick up the pace and start sprinting towards the direction of the newly located floor boss. Everything around me is silent. The only echoing noises I can hear are the slow footsteps of my own run and the steady breath coming out of my nose. I can see the entire battlefield in my mind's eye. Everything has become crystal clear, all of a sudden. The red-skinned behemoth is less than 50 meters away, reforming its stone armor. There is still fire burning on its shoulder and arms. Plus, my last attack shattered a good portion of its helmet and armor on its back. Half of its face is exposed, revealing one of its beady black eyes. The monster's gaze is locked on me as I approach. It is injured, but nowhere near defeated. The power building up inside of me right now is like nothing I've ever felt before. I feel at peace. The near-unlimited energy from the strengthening fragment, mixed with the controlled power of my Final Breath stat-boosting skill, has made me feel as though I am invincible. This can't last for long, and the side effects won't be pretty. But I'll use every opportunity I can get right now. Piles of bricks, shattered stones, and burning tables fill my mind's eye as I run through the red fog. I activate wind magic beneath my feet to increase my speed. But black energy comes out instead. It propels me forward all the same. Now, cracking the hard castle floor, with every stride I come closer and closer to the behemoth before me. My inner mind's vision shows me the scene in black and white. The only thing that stands out is the dense shielding around my target's body. It is bright red. I hear the beast let out a roar as I draw near. It senses me and begins swinging its arms as I jump up into the air to meet its attack. Earlier in our fight, I would have been on full guard, ready to dungeon walk away at any second, preparing to dodge its incoming swing. But now is different. I know exactly where its attack will land. My all-seeing eyes' boosted proficiency from the final breath skill has made the floor boss's movements seem slow. I smirk, twisting in the air to narrowly avoid its blade with ease. Just like earlier in the fight, my right foot lands on the glossy surface of its arm. I begin running downwards toward the monster while charging up my own weapons. It all happens in an instant. The moment I begin to think about imbuing my blades with mana, they're charged to full. Dense black aura fills them both in an instant, and it is hard to even calculate how much they carry. Nearly 5,000 MP each, but this mana feels much denser and more deadly than anything I've ever felt before. I can feel its mana shielding crack beneath my feet, and I watch fracturing stone armor fly into the air as my steps crumble its bladed arm. The fiery hole in its helmet lets one black eye peek out. The monster isn't frightened, though. It just stares straight ahead. I am completely calm as well, gripping both weapons tight and running down the arm of the beast, swinging both swords across my body with the intention of landing a dual energy strike on its neck. At the same moment, I feel the shielding from its entire body begin to weaken. I am less than 5 meters away. It is an odd sensation. The monster knows I'll hit it soon, but it is decided to lower its guard. I keep my eye on the prize and continue running down its stone arm. My footsteps destroy the rock even more with each stride as the shielding below fades away. Its large black eye stays locked on me, and the boss doesn't move a muscle. I am running at it with speeds over 3 times as fast as before, so even if it tried to move, it'd be futile. Maybe this is why it stopped. It knows it is the end. Number. That is not it. I can still sense the energy in its body moving around. It leaves the rest of its body completely unguarded while focusing all of the shielding around its neck and head. It becomes denser and denser as I fall closer. It is putting all of its strength into a final block while I put all of my own into a final strike. I smirk, taking another stride and following through with my swing. Dark black ominous mana leaks from my body, traveling through my blades, and it is released into 2 crescents of incredible strength. Everything is silent, and I watch my attacks fly. Then, I hear a voice. It is the floor boss opening our link. Another unexpected turn of events. It seems you'll be the one who steals our power. 2 dense crescents of pure destructive mana come shooting from my weapons and rocket at the horned beast's neck. Its eye stares deep into mine and speaks again through our link as it senses the end. It was an honor to meet a man like you again. It has been 50 long years since a rival for the throne challenged us. The great collapse will be more exciting than I anticipated. As it lets out its final words through our link, I watch my 2 blades of dense mana collide with its final layer of dark red mana shielding. I can tell it is close to twice as powerful as the base level shielding surrounding its body before. Liquidated stones wrapped in the threads of mana from its manipulation skill are intertwined to make a barrier strong enough to stop any one of my earlier strikes without fail. I let out a laugh mixed with an excited yell as I follow through and fall towards the monster's open helmet, watching my dual strike. Trails of dark mana connect my incoming attacks to the aura that surrounds me. It feeds the attack with more and more power. The 2 crescents grow as the final remnants of the strengthening fragment within me are completely absorbed. My arms and legs begin to fall numb as the full attack finally leaves my blades and makes contact with the beast's shielding. My eyes widen as the behemoth's entire pool of mana collides with all of mine. There is an incredible flash of white light as I watch my dark wind crescent shatter its shielding like a hammer hitting fragile glass. The fire crescent following takes this opportunity to slice through the beast's neck without a hint of resistance. It glides through the monster's tough red skin and thick muscles with ease. My wind attack explodes as the fragments of its shielding disrupt the strike. This causes a chain reaction of black slides of wind to disperse and interrupt the blade of fire halfway through the boss's neck. The explosion of black flames is magnificent. All I can do is watch in awe as I am thrown backward by the force of my own attack. The final sight before me is the monster's black eye closing, and its lips curve up to make a thin smile as it is completely consumed by black flames and blown to pieces. For every millisecond that passes, my senses become more numb. Mana leaves my body at a rapid rate. I fly through the air, sensing the dome of shielding around me finally disappear. A black ball of fire envelops everything within a 50-meter diameter. It is my own flames, so I am not burned, but I can feel the extreme heat. It is comforting. Level up, 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 lev. L up, level up. I smirk and start to close my eyes as the familiar level up. Notifications ring out in my mind. Use absorption skill, combat magic, advanced earth summoning. Yes. No. Use absorption skill, combat magic, advanced mana manipulation. Yes. No more blue text fills my vision as I begin to lose consciousness and fall through the air. I choose yes for each and open my status before my eyes completely shut. Status open underscore, 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 underscore. Name, J Soju level, 422 horsepower. 85 divided by 2,115 MP, 60 divided by 2,115 strength, 1122, 12, 90, IT 987, 561, 1784, 561, 561, speed, 1224, 734, 612, 1946, 612 agility, 1321, Sive 94, C1189, 661, 2100, 661 defense, 926, 370, 2713, 713, 713, 72, 1041, 10T6, 25, 10T4, 16, 1026, 1026, 822, 521, 1655, 10T5, 21, 521 skills. Absorption special grade, swordsmanship, combat magic, advanced fire, summoning inspect special grade, enemy detection body hardening, special grade self-regeneration, special grade spatial magic, item storage, plunderer telekinesis appraisal, conceal special grade berserker dungeon walker, special grade intimidation, dagger mastery, stealth bloodlust equivalent exchange, combat magic, wind summoning, all, seeing eye, extreme, strength, dual, wheel, ding, special grade, telepathy, legendary grade, final breath, special grade, combat magic, advanced earth summoning, combat magic, advanced mana manipulation items equipped, high ogre king's ring, testy, percent mental strength cyclops eye pendant, 40% defense dark elf boots, 60% speed, Griffin's Talon. Send 40% mental strength Serpent King scale. 45% agility. C. 45% magic resistance desert. Troll's Charm. C. 45% mental strength. The Flame Emperor's Sword. Fire aspect. 115% strength. Steen 89% mental strength. The Wind Tyrant's Dagger set. Wind aspect. 88 plus percent strength, 90% agility, Entity 79% mental strengths, Berserker, King's Armor Set, Blood Bonded plus 77% defense, Greater Demon's Core plus 50% all stats buffs, Final Breath, Special Grade plus 159%, all stats Berserker plus 50% strength plus mental strength, Bloodlust, plus 50% speed, plus agility, plus mental strength, extreme strength, plus 50% strength, underscore, 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 underscore. Chapter 190. My eyes shut, and the feeling of weightlessness takes over my body. My senses go dark as I fall down to the floor. The warm flames from the blast below envelope everything in sight, and a grin creeps across my face as I pass out from extreme fatigue on the spot. The only thoughts running through my mind as I plummet toward the floor are, I did it. I defeated the behemoth. The curious final words of the floor boss get lost in the chaos of my rapidly decreasing active conscious brain power. Everything goes black. Time passes. Master, are you finally waking? I lie on my back and a light breeze is flowing on my face. I let out a cough and struggle to open my eyes. Everything around me is so bright. There is a pale green tint that fills my vision as I try to visualize my surroundings. I hear Ember speak through our link again. It has been over a full day, Master. You've been completely unconscious since the battle ended. I stay on my back, letting my eyes adjust to the view above me. There are white clouds, but the sky is tinted with an unsettling green hue. I feel hard scales beneath me and catch a glimpse of two black wings flapping on either side of my vision. I am in the air, riding on Ember's back. I try to move my hand up to feel my face, but my arm won't budge. Letting out a groan, I checked my status to see my HP at under 100 and my MP at nearly 0. My arms and legs feel numb while my mouth is horribly dry. I shiver, letting out another cough that sends a sharp pain through my chest and back. I grit my teeth and close my eyes until the pain subsides. After taking a deep breath in and out, then letting the cool air pass by my face for a moment, I reply through my link with Ember. Well, it looks like I won. Good to see you are all right too. I let out a light chuckle with my eyes still closed. It hurts to even let out a thin smile, but knowing Ember is below me makes me feel a little better. My stomach feels empty, and my skin feels itchy. Everything hurts, but everything feels numb at the same time. I am horribly ill. This must be the worst case of mana withdrawals I've ever felt before. I lie motionless for over half an hour before building up the strength to open my eyes again. The white clouds and pale green sky fill my vision again as I activate my storage skill to let 3 items fall out onto my chest. 2 potions and a bottle of water come down with a thud, landing in the opening where my chest plate is broken in half. Using all my strength, I lift my right arm to bring an HP potion to my lips. Sweating and grunting, I uncork the small bottle and drink the cool green liquid, letting out a sigh of relief as I immediately feel energy flood back into me. After this, I let the empty bottom drop to my side and let my arm fall too. That was exhausting. My breathing is heavy and sweat covers my forehead, but I need to finish what I started. Letting out a grunt, I reach for the MP potion in front of me and repeat the process. The moment the pink liquid touches my lips, I begin to feel even better. Still, I have to let the empty glass bottle fall to my side and take a small break before reaching for the water. This fatigue is brutal. I begin using self-regeneration, but it isn't helping much. I can't exactly heal withdrawals with simple potions or skills. Usually, it just takes food, water, and time to heal something like this. I reach for the water and drink about 1 divided by 4 of it before forcing myself to stop. With a satisfied gulp, I close my eyes again and fall straight to sleep. Everything goes black. Time goes by, and I wake up feeling somewhat better. I open my eyes to see the same oddly colored sky with occasional passing clouds. I immediately open my link with Ember as I struggle to sit up. How long was I out? My abs ache, and my joints crack as I use both arms to keep myself steady while sitting up. Ember responds, only a few hours this time, 7 or 8 at most. I nod, looking to my side and seeing a huge pile of gear wrapped in what looks like a red fabric. It is perfectly balanced on Ember's back, right beside me. I hadn't even noticed until now. I clench my jaw and lean over to open the cloth to see what is inside. I use appraisal. Underscore, 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 ace, fire aspect, 115% strength, 89% mental strength. The Wind Tyrant's dagger set, wind aspect 88+% strength. 90% agility, 79% mental strength, The Behemoth's Platinum Amulet plus 111% defense whore. Hen of the Behemoth. Underscore, 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 underscore. Bright red dagger lay on the velvet fabric, next to a small silver rectangle about the size of my palm with rounded edges. It is attached to a tin black string and sits next to a massive curved white horn. I immediately store my 2 bonded weapons into my item storage, then pick up the small silver rectangular object. Underscore, 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 underscore. The Behemoth's Platinum Amulet plus 111% defense. Underscore, 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 underscore. It is heavy in my hand, but no more than a centimeter thick and 5 or 6 centimeters long. The defense buff on it is higher than anything I've ever seen before. It is completely blank and smooth, just a full bar of platinum with an enchantment on it. I smirk, taking off my Cyclops pendant that has a 40% buff and replacing it with this one at 111%. I throw my old pendant into my storage. It holds some sentimental value, so I'll keep it for now. Lastly, I look over at the large white horn. The item has significantly shrunk compared to its actual form during the fight. This is normal for magic items, but it is still odd to me. I look at it closely, activating appraisal again, but nothing comes up on the curious item. All it says is Horn of the Behemoth over and over. Maybe it is a crafting item of some sort, or possibly just a trophy for those that defeat the 20th floor boss. I doubt the latter. All items have some kind of purpose in the end. I let out a sigh, then roll the horn into my item storage and promptly fall onto my back again, exhausted already. Breathing heavily, I open up my storage and take out some fruit and dried meat. I chew on it slowly while drinking more water and opening my link with Ember. So, what happened? Where are we? The dragon gliding peacefully through the air responds in a patient tone. You've defeated your first lower floor boss. We've made it to the 21st floor. Before we were transported to this higher Dunagon, I managed to collect all the item drops and your weapons. I grin, closing my eyes again and falling back to sleep, letting out a last sentence to Ember before everything goes dark. Thank you. The next moment my eyes open, I feel pretty rejuvenated, but still nowhere near fully healed. I am able to sit up almost immediately and stretch my arms and back. I let out a yawn and bend over the side of the flying dragon to take a look at the view below us. I am left speechless at the sight before my eyes. We're high up in the sky, and everything around us is stained with a pale green tint. There are white stone pillars as far as I can see. They're thin, just a few meters wide each, and they reach up high in the air. Some even jut up higher than the altitude we're flying, but a majority can be seen down below. The tops of them are comply flat, and now that I am coming back to my senses, this entire dungeon gives off a low hum of mana from all directions. I turn my head around, taking a look behind me to see hundreds of them. There are white stone pillars everywhere, and nothing else. The more I look, I begin to notice oddities. Some off in the distance seem thicker than others and even have jagged-shaped tops. I can't even see the floor below. There are clouds in the way both above and below us. My hands and feet are still tingling, and everything aches, but I let out a grunt and manage to stand to my feet as Ember continues to gently soar through the sky. I smirk, breathing in the fresh air around me and squinting off into the distance. The labyrinth is far from its end. 1 floor boss down, many more to go. It looks like after we take a pit stop back on the 10th floor to rest up and check in with the association, there will be many more floors to climb. Chapter 191. I take a deep breath of fresh air as I look out into the pale green dungeon and open up my link with Ember. It is time we head back to the 10th floor. Understood. Ember flaps his wings and glides down to the nearest pillar of smooth white stone below us. With a careful step, I hop off his back and land on the square 3-meter wide platform high up in the clouds. I open my item storage, and Ember flies inside. I down at my arms and chest. My armor is still completely destroyed. My shirt is ripped, and the black line from the greater demon's core is exposed on my left arm. I attempt to heal the armor with my self-regeneration skill like I normally would. But things go a bit differently than they did last time. The dim white glow of mana begins to shine. But I get the odd urge to push further with a new depth of mana control that I haven't quite felt before. The white glow begins to turn into tinted red. MP seeps out of my body at an alarming rate as the armor is healed. I can audibly hear a buzzing sound coming from the heavy metal gear. Then, a sharp pain in my head and chest stops me from pushing further. I grit my teeth and drop to one knee on the hard stone surface below me, letting out a gasp and deactivating all my skills. I am still way too worm out to be trying anything fancy. I take the now completely restored armor set off and throw it into my item storage before standing up straight again. Looking down, I still see the demon's black mark on my arm under my torn shirt. I reach into storage to grab a fresh long sleeve as well as the new pair of magic lenses that Bree gave me during our last meeting. I throw the shirt on and activate the new lenses of illusion. I'll only be wearing these in public. They'll always come off during battle or training from now on. Burning through that last pair was such a waste. Now that my appearance problem is out of the way, I'll need to think of an alibi. I'll head back to the 10th floor inn, but telling people that I defeated the 20th floor boss is a bad idea. I take a deep breath, then close my eyes. Dungeon Walker. The moment my transport skill is activated, severe pain surges through my head, making it hard to visualize where I am teleporting to. Everything in my mind is foggy, but I lock onto a familiar point, deep in the 10th floor dungeon, and let myself blip through. I fall to the rocky floor at the base of the mountain I trained at earlier in my labyrinth climb. I spent a few days throwing attacks at this rock wall. I know it well. It seems like in a tired state, tempting to familiar regions is much easier than places I've only been once. I catch myself with both hands and fall to my knees, but look to my left and right before hitting the ground. No one else is here. That is a good sign. I let out a sigh as my headache and chest pain slowly fades away, and the sharp pain that travels all the way now my spine becomes much less irritating. I get to my feet and begin slowly walking towards the inn, thinking through how exactly I'll explain my current weakened state and progress to anyone that asks. It takes me nearly an hour to make it to the backside of the poorly built inn. I can already hear hunters training and selling goods on the small stone path in front of it. Even from just the short walk over, my muscles ache and my skin itches. All I want to do is lie down, but I push forward and make my way to the building's entrance, opening the wooden door. A few heads turn, but soon after, they go back to eating and drinking. I walk forward until I meet the innkeeper's gaze. He gives me a cheerful smile. Glad to see you are back, Jay. Have a good training session? It sure looks like you are pretty worn out. Need a room? He lets out a chuckle as I lean forward to rest against the wooden counter. I reply in a low yet relieved tone. Yeah, a room would be great. Without another word, the old man lets out a light whistle while writing something down under the wooden table and fetching me a key. He hands me the small metal item with R209 labeled on the side of it in thin black writing. I nod and take the room key. Thanks. I'll be back once I am rested. If Relan or Fisher come looking for me, tell them to wait. I need time to recover. He gives me a grin, then turns his head to the stairs beside the counter. Sure thing. I'll let you rest, kid. I push myself up off the counter and slowly walk toward the stairs. It has already been a long day. My full body and mind are giving out on me after a 1-kilometer walk and a simple conversion. My eyes are almost shut by the time I walk upstairs and find my way into the small yet cozy feeling room. I collapse onto the wooden bed with white sheets and fall asleep almost instantly. Unfortunately, it isn't a peaceful slumber. The full body shivering from a few days ago comes back as I drift off into a half-dazed state of tossing and turning. These mana withdrawals are no joke. I tough it out and get my rest. Eventually, I fall into a deeper sleep, Time passes until I am rudely awakened. Knock a knock a knock a knock a knock. My eyes open wide as I come back to reality and almost fall off the small bed. I shake my head and rub my eyes before swinging my legs over the edge to hear the wooden floor creak while walking over to the door mid-yawn. Who is it? What is going on? I thought I said not to wake me up. The excited voice of a familiar redhead cuts me off. Oh, come on, Jay, Conway said. It has been over 16 hours since you got in. You need to eat something. Plus, you gotta tell me how your climb went. I feel my stomach churn as I approach the door handle and lick my dry lips. Apparently, it has been another 16 hours. I've been out of it for almost another full day again. My muscles feel a bit more healed, and my head at less foggy enough, though. I am dying for a good plate of food and some water. I guess I've made a little progress, but I am nowhere near 100%. I fully open the door to see Rillin grinning ear to ear in the narrow hallway. The moment I do, he throws an arm around my shoulder and starts leading me back to the main inn's main tavern downstairs. My room door closes behind me as the C-class starts talking my ear off like I never left. So, what happened? Did you go to floor 19? Did you make it to the 20th? What is it like up there? It must have been tough. I chuckle a bit. Realizing what I just accomplished is actually a pretty big deal. He is asking if I even made it to the 19th floor. In reality, I make it to the 21st. I beat the monster that separates normal hunters from elites in my first week of training. Well, technically I took over 2 months, but no one has to know that. I let out a sigh, but can't help but let out a little grin. It is time to begin my facade. I'll take Bree's advice and keep a low profile for now. I made it to the 19th floor. Yeah. I smirk as we make it to the stairs and begin to walk down. Tables come into view and the sound of association hunters trading gear and eating food fills my ears. Rillin responds. Oh yeah, how'd you fare against those monsters? I've heard even Fisher struggled with the 19th floor his first couple months of elite training. I nod slowly and reply. Yeah, they were tough, gave me quite the workout. I'll have to rest up before I try to go any further. I stretch my arms and make a pain-filled expression to reinforce the fact that I am in no condition to continue fighting right now. Rillin smirks. So you are really going to try and defeat the 20th floor, Booze? I shrug. Maybe if Fisher comes back, I don't want to push my luck. Rillin continues without even registering my response. I've heard stories about a cooldown timer on the 20th floor boss room. Apparently, once someone faces it, they can't leave the entire floor until they've defeated the boss. No new hunters can enter, or leave until the fight is over. It takes a full 7 days for the entrance portal to open up again, even if the boss is slain. I clench my jaw and tighten my gaze at the words that come out of the redhead's mouth. My mind starts racing for a moment as we make it down to the tavern's main floor. I curse under my breath as I look up to see Conway smiling and setting up a table with a feast fit for kings upon my arrival. The old man waves at both of us, and we begin to walk over. This whole situation just got a lot more complicated. If Fisher comes back anytime soon, he'll most likely want to face the 20th floor to complete our weekly quotas. It is not going to be an easy task to talk my way out of this one. Chapter 192. I put on a smile as Rillin continues to hold his arm around my shoulder tightly. We walk over to the nearest wooden table being offered to us by the old cheerful innkeeper. Sit down, boys. It is hot off the stove. Rillin releases me from his grip and takes a seat. I start to sit down as well, and the old man continues talking. I know you wanted some time to rest, but I thought you could use a good meal right about now. Was I wrong? I chuckle and take my seat, hearing my stomach gurgle at the sight of steaming hot food and cold drinks in front of me. No, you weren't wrong at all. I appreciate it, Conway. With a slight bow, the kind innkeeper turns and waves as he walks into the back room behind his check-in counter. Welcome back, Jay. Enjoy. I let out a sigh with my eyes locked on the meal in front of me, then dig in. I pay no mind to any of the hunters eating their meals and trading goods on the tables nearby. Even Raylan's presence begins to leave my conscious thoughts as I become fixated on the meal before me. Every bite rejuvenates me more and more. I am fully invested, body and mind. Over 10 minutes pass before the redhead's voice finally hits my ear. Hey, Jay? Want to hear something wild? I look up, beginning to feel much more satisfied. I shake myself out of the small trance and sit back while replying, "Sure, what is up?" Rillin crosses his arms, looking a bit annoyed. "Remember those nobles we ran into the other day before you went off o' your own? Apparently, they made it up to the 19th floor, just like you. They took out a ton of the base level monsters. Can you believe that?" I raise an eyebrow, then rely in a low tone. "Huh, really?" He nods, placing both hands back on the wooden table. "Yeah, they even passed through to our resting camp with a collection of really rare swords. They must have really killed a lot of them." I slowly nod, thinking to myself, those nobles didn't seem that strong to me. Their levels were nowhere near high enough, and I've even fought their leader back when I had no mana control training at all. And I was a near even match for him. Something isn't adding up, but it is not my biggest concern at the moment. He is probably just collecting gear for his family to sell or something. It is none of my business, although my 10 minutes of bliss while eating were nice. Now the real problem at hand has to be figured out. The fact that the 20th floor boss supposedly has a 7-day cooldown timer is rather troubling. I won't take Rillin's word for fact, but it is more than enough for me to worry about the possibility of it being true. I clench my jaw, then speak up. "Hey, do you know when Fisher is getting back?" I wanted to see if I could face the 20th floor boss. I create a small item storage portal beneath the table and pull out the small white transport Crystal the blue-haired elite gave me before he left. Then put it up in front of Ryan's eyes. Or I could face it myself if he takes too long. I still haven't used my emergency exit. I smirk and put the crystal down, but don't get the response I expected. Raylan pauses for a moment, the replies in a softer tone. There is been no word from Fisher or any of the others in his elite squad that left a few days back. They should have returned by now. I nod slowly, catching onto his serious tone. The redhead continues, "I assume they'll still want your new squad in training to go out and help defend the northern border. It is just, I am not sure what is taking so long. If they can't finish the job, I don't know how much your squad will help." I cut him off. Got it, understood. I take a deep breath, faking a look of concern. Rillin looks upset. Fisher was his student. He is probably very worried about his extended absence. It seems there is some trouble brewing for the association. First, an urgent mission, and now a full elite squad is missing. Sounds fishy, but this all works out perfectly for me. I couldn't have asked for a more perfect turn of events. I stand up, looking down on the redhead, and speak in a volume just above necessary to get the attention of hunters at the table surrounding us with my next line. "Rillin, I am going to face the 20th floor boss. I may not win, but at least I'll know the difficulties ahead. I'll make sure to say hi to Fisher when I see him in the dark continent soon. I am sure he is fine." The redhead shows me a thin smile and perks up a bit. Letting out a sigh, I sit back down and Rillin relaxes as well. We finish up our meal, share small talk about the association, and I throw the white transfer crystal back into my storage after repeatedly assuring Rillin that I'll use it if I get into any trouble while on the higher floors. In reality, I plan to use it no matter what. If that boss room is actually closed off, using the crystal to transport away will be the perfect excuse. I can just say I ran from the fight, and that is why the room is closed for any future hunters that try to enter. It is simple, but I don't see how it won't work. My soreness and MP withdrawal effects are much less noticeable by the end of our feast. I can fight at 40 to 50% now if I needed to. It is great progress, but it feels like it'll take a while to regain my full capabilities. This won't be a quick recovery. Time will tell. I let out a satisfied sigh and turned to Rillin. "Well, now is as good a time as ever for me to get going. Don't you think?" With a smirk, I stand up from my chair at the table and put out my hand for the redhead to shake it. He replies, standing up and shaking my outreached hand. "You are leaving already?" I give him a firm nod. "Might as well. I am fully rested and have a full stomach. There is no better time to start my journey." I turn around to see the old innkeeper come out from his back room right on cue. I take the small metal key out of my pocket as we make eye contact and throw it at him from a few meters away. Appreciate you, old man. I'll be out for a while. Conway catches the key and gives me a firm nod. I turn back to Rillin. He gulps. I am starting to understand why they picked you to become an elite. You never take a break, do you? I chuckle, turning to the door. I guess not. The red-headed hunter waves. Hey, Jay, good luck. I nod, replying while walking through the tables full of low-level C-class hunters. Thanks for showing me around Rillin. If I am not back soon, I am sure we'll still meet again. The poorly crafted wooden door swings open, and I walk out into the open air of the dungeon. Making a quick right turn, I make my way around the backside of the inn and begin trekking deep into the 10th floor. Once out of sight, I dungeon walk upwards. I prepare myself for the sharp pain and exhaustion that follows. But my real reaction isn't as bad as my mental image. I feel a slight headache for a fraction of a second, and my breathing gets a bit healthier the moment I blip back into reality. But it fades away quickly. I've healed enough to dungeon walk without much trouble. This is good. Although I'd love to check out the 20th and confirm my suspicions as soon as possible, I still have a mana collecting quota to fill. I need over 20 KMP worth of crystals before I think about going back to the association. I teleport up to the High Ogre dungeon. These will be low 300 leveled monsters. Easy for me to kill, but strong enough to drop decent loot. It shouldn't take more than a few hours to farm what I need, even in my current state. I take a deep breath and get to work. Pulling out my sword and activating my enemy detection skill, I find my first target and teleport over to it. It is a high orge, nothing too special, nearly 4 meters tall, wearing a full suit of lightweight armor and wielding its own long silver sword. I channel a few hundred MP into an attack and let it fly, slicing the ogre in two without a hint of resistance. It falls to the floor moments later, hardly even registering that an attacker appeared. I slowly walk over to its corpse and wait for the monster to dissolve. A new window of blue text fills my vision. A grin creeps across my face as I read what it says. Use Advanced Mana Manipulation Advanced perk. Temporary minion enter desired level 0 to 422. Yes, no, Tepte 93. I stare down at the defeated High Orge at my feet, and a new blue text window fills my vision. Use Advanced Mana Manipulation, Advanced perk. Temporary minion enter desired level 0 to 422, yes. No, I whisper under my breath. Mana Manipulation? I open my status, checking to confirm that I have 2 brand new advanced combat magic skills, Mana Manipulation and Earth Summoning. I remember absorbing both abilities, but testing them out has been the last thing on my mind. I've been more focused on healing up and making sure the association doesn't find out about my accelerated progress too fast. Testing the full range of my power was going to wait until I could actually use the power without these painful headaches and chest pains. I blink a few times, then turn back to the glowing blue screen that hovers over the defeated monster. I smirk, remembering the nights I fought before the floor boss appeared. This must be the same ability. I select 300 for a level, then choose yes. Immediately, my right hand begins to glow red, and I feel the sensation of mana leaving my body fast. Checking my status, I watch my bar go down a few hundred MP. Thin pink threads leave my red glowing hand and begin floating through the air before connecting to the top of the dead ogre's head. As they connect, the strands turn white, then go completely invisible to the naked eye. The thin strings of mana begin stitching the ogre's sliced body back together, and I watch the monster stand back up to its feet. The beast's eyes are open, but there is no sign of life. It grips its sword and stares forward without moving a muscle. A new blue screen fills my vision. Temporary minion level, 300 deactivate. Yes, no. I look the monster up and down in awe. I can feel the mana that was sucked out of me during the activation flow from my fingertips and into the body of this lifeless creature. I close my eyes, then lift the ogre's arm carrying its sword with only my mind. I open my eyes, and it does exactly what I pictured it would. I smirk, then picture the monster taking a step forward. It does instantaneously, making the ground crunch under its feet. I let out a chuckle, making the mana thread connected to its head twist in turn. The 4-meter-tall monster effortlessly moves to my every command. It feels like an extension of myself, almost as if I am the one in its body, making every movement with exact precision. The only downside I feel is the further away it gets, the less precise and clear the connection becomes. The longer I stay in control, extra MP is also being used to maintain the connection. It is a small amount, but enough to set my headache in motion again. Before I can do much more testing, the corpse of the beast begins to dissolve. As its body disintegrates, it leaves behind a single mana crystal, and my bond is severed. The thin strand of mana connecting me to the creature fades into thin air. I nod with tightened lips, letting out a sigh and collecting the dropped crystal and throwing it in my item storage. Makes sense. This new temporary minion perk must only work on freshly defeated opponents. That doesn't explain how the 20th floor boss imbued its mana into all those armor sets. I'll have to do more testing when I am at full strength. In the meantime, I can still try a few more things. I activate advanced mana manipulation again, along with my all-seeing eye. The entire Dunagon lights up in my mind's eye, and I am overwhelmed with the view. For nearly 10 meters in all directions, I feel the mana following through the ground and air around me, just like it would through my sword. I am able to control all of it. I gasp as a sharp pain runs through my chest and up into the back of my head. A ringing sound begins to fill my ears and slowly gets stronger and stronger until I am forced to deactivate all my skills. Gritting my teeth, I curse under my breath. These side effects and mana withdrawals are really holding me back. For a moment there, it felt like I was nearly invincible. It felt like I could have warped the mana beneath my feet into anything I wanted. I swallow hard as my headache fades and I drink an MP potion. My bar fell over 1,000 MP from just that attempt. I finish up the pink liquid and throw the empty glass bottle back into my storage. I'll try something a bit more simple. I activate my advanced earth summoning magic next. This one feels much easier to control. It is very similar to my fire summoning, actually. I lift my right hand up in the air and a small ball of stone begins to form in my palm. It floats effortlessly in a liquid state, just like how the behemoth turned the castle floor into its personal malleable matter. I grin, then start shifting the small light brown ball of stone into different shapes. First, a sphere, then a cube. Next, I form the liquid matter into a small stone dagger and a thin brown arrow. Finally, I shape the rock back into a sphere and drop the stone to the ground. Thud! It hits the floor and I deactivate my skill. The mass stays put, but my MP bar has dropped about 100 points. My headache starts to come back, but it fades before it becomes anywhere near as bad as my last attempt. Using a few hundred MP at a time seems to be just fine. I'll keep that in mind. Dungeon Walker. I teleport to the nearest high ogre and get back to work. After spending 3 hours farming, I managed to collect the required 20 KMP worth of crystals for my quota. Once finished, I find a secluded area up on a high peak to take a break. There, I contemplate my next moves while enjoying a meal of fruit, meat, and water from my item storage. Another 2 hours pass, and my mind is made up. It is time to see if the cooldown timer is real or not. If it is, now is as good a time as any to use that transport crystal. I stand up and put away all my food and water, gripping my sword and dungeon, walking to the small narrow hallway between the 19th and 20th floors. The stone around me feels cold, and my footsteps echo as I start to walk forward. This hallway is much darker than last time without Ember's flames to guide the way. Another thing it is lacking is the floating gray boss room portal at the back side. I whisper under my breath, approaching the back wall of hard stone. Rillin was right. No one can find out about this. I activate my Dungeon Walker skill again, searching for the boss room floor that I'd previously fought on just a few days ago. It is all blank. There is nothing there but a void of mana twisting and turning. It is similar to the inside of a Titan's domain. Teleporting into that is just asking for trouble. There is no guarantee of getting out. I gulp, then deactivate my teleportation skill. That confirms it. The boss room has been defeated, and the cooldown timer is real. No one from the association can find out about this. As I planned earlier, I'll need to fake my failure. It needs to seem as though I've really tried to face the boss and was way out of my league. I need to set this scene. Remembering back to how I actually looked after the battle was over, I let out a sigh and find an old shirt in my item storage to put on and tear to pieces. With a smirk, I activate my earth summoning skill and begin covering my face, boots, elbows, and knees in a layer of dirt. Next, I take my sword and ignite it into flames. I make sure my breathing is heavy before reaching into my storage to take out the small white glistening transport crystal. With a hesitant look only my face, I summon a glossy sword of stone similar to the one the knight used in battle. Of course, mine is much smaller and doesn't have a hint of mana shelling lining it. Closing my eyes, I send it flying into my side, making sure to miss any vital spots. I let out a grunt as HP falls off my health bar. I whisper to myself as blood drips into the stone floor. It has to be more convincing. Rolling my eyes and letting out a sigh, I summon another glossy stone sword and give myself 2 more slashes. They aren't bad wounds, but they look deep enough to the untrained eye to be legit. I'll just drink an HP potion before anyone gets too close to examine me. Fisher said to use this crystal if I get into any trouble during my training. I assume the transport point for these items is going to be in a semi-public association. Owned area, so I'll make sure to dress the part. It is now or never. My headache is starting to kill me, and the ringing in my ears is getting unbearable. I take out an HP potion and throw it in my back pocket. Without another thought, I grip the white crystal hard in my left hand, and it shatters to pieces. I feel a warm energy envelop my entire arm. It travels up to my shoulder, then to my chest, and soon flows through my entire body. My vision goes white, and the feeling of transportation magic forces itself over my whole body. Seconds later, I fall to the ground. My sword hits a hard white flooring with a loud clang as I catch myself with 2 open palms. My ears are still ringing, and my breathing is heavier than ever. My vision is blurry, but I can see my own crimson blood dripping onto a glossy white surface below me. I let out a gasp that slowly turns into a chuckle while staring at the ground. I made it. My blurred vision starts to finally come back to normal, and I stand to my feet. Taking the HP potion out of my back pocket, I start looking around to see where exactly I've landed. An audible gulp comes out of my mouth as my gaze lifts from the pure white flooring to making eye contact with myself. I am standing in a square room, about 5 meters wide, with 3 full-walled mirrors and a heavy metal door on the 4th. Both the floor and ceiling are covered in dense white mana shielding, and there doesn't seem to be an easy way out of here. I murmur under my breath, while my eyes dart back and forth. This is not what I was expecting. Chapter 194. I stare at myself in the mirror, then turn to see my reflection in 3 different angles. The first thing that comes to mind is the thought of someone staring back at me from the other side. It may be an overly paranoid assumption, but it feels pretty reasonable to me right now. The only break I get from the nauseating sight of mirrors, infinitely reflecting my image back to me, is a heavy metal door on the 4th wall of the small room. It has no handles or keyholes. It is sealed off completely, most likely locked from the outside. I activate Conceal to hide all my skills and odd items except for my fire magic and blade handling skills. I am back into association territory. It is best to stay on my best behavior. Thick red liquid continues to drip from my chest and abdomen. I have a few pretty deep wounds, and my HP bar is slowly ticking down as I lose more blood. I uncork the HP potion in my left hand and drink it at once, still looking straight at myself in the mirror to my right. I feel the cool green liquid start to heal my wounds, but it mostly just regenerates my HP. There is still severe visible scarring, and it is painful to the touch. A quick self-regeneration would heal me up fine, but I am still unsure if I am being watched. It is better if I save using any suspicious skills for another time. I squint my eyes and step closer to the mirrored wall on my right side. Less than half a meter away from the reflective surface, my gaze darts back and forth, then I activate my all-seeing eye. The moment I turn my ability on, the pain in my head returns, and I am hit with an unsettlingly claustrophobic feeling. All I can sense is the room I am standing in. The walls around me are shielded off with dense mana thicker than I can perceive in my weakened state. I cut my skill off before my headache gets any worse and let out a sigh. This all makes sense, but it is a bit nerve-wracking. Fisher did say if I were to transport here while touching a monster, it would come with me. The association must have safety precautions to keep whatever transport's in here contained until dealt with. I gulp, then bring my hand up to the mirror before me and knock on the glass. An odd sound rings out. It is a combination of a muffled buzz being interrupted by each tap and a light echo following. My gaze tightens even more, and I place a finger up against the mirrored wall. It looks like my index finger is touching my reflection. Exactly. There is no gap at all. This is much different from my mirror back home. I bring my hand away from my reflection again, then ignite a small flame in the palm of my hand. It burns dark red, and the area of glass nearby begins to glow slightly, like the light is shining through. I clench my jaw and look around, then yell out loud. Hey, I know you are watching. What is this place? My head begins to spin as I piece everything together. This much be a trap, right? I am in a mana-shielded cell with a two-way mirror on every side. I curse under my breath. This is the director's doing, isn't it? Gritting my teeth and ignite my whole arm into dark flames, then reach down to grab my sword. I charge the remaining few hundred MP into an attack and start to run at the silver door at the back of the room. I am filled with annoyance and anger, and can only blame myself for dropping my guard and just blindly transporting to wherever this crystal took me. What was I thinking? I begin to swing my sword at the silver door, but before I can release an attack, I hear an unfamiliar voice ring out from all directions within my tiny cell. It is a man's voice, but it is very soft and calming. It is nice to meet you, Jay. Please, do calm yourself down. I'll open the door for you momentarily. There is no need to break it down. I stop mid-swing looking up at the ceiling. Who are you? What is this place? There is silence for a few seconds. I leave my sword charged and aimed at the heavy silver door. Click. It swings open towards me. I take a step back, still keeping my sword locked straight ahead as I hear the same soothing voice that echoed throughout the room come out of the door. I wasn't expecting company so soon. It seems you were rash enough to face the 20th floor boss just like the director predicted. He is really never wrong. A tall, pale-skinned man with thin, black-framed glasses and short silver hair walks out from behind the door. He is wearing a long, dark purple cloak with black pants and shiny, dark-colored boots. If I had to guess, he is not more than 30 years old. The young man greets me with a genuine smile and looks me up and down before putting out his right hand for me to shake it. Nice to finally meet you in person. I've been hearing all about you. The name's Leo. I examine him closely, activating my inspect and appraisal skills while still pointing my flaming sword straight at his chest. Underscore, 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 ELV 308, active items, enchanted cloak, plus 103% mental strength active skills, artificer, legendary grade, underscore, 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 under, score, underscore, 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 underscore. My gaze tightens even more as I concentrate on the interesting individual in front of me. He is a much lower level than me, but has a legendary skill, artificer. I've never seen anyone with this ability before. The man speaks up again, turning his body to let me see down the hallway that stretches out through the open door. It is long with dark walls and is dimly lit. Come on, I won't bite. Let me take you up to the surface. I have a few things to fill you in on after all. I gulp, watching him pull his hand back and shrug as I continue to point my flaming sword upward, now pointing straight at his head. You still haven't answered me. What is this place? Where am I? The man tightens his gaze on my sword, then looks down at the floor covered in my blood. He lets out a thin, nervous smile. Then it evolves into a chuckle before he responds. We're in the association's HQ, right in the center of the capital. I assume you used one of my transport crystals. I've heard stories about the 20th floor boss, but never made it past the 15th floor myself. I am more of a craftsman, an artificer, actually. I cut him off as a few things begin to piece together in my mind. I take a step closer. Your transport crystals? What do you mean by that? He nods, gulping, and motioning for me to move the sword away from his neck, while continuing to eye the floor covered in my blood. I really mean you no harm, Jay. As I said, I am from the association, same as you. We're on the same team here. It looks like you were bleeding badly. Do you need anything else before we make our way to the outside world? My eyes continue to dart around as he shows me the open door behind him again, with a genuine look of concern for himself, and possibility even me as well. I thrust my sword down to my side and put out the flames. He gives me a friendly smile and starts walking out the door while motioning for me to follow. To answer your question, those transport crystals are made in my lab. I am the only legendary grade artificer in the Vice region. After all, I tend to create a few neat gadgets and custom items for higher-ups and elites at the association. I continue to listen and carefully walk through the heavy metal door of the mirror-lined room as he continues. I was going to meet you and your team tomorrow, but it seems we've met earlier than expected. Funny how things work out sometimes, isn't it? I shrug, resting my sword on my side as the heavy door shuts behind me. I follow the cloaked man down a narrow black hallway. There are white lights that shine down on us from the ceiling every 10 meters or so, making it dim and shadowy, but not dark enough to the point where I have trouble seeing. To my left and right, we pass many locked silver doors, just like the one I came out of. None of them are labeled with any numbers or text, and they're all locked from the outside. Our footsteps let out light echoes through the long, narrow hallway, and my breathing begins to slow down the further we walk. This man wasn't lying about his class. He is definitely not the combat type. Their only thing that irks me is his connection to the association. I've never seen these halls before. This place gives me an eerie feeling. I continue to follow him in silence until we make it to the end of the corridor and arrive at a large elevator door. The purple-cloaked artificer taps his ID against the small sensor next to it, and the silver double doors open up immediately. The card has an association logo and a C-class marking on it. He steps inside and motions for me to follow. Let's head upstairs. We're pretty far down. This may take a while. Chapter 195. Let's head upstairs. We're pretty far down. This may take a while. Leo, the C-class legendary grade artificer, looks at me with a kind smile while standing behind the open doors of the elevator. I hesitantly look behind my shoulder, then back at him. He seems nice and is definitely from the association, but this all seems way too convenient, I reply. We're really in the Hunters Association? HQ? And did the director actually tell you I would be here? Leo slides the hood of his cloak down to reveal his glistening silver hair, then leans back in a more casual stance against the small silver rails in the elevator before replying. Well, he told me that he hoped I wouldn't have to meet you early, but there is a good chance I would. He has got some scary intuition. Leo sighs, letting his posture relax even more, while motioning for me to come into the elevator. Come on, it is getting late at night. You are lucky I was even here in the first place. After a few more tests, I was about to head home after a long day of work. I let out a light gulp, then take one more look behind me before shrugging and entering the small elevator with the artificer. I turn my back to the wall and watch him closely as he presses a few buttons before the sliding doors close. From what I can make out, it looks like he is entering a code using the floor numbers as keys. 1, 1, 5, 5, 3, 6, 7, 10. After watching and hearing 8 light-clicking sounds, I see all the buttons flash blue for a fraction of a second. Once they stop glowing, the elevator begins to move upwards. I bring my gaze back up to the young man's dark eyes, then ask a question. So, you said you were heading home after a long day of work? I know you make gadgets and items for the higher-ups and elites, but what exactly do you even make? And what is this meeting tomorrow about anyways? I let out a bit of a frustrated sigh, continuing. give me a straight-up answer, please. I hate how everyone is tiptoeing around me recently. Just tell me like it is. The elevator slowly begins to speed up as we make our way upwards. I hold onto the small railing behind me to ensure my balance as Leo responds. Well, like I said before, I am an artificer. If you give me enough raw dungeon drop items, I can make anything you need. Weapons, traps, custom items, you name it. I even made the B-class graded mana shielding in those rooms downstairs. Most of the newer, higher-grade shielding in the capital is actually my work. He shows a satisfied, proud smirk. The magical craftsman is almost glowing. He is really into his job. Or a great actor. My eyes tighten. So, why'd you join the association in the first place? Without even a hint of a pause, he responds with a glimmer in his eyes. They approached me while I was still in school, actually. I've always been into gadgets and magical crafting, but couldn't manage to make anything over a high E-class rated item until I joined up with the association. I nod as he goes on, and the elevator shakes slightly. The artificer class is rare, so it gave E an edge while career searching. Bigger magical item manufacturers and trade companies are always looking for new talent. There are usually a few people in every major city that have similar skills to me, like blacksmiths or normal craftsmanship skills. He looks up at the ceiling as we continue to travel upwards, trying to remember something. I believe it was almost 6 years ago now. The current director himself approached me and offered a job. I couldn't say no. Soon after our agreement, I was teamed up with a few elites that power leveled me past 300. Then next thing you know, I am offered an experimental upgrade crystal and I feel the elevator rattle and shake. Then Leo tightens his lips. Sorry, I went off on a bit of a tenet there. Maybe I shouldn't have said all that. He shows me a bright smile and scratches the back of his head. I reply, It is fine. I am not one to talk. So, what? They just gave you a free skill upgrade. Are you in an exclusive contract? Are you close with the director? My gaze tightens even more as I start thinking about his position in the association again, but he replies without any delay and a little chuckle. Close with the director? I wouldn't say so. I hardly see the man once a year if I am lucky these days. I just get my tasks and enjoy being able to experiment on rare items I would never get to see if I didn't have this gig. His chuckle turns into a laugh. It is not like I am held hostage down here. I can leave any time I want. Ding! The silver doors of the elevator open up, and to my surprise, we're in the main lobby of the Vice City Association's HQ, just like he said. I blink a few times, looking around to see an empty lobby. There is 2 security guards by the door, both between levels 150 and 200, but no one else. I can see through the glass windows that it is the middle of the night. The sky is dark, and the silence is already calming. I step out onto the smooth white floor, then hear the silver elevator doors begin shutting behind me. I turn to see Leo smiling and waving as the doors close. It was nice meeting you, Jay. A message should reach you and your team tomorrow. I'll see you again soon. I stand with my mouth slightly open, not sure what else to say, so I don't say anything at all. We were in the middle of a conversion and just getting to the good part too. Click! The sliding elevator doors shut, and I am left in the middle of the empty lobby of the association's HQ. Leo seems like a nice guy. He overshares a lot. So, I'll make sure to keep that in mind. Apparently, I'll be seeing him again soon. I made it back to the outside world and have a perfect alibi for failing to defeat the behemoth. This little side mission has been successful in my eyes, letting out a sigh. I shrug and walk out the front door, giving the guards a head nod while making my way downtown. It must be 1 or 2 a.m. It is dark out, but the nearly full white moon lights up the sky with a dim glow. I take a deep breath of the cool night air and start making my way through the empty city streets back toward the Vanguard Heights. It feels like forever since I've seen this city. In my mind, it has been over 2 months, so it makes sense. This is the perfect time for me to come back. Although I hear some noises from late-night bars and the occasional pass-by, I am more focused on the starry night sky and the sweet smell of the city's open space around me. Dungeons may seem like they go on forever, but they're limited to a few dozen kilometers in any given direction. There is nothing quite like the real world. It feels so weird to be back. The city itself feels small, much smaller than how I left it the last. Not physically small, just smaller in the grand scheme of things. Every day that passes makes my life and simple worries seem like they don't matter at all. I am growing more powerful every day. What really put everything into perspective is defeating that floor boss. It is apparently one of the ultimate challenges for any hunter to become an elite. People dream of coming near my level of strength, yet all I feel is the need to get so much stronger. I feel isolated. All these new powers, abilities, and new gateways for accelerated growth recently have made me feel much differently about my position in life. Maybe I am just comparing myself to the wrong people. Everyone on that 10th floor seemed to be a complacent group of hunters that never feel the need to push their limits and put their lives on the line. Even the elite I met, Fisher. He took years to complete what I just overcame in less than a week of real-world time. It feels like I am the only one in the world that knows a secret, and it is my mission to keep taking full advantage of this power. I whisper under my breath, I need to get stronger. My boots echo through alleyways as I walk further into town. I peacefully watch the night sky as my luxury apartment building finally comes into view. My whole body begins to become quite sore, and my brain gets foggy as my eyes threaten to close on me. My fatigue hits me like a brick wall as I walk through the front doors. It is like my mind and body were pushing it off until I had a safe place to rest. These are my natural battle instincts at play. Even outside the dungeons, I make my way through the front entrance and am greeted by two assistants. There is one woman at the front door and a man before the elevator, but don't pay them much mind. I get up to my room, take a quick hot shower, then crawl into my loft-style bedroom to watch the city lights shine under the night sky until I drift off to sleep. Chapter 196. I open my eyes and stretch my full body while letting out a satisfying yawn. Looking out the glass window across my living room down below my bedroom loft, I can see the midday sun shining into my glass-walled apartment. Smiling, I hop down to the main floor and start getting dressed while staring out at the city. My muscles and joints feel almost as good as new, but there is still a faint sense of tightness in my back and shoulders. I am not exactly sure how long I slept, but it hit the spot. I grab an item box and tie it around my waist before I leave, throwing my excess potions, crystals, sword, and a few miscellaneous items into it. My plan is to go to the HQ and hand in my mana crystals to complete my quota. I'll try to meet up with the rest of my teammates if I can find them. It has been a while since I've seen Maria and the others. I smirk. But first, breakfast. I leave my apartment and take the elevator down to the 21st floor to enjoy a nice and peaceful meal at one of the cafes. It is around noon, and this floor is pretty empty. There are a few workers and even fewer hunters. Everyone that lives in this building is signed with the association. Most hunters are out in the dungeons around this time of day. I enjoy my peace and quiet, filling up on a hot meal in the comfort of my own home. Letting out a chuckle, I whisper under my breath while leaving a silver coin on the table before I head downstairs. I've been doing this wrong all along. Wouldn't it be nice to just sit back and relax here all week? The idea is nice, but I'd go crazy in just a few days. It isn't exactly the path I've chosen, or one I'd like to be on for too long. Still laughing to myself, I take the elevator down to the lobby and start to walk out. I hear the voice of the older man that greeted me by the elevator on my way in last night. Good to see you are fully rested, Jay. Your company has been requested at the association. HQ? You have a mandatory meeting? You are to meet. Well, the guard looks down at a piece of paper. 4 hours ago, actually. I stop mid-step and respond as the elevator closes behind me. Got it. Better late than never, right? I roll my eyes, remembering back to last light. It is probably just a meeting with Leo, the artificer. There is nothing to worry about, the lobby manager responds. Yes, it is urgent. I wish you luck. I nod, then continue making my way through the lobby. Thanks. He waves and gives me a friendly smile. I walk out the front door and the hot sun overhead surprises me. The warmth feels nice. It puts me in a cheerful mood almost immediately. With a full stomach and a satisfied grin, I begin my scroll back to the association's HQ. No more than 20 minutes later, I arrive and walk straight through the front door. Immediately, I am greeted by a tall, blonde-haired woman at the door. She seems familiar, but I've completely forgotten if I've actually met her before or not. The woman looks down at a small silver card, then back up at me. Jay, one of the new elites in training, right? I slow my pace down as the door shuts behind me. Yeah, that is me. She smiles and turns to the backside of the lobby. The rest of your team is waiting for you in the lounge. You have an important meeting scheduled today. We've been trying to reach you for days. I tighten my lips, but just nod and give her a thin smile. Thanks. I'll head back there now. A few heads turn as I walk through the lobby. Some seem to be fresh E-class recruits, while others are seasoned D and C-class hunters. They all have the same wide-eyed look on their faces, like a monster is about to attack them. Or maybe, like a celebrity is walking through. The small crowds go silent as I reach into my item box and take out my ID to enter the first hallway to the back rooms. I let out a sigh and close the door behind me. Click. That was weird. Scanning my card on the second door. I finally make my way to the mini-market and decide to make a pit stop before heading to the last room. I see the faint outline of a familiar white-haired woman through all the neon and flashing lights of the small shops all around me. As I walk closer, I can see the grin across her face get wider and wider as she waves and calls out. Hey, Jay! Long time no see! I thought you were dead or something. I give her a playfully annoyed look, but it evolves into a grin. This is the first time someone's cracked a joke at me all morning. Everyone else has just been so serious, I reply. Good to see you too, Sophie. Long time no see indeed. While reaching into my item storage to grab my handfuls of mana crystals, the white-haired merchant woman replies. Congrats, by the way. I am sure you've heard it a million times, but it is pretty exciting to see you and your team become the next elite squad this year. I saw the article about you all in the paper earlier this week. I freeze up, placing the pink gems on the counter, then looking her straight in the eyes. The article in the paper? What are you? Sophie lets out a laugh. You were in the labyrinth training all this time, right? I forgot. They wrote about how you and your team cleared the C-class exams in record time and were chosen directly by the director and higher-ups on the spot to be this year's elite squad. I tighten my gaze and nod slowly, then let out a low response. Of course they did. Sophie chuckles again while starting to weigh out my mana crystals. The pile fills the entire desk, but eventually reads out 50,093.88 mu. Sophie nods and smiles at me. Well, you did your part. The rest of your teammates all handed in their portions earlier in the week. Your tablet should update soon. The short merchant woman begins tapping away at her own silver tablet, then looks up at me. Your team quota has been filled. Now how about that horn? Did you manage to defeat the first floor boss already? She raises an eyebrow, referencing the horn of the behemoth on my quota tablet under my individual assignment. I let out a sigh and immediately see her roll her eyes in response. Fell short this time around. I nod and she continues. Don't worry about it, I'll mark it as unfinished. Some of the elites from last year haven't even completed that one. I didn't think you'd get it done, but one can dream, right? You are able to request old assignments again whenever you wish. The longer the wait, the lower the payout. I clench my jaw and nod, thinking to myself, I have the item in my inventory right now. It would be easy to just hand it over. There is just something that is telling me not to. I gulp. Sure, leave it as unfinished. I was interrupted during my training and wasn't able to complete it yet, unfortunately. She smirks and nods, tapping away at her solver tablet again. Yeah. There you go. It looks like you'll need to attend a meeting before learning any of your new tasks. I reach into my item box and take out my silver quota tablet to take a look at the updated numbers. Underscore, 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 underscore. underscore 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 a J Soju. Available credits 9.4 C class team weekly quota. Pending tasks 0 divided by 0. Reward. Attend team meeting for instructions. Individual weekly quota none. None underscore under. Score underscore 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 underscore. My 5 credits for completing the team task have been added to my total, but the individual talk is gone. That is fine by me. It looks like all signs are pointing toward this meeting. Everyone I talk to keeps telling me to attend. I let out a sigh and show the white-haired merchant a thin smile. Appreciate you, Sophie. I am off. It is time to go see my team and attend this meeting. I'll see you soon. Sure thing. Careful out there. I turn around and wave to her as I walk off through the small, crowded, neon-colored shops. With a light click, I open the back door to the lounge and walk through. I haven't seen my team in ages. I wonder how much they've all grown. Chapter 197. With a light click, the door from the mini market to the lounge area in the back of the association, HQ opens up and the sight before my eyes puts a smile on my face. Sitting all together on one of the circular couches next to the small cafe, I see my 3 teammates drinking coffee and eating small pastries. I begin to walk over and raise a hand, but I am interrupted by a blonde-haired, blue-eyed hunter running towards me with arms outstretched. Jay, you made it back? I knew you'd be fine. With the smile across my face widening, Maria jumps up in the air to give me a hug. I catch her and reply in a lower tone as I watch Abby stand up from her seat and begin to turn my way as well. She has a happy-looking smirk across her face. Good to see you too. It has been a while. I let out a chuckle, then let Maria down, looking into her deep blue eyes. They seem much deeper and brighter than when I last saw her. She has grown a lot. I use inspect and appraisal to quickly check her level and skills, not bothering to look at any of her gear. LV 391, Combat Magic, Advanced Ice Summoning. The green-haired healer slowly walks toward us. I let out another quiet comment under my breath to Maria before Abby arrives. You've gotten a lot stronger. Maria nods, still looking right at me. You seem like you've grown a lot too. I look away as Abby's voice fills my ears. Hey, long time no see. As she approaches, I blink a few times, looking back and forth at my teammates. They both look a lot older, more mature. Almost like years have passed. It has been a while in my mind, but still, it has only been a week in the real world. Their hair looks longer, muscles look more defined, skin is much smoother, and if I am not mistaken, it looks like both of them even grew a few centimeters in height. Maria wears a dark-colored outfit with silver jewelry and magic items on her wrists and around her neck. As Abby approaches, I notice her hair falls down and is much straighter and glossy-looking. Her facial features are more mature-looking, too. The healer speaks up before I can get another word in. Like what you see. I know we've changed a little, but is it really that noticeable? Oh, and good to see you are back here in one piece. I tighten my lips and nod. As Abby comes to stand up right next to Maria, the green-haired healer is dressed in all black with green and gold magic items, lining her wrists and fingers too. I use inspect and appraisal to get a quick look at her level and skills. LV 401 Combat Magic, Advanced Earth Summoning, Restore, Legendary Grade. I nod, meeting her gaze for a moment too. It has only been a week, both of you. Maria cuts me off, grinning ear to ear and turning to Abby. See? I told you he'd notice. Jay pays attention. I let out a slightly confused, but also relieved sigh as I see Maria acting like her old self. It is good to see them again, but there's a lot of questions that need to be answered. My eyes dart behind my 2 teammates, and I finally see an unchanged familiar face of our team's long-range archer approaching. The cool and calculated olive-skinned hunter has sat up from the couch area and is walking in my direction. I see him smirk while he yawns, stretches, then crosses his arms. You made it out of the labyrinth after all. Nice to see you, Jay. You look good. Eri walks over and stands beside the green-haired healer, then gives me a firm nod while reaching out his right hand. Looks like you've grown a lot. We have too. I put out my hand and shake his. The archer doesn't look different at all to me. If anything, he just looks tired. I use inspect and appraisal to check his level and skills. And 393, Spirit Archer, legendary grade, he is no different than before, just some level gains. Abby and Maria are the only ones that use those upgrade crystals, so it seems they're the only ones with significant changes. I reply with a smile, moving my gaze across all three of my teammates. I am glad your training paid off this week. Your appearances, Abby and Maria, was it those crystals that changed it? Maria nods happily and responds, yeah. They made my ice magic a lot stronger as well. I can't wait to show you what this week's training has taught me. We are becoming this year's new elites after all. I've definitely caught up to you now, Jay. I smile, and we lock eyes again. Eri smirks and walks over to me while throwing an arm around my shoulder. Yeah, we may be the new elites in training, but you still haven't changed one bit. Over 5 hours late to our first meeting. Come on, enough talk. Let's head upstairs. Abby and Maria laugh and follow behind us as the olive-skinned archer leads us over to the door. I respond as we walk through. Hey, nobody told me there was a meeting today. How can I be late to something I was never even invited to? The door shuts behind us as the four of us make it into the lobby. Yeah, whatever you say. Ding. I catch up with my team, and we share training stories on the elevator ride upwards. It seems like both Maria and Abby have been going through tough conditioning and new skill control training. Each of them was given the same amount of MP potions as me this week, and told to use them all. Maria trained at the Yeti dungeon and farmed charms while honing her advanced magic control work with an elite. Abby mostly trained her new upgraded restore and combat magic skills. Apparently, she has a very rare healing variant for a skill 2 elites came to supervise. Lastly, Eri burned through more than his full supply of MP potions. He was training with a high-level elite in the Great Plains dungeon. I am not sure exactly what they did, but this confirms my suspicions that it was him I sensed when dungeon walking through earlier this week. I fill the 3 of them in on some of my battles, but leave a few details out, mostly the time dilation training and defeating the floor boss parts. I trust them, and will most likely let them in on this secret too. But inside the association's elevator doesn't seem like the right place to break the news. All of our mentors had to leave early for an urgent mission. That is the only thing we had in common this week. Ding laughing and enjoying each other's full company again. The elevator finally makes it to the top floor, the director's office. I gulp as the doors slide open. The last time I talked with the director, I gave him a rather explosive attitude. In his eyes, I didn't even get very far up the labyrinth. My cockiness was for nothing. It is a bit embarrassing, but I'll have to swallow my pride and face him without showing all my cards. He can think whatever he wants. I am just happy to be back with my team. I let out a calm breath and eagerly look ahead to watch the penthouse office come into view. A woman's voice hits my ear and I am thrown off guard at the sight before me. Welcome back, the 81st Vice Region Elite Squad. Well, soon to be. The tall, fair-skinned assistant of the director greets us at the elevator door. I see Leo, the legendary grade artificer, sitting at one of the comfortable-looking chairs by the director's desk. Sure, his familiar face is shocking, but the fact that these two are the only ones in the room is a bit more confusing in my mind. I reply to the assistant as I walk through the silver sliding doors into the glass-walled penthouse. Where is the director? I thought we were having a meeting with him today. She replies while guiding all 4 of us over to white cushioned seats next to the man in the dark purple cloak. Brutus is out of town today. I'll be handling the meeting. I nod slowly as we get closer. The outfit Leo wears today is different than last night, but he keeps the same theme. It is collared, a bit more formal looking. With matte black boots and a light purple glow to him, the magical craftsman really stands out in this white-walled room. He sports a few silver rings and bracelets today, too. The assistant speaks up again. Everyone, I'd like you to meet Leo. He is our specialized association artificer. He'll be able to fill any requests necessary for your elite missions moving forward. The silver-haired man stands up and bows slightly before speaking. It is a pleasure to meet all of you today. He raises his head and makes eye contact with me for a split second, grinning. Then bringing his gaze up to everyone else before continuing. The Association has prioritized your abilities in order to protect our region, so I am happy to be of service to all of you for as long as you serve the Association along my side. We all respond, introducing ourselves one by one until he gets to me. Nice to see you again so soon, Jay. I shake his hand again and tighten my lips into a thin smile as we all get seated. The director's assistant walks behind the large empty desk at the back of the room. She waits for all of us to quiet down, then pulls out 4 silver tablets with small crystals on their corners. They hit the hard wooden desk with a thud. Now, let's talk about your new mission to the Dark Continent. Chapter 198. Now, let's talk about your new mission to the Dark Continent. The director's blonde-haired assistant places 4 silver tablets on the wooden desk in front of us with a loud thud, exclaiming that our mission to the Dark Continent is about to begin. The corners of my lips begin to curl upwards, and I whisper under my breath. Finally, both Abby and Maria look up at the tall, thin woman behind the desk with wide eyes. The sun shines in from behind her, showing off the beautiful city and high mountains in the distance a few kilometers away. If I squint hard enough, I can make out the place where we took out C-class exams. Leo smirks, pulls out a small silver gadget from his right cloak pocket, and begins to play with it. He is seemingly uninterested in the conversation, but I know he is listening. Aries' jaw is clenched and his foot makes a light tapping sound on the hard white marble flooring. He is nervous, or maybe excited just like me. The director's assistant continues, pointing down at the desk. Each of you, take one of these transmission tablets. They've been made especially for your duties this week. Each of the cornerstones connects to one of the other tablets. It doesn't matter the distance. You'll be able to talk to each other at any time. They can even be used in dungeons if one of the other tablets is outside. She turns to Leo, and he nods. Speaking up, it takes a lot of raw dungeon materials to make one of those, so be careful with them. They're not easily replaceable. All 4 connect to the director's main tablet, so he can call it any time. I doubt he will, though. The silver-haired artificer lets out a chuckle as he watches the 4 of us stand up and begin examining the rectangular objects. The one I pick up feels identical to the tablet I held in the labyrinth with Fisher not too long ago. It seems like they give these out to all elite quads and higher-ups. The woman keeps talking. Your new weekly quotas have been updated. Please hand in your old tablets, and they'll be wiped. I reach into my item box and throw the old silver item on the table without thinking about it much. The others do the same. Maria turns to me and grins after her blue eyes lift from the screen on her new quota tablet. It looks like you handed in your share of the MP crystals before coming in today. My credits just jumped up 5 points. I nod, taking a look at my own new and improved transmission tablet. Underscore, 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 J Soju. Available credits 9.4 C-Class Team Weekly Quota. Clear Dungeons. Gate 1, Section 4. 0 divided by 6. Reward 10 credits. Individual weekly quota. Known reward. None underscore 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 my eyes dart up and down the odd text for a moment, trying to figure out what exactly this new team task is all about. The dungeon clearing part can be inferred pretty easily. Everyone has been mentioning the collapses up north, so clearing a few makes sense, but the specifications are unclear to me. I look up at the blonde-haired assistant with an eyebrow raised. What is this all about? We're to clear 6 dungeons. Where Gate 1, Section 4. What does all this mean? She smiles and responds. You are quite enthusiastic today, aren't you? I was about to get to it. Let me run through the logistics. Please make yourself comfortable. Her gaze moves across all of us as we get back to our seats, and she begins to explain our mission assignment in full detail. Listen up. I am sure you've all heard the news in one way or another this week. There has been a series of large breaks near the northern border of our country and the Dark Continent. We all listen attentively. You've all started your training to become this year's new elites, but were delayed slightly because of a large high B class break that needed attending to from as many elites as possible. It is under better control now, but the aftermath of a labyrinth break isn't something to take lightly. It created quite the surge, and many of the dungeons and the surrounding area began to collapse. The mention of a labyrinth break piques my interest. I assumed it was possible, but haven't heard of any of them actually breaking. I clasp my hands together and try to control my widening grin. She continues. Your mission this week is to help clear out some of the dungeon breaks that have resulted from the shockwave following the labyrinth incident. The blonde pauses, looking over at me. Your question about the gates and sections earlier. That will all be answered in time. It will be much more clear to see once you actually arrive. To give you a quick explanation, they're just labels to better organize the terrain you'll be headed to. She looks over to Leo. You can handle bringing them to Section 4. There is no need for you to go through the gate. Just dropping them off should be fine. He nods, and the woman looks back at us to continue. The 6 dungeons that you'll be cleaning up are all C-class rated. With all 4 of you working as a team, it should be well within your abilities. This is one of the least dense sections within the first gate, so this will be a great starter mission for your new lives as elites. As she finishes this line, I begin to think to myself, we'll be facing 6 C-class breaks. I've never seen a C-class break before. I wonder if the monsters will be proficient in mana control, or if this will just be an easy walk in the park. Either way, these are the less dense portions of the Dark Continent. This means there is more powerful dungeon and breaks in other sections. Maybe I can get access to a new labyrinth or farming territory if I snoop around a bit. This is becoming more and more interesting every second. I speak up, starting to stand from my seat. So when do we leave? I think that is more than enough of an explanation for me. She laughs again, then motions for me to sit down before placing a piece of paper down on the hardwood table with large red excess on it labeled 1 to 6. Section 4 isn't enormous, but I've had each dungeon's location mapped out for all of you. The higher the number, the more powerful the potential monsters that hide nearby are predicted to be. We've had these dungeons tested recently, and none of them ever surpassed level 400 monsters. With the unpredictability of breaks, you never know what you are in for. If one is too difficult, stand down and leave the gates to contact us at any time. My teammates nod, and I do the same while letting out a sigh and sitting back down in my seat. The woman continues. Lastly, there are small villages and towns filled with outsiders and rogues in Section 4. They're not very common, but a few breaks are nearby some of the settlement areas. If it has gotten bad enough, monsters may be roaming in nearby towns. You'll have to deal with them too. It is our duty to protect, even if they don't want to be protected. Got it! I gulp, giving her a firm nod, recognizing the new serious tone. The rest of my teammates do as well. Ares seems even more nervous than when this meeting started. I know he has some untold history revolving around these regions. I'll have to ask him about it later in a more private setting. Now doesn't seem like the right time. Leo stands up, looking down on all of us. Well, on that note, there is no reason in wasting any more time. Every minute you 4 waste sitting around here is another minute that the next surge that hits this city gets even worse. Do you remember the one last month? They say this month's may be almost twice as bad. I fully stand up from my seat this time and turn to the silver-haired artificer. Our eyes meet. Really? It is going to be twice as powerful. Why's that? Does it have to do with the labyrinth break? Is there? He cuts me off with a grin while turning and waving for us to follow. I can answer all your questions on the way. Come on, let's go. It is time to head out. You have some dungeons to clear. Chapter 199. I can answer all your questions on the way. Come on, let's go. It is time to head out. You have some dungeons to clear. Leo, the silver-haired artificer, motions for all of us to follow as he begins walking toward the elevator at the back of the penthouse office. I turn to follow, but Abby speaks up to stop us. Hey, that is it? No mission specifications? No intel on the dungeons we're facing. You are just handing us a poorly drawn map and transmission tablets to go. She grabs the map off the desk with attitude. Maria stands up with an innocent look across her face, turning her head back and forth to me, then to Abby, then over to the director's assistant. The blonde-haired woman slowly nods, then speaks in a low tone. I understand. This may be different from your past missions, Abby, but you've been chosen as the new elites. Like it or not, you four are special now. Your team has been gifted the abilities that many other hunters could only dream of handling. The green-haired healer tightens her stare, but gives a firm nod as the thin blonde woman continues. We don't have much information on regions like this one. If I had a better map or more intel, I'd love for you to have it. The problem is, we're understaffed and overworked. Everyone who is able to help fight is out on the front line for this grouping of breaks. Even the director himself went to supervise the B&A class teams as they handed the core labyrinth break. That is why he wasn't able to see you at our meeting today. Leo jumps in with a hand raised and a smile. Come on, let's head out. We don't want to miss the train. There is one leaving in under half an hour. That is our ride. Abby lets out a sigh, crossing her arms, then turning to face Leo. Her hair flies up in the air from the quickness of her motions as she begins to follow the silver-haired artificer. Maria grins and speaks up. All right, it is settled. We're off. I smile back as she makes her way across the room to follow the others. I look down to meet Ares' gaze. The archer makes an audible gulp as he stands to his feet, replying to my firm nod in a low tone. Ready for this? I throw an arm around his shoulder as we start to walk toward the elevator following the girls and our guide. I am? Are you? Is there something you want to get off your chest once we get outside? He lets out a sigh and whispers under his breath so only I can hear. The village I grew up in is near Section 4. I wasn't expecting the breaks to happen so soon. I'll be fine. This was just unexpected. Thanks for asking. Hiding, I reply while watching the elevator door open on the other side of the room. Understood. Looks like there is more to this mission than meets the eye. Ari gives me a nod, looking over his shoulder, then back to the open doors of the elevator. Indeed, I'll fill you in on more details later. The four of us crowd into the small elevator behind the silver-haired man. Leo hits the button to take us down to the lobby. His cheerful attitude lightens the mood. He turns to me before speaking to everyone. Well, I met Jay last night, but it is nice to officially meet all of you. If you have any unique or abundant raw dungeon item drops, feel free to put in a request for my assistance at any time. Just tell the front desk Leo sent ya. He scratches his chin and pauses for a second before continuing. Visitors aren't exactly allowed down in my lab unsupervised, but I am almost always working, so never hesitate to put in a word. I am happy to help. I smirk and give him a nod. Maybe I'll ask him to have something crafted in the future and compare it to Bree's handiwork. For quick crafts and items, I don't mind having made on the books. Leo will be a helpful asset indeed. Abby and Maria introduce themselves, then Aries speaks up. So, we're taking the train up north. That ride will take almost a full day. We'll make it over to Section 4 by tomorrow morning. Right? Leo nods as the elevator begins to slow. Very astute of you. That is correct. I've already made arrangements for your housing at the Gate 1 entrance. You'll be able to begin your mission bright and early tomorrow morning once we arrive. Ding. The elevator hits the bottom floor, and we walk out into the lobby. The five of us walk through the front door and make our way to the train station without veering much from our path at all. Ari and Leo talk over details of the Dark Continent, while Abby and Maria chat about their training. I enjoy the peaceful walk, listening to the merchants and people go by on either side of us as we stroll through town. It is midday, and there is many ED and even C-class hunters going about their daily lives in the central market. It is a beautiful sight. The active marketplace in a thriving city like this never gets old. I can smell food from many cultures and hear metal weapons being traded along with various crystals and magical items. Grinning ear to ear, the 20-minute walk through town goes by in a flash. Leo's voice breaks me out of my blissful daze as we make it to the station. All right, the train should be here any minute now. Get out your IDs, we'll be riding in a special section. This private cabin is one made for longer distance travel. It is used by the association higher-ups. We all nod and do as he says while walking up onto the train platform, through the crowd of other hunters and adventurers getting ready to board. Each and every one of them is going to head off on their own missions and various journeys. No more than 5 minutes later, just like the artificer said, the train comes chugging towards us, screeching to a halt moments later. A few workmen hop out every few train carts. Hunters and businessmen flood out from the train and get straight to work in town. The worker closest to us throws 2 hands in the air as the train's whistle blows. All aboard. We walk over, and Leo talks to the man, showing him his ID. The train worker points higher up the train platform. Leo nods and turns back to us, motioning for us to follow. We do. Less than a minute later, we make our way to a new worker standing guard, show our IDs, and board into an exclusive-looking cabin. The worker lets us in and closes the small door behind us, waving goodbye. A pleasure for you to be aboard the train today. We'll be arriving at the gate 1 stop early tomorrow morning. Make yourselves comfortable. Ha! Clicka! The door shuts and we're all left in a rather fancy-looking private room. There are orange couches that line the walls and large glass windows above them. I can see the busy city on one side and another set of train tracks on the other. Abby speaks up as she walks over and lies down open, one of the couches with fluffy-looking pillows available for headrests. Now this is how ya travel. Who knew the association actually had perks like this for us? I thought only the higher-ups had luxuries like these. Aries smirks and walks over to make himself compatible on the couch nearby, feeling the soft fabric and kicking his feet up onto a darker colored coffee table. He speaks up. Not bad. I haven't ridden in anything this nice in a while. Maria walks forward with a happy look on her face, sitting down on a couch on the opposite side of the cabin while letting out a sigh. I follow, sitting next to her and throwing my feet up on a small black coffee table to match Airy. Leo stands by the train door with his arms crossed, staring at us, then lets out a laugh. You know, I like you guys. This is how elites should act. The last few teams have been a real pain. I think you 4 are definitely going to be different. The train begins to move, and a whistle blows again. I watch the crowds of people and bustling market slowly disappear from view. I smile and let out a sigh as the peaceful scene leaves my vision. We're leaving the city. A new adventure awaits. Chapter 200. I watch the busy marketplace fade away in the distance as the train leaves the station. All my teammates and our silver-haired guide watch the capital disappear from view as we leave as well. Almost immediately, we enter a more mountainous region with heavy trees and small lakes that line the train tracks. We've headed almost a full day away from the capital. I've never been this far away from my hometown before. Going to the capital was a big deal the first time I left, so wherever we're headed, this is all new territory for me. I am not too worried about getting too far away. If anything goes south, I can just dungeon walk back to a number of marked locations. My MP stores have risen significantly, so even at a much further distance away, I should be able to teleport anywhere. We'll see. The lush green plants and wildlife fill my vision through the wide-open windows as the tall buildings fade away behind me. It is both exciting and nerve-wracking. I am pretty glad the decision was made for us. It felt like we didn't exactly have the option to say no. If given a choice, I would have said yes to this mission anyways. I am looking forward to seeing new things. But most of all, I am glad I get to go off on an adventure with my team again. It still hasn't fully hit me yet. The fact that I've been gone off training for months in isolation. I've had Ember by my side, but it isn't the same as being around real people. It feels warm. Being around smiles and laughter is nice, especially Maria. I look over to the blonde-haired, blue-eyed hunter. She has grown a lot, but every time I look at her, it reminds me of where I came from. That tiny apartment building back in our hometown, farming goblins just to make rent. It has only been a few months, but it feels like a lifetime has gone by. I sit back on the large orange cushioned couch of our private room and gaze out the window. As time goes by, Leo makes himself comfortable, and we begin sharing info back and forth as a team. We talk about past quests and association, hosted upcoming events, but nothing too special comes up. Everything about today's mission is apparently easier to explain once we get there. so I am still a bit left in the dark about what these gates and sections really are. The silver-haired artificer seems all right. He gets along fine with all my teammates, and I don't mind his company at all. He lightens the mood. My only strife is his unyielding loyalty to the association. Sure, he gets to work his dream job, but the glossy-eyed trust is a character trait that is hard for me to comprehend. To each their own, I guess. About 2 hours of small talk, window gazing, and interesting conversation pass before a dinging sound interrupts us coming from the metal door at the front of the private cabin. Leo replies, "Come on in." The small silver sliding door opens, and a light-skinned woman with dark hair tied up in a bun rolls, a small trolley covered in a white cloth and plates of food and drinks. She greets us with a smile, letting her gaze wander over all of us, then back to Leo. "Here is your order, sir. It is a pleasure to have all of you aboard today." The thin woman places the dishes and glasses onto the various tables around us, then bows and rolls the empty cart out without saying another word. Leo points open palms at all of us, then at the feast. "Well, dig it. They made this for you. Don't be shy." Our festivities continue as we eat up and watch the sun start to set over the horizon. The landscape outside has been changing drastically the further from the city we travel. Every 50 kilometers or so, we stop at a new small town and I watch passengers board and leave. The cities we pass are getting smaller and smaller, and the abundance of wildlife around us is getting much thinner too. The mountains far off in the distance are beautiful, but the dry, arid land outside is something I've never seen in the real world before. I've only experienced dungeons with landscapes like this and read about some in books. To see it out here is a whole new experience. The sun sets behind the large orange rocks and shines through the dry trees and dry yellow plants. We've made it out into a desert. Small towns and even single-family shacks pass by as the sun finally sets. As it does, my eyes close too. I am not particularly tired, but these couches are very comfortable, and there is something about transportation that makes it especially easy to doze off. With a full stomach of food, a setting sun, and Maria's head resting on my shoulder, I fade off into a deep sleep with only the light sound of a rumbling train to fill my mind. Time passes. I am awoken by the screeching sound of brakes, the whistle of a train. Leo's voice is the next thing to hit my ears. "Rise and shine. We made it to the outer wall of Gate 1. Let's go check in and get you guys situated." In a bit of a doze, I sit up, rubbing my eyes. My other 3 teammates are doing the same. I see the archer and the healer on the other side of the cabin, and Maria is waking up by my side. I turn to look out the window. There is even less vegetation than before, not a tree in sight, and hardly any mountains or plateaus at all in the distance. Looking out the other side of the train window, I just see a few small wooden-made townhouses and larger buildings. The oddity is the massive gray background that blocks the desert view. I bite my bottom lip and squint, standing to my feet as a worker opens the train door from the outside. I hear a man's voice ring out as Leo jumps down and out of the train. "Welcome to the Gate 1. Section 4, rest stop. We've been expecting you all." Company is scarce around these parts. Laughter is shared between the 2 men as I look back at my teammates, then jump down and out of the train myself. As soon as I hit the small wooden platform below, my gaze rises to look at the massive sight before my eyes. There is a large stone wall, over 40 meters high, that goes off in both directions. To my left and right, I see the solid gray wall curve off into the distance with no end in sight. Abby, Maria, and Ari all hop out of the train behind me. I whisper under my breath, "What is this place?" Dust fills the air as the others hit the old wooden train platform, and the silver sliding door shuts behind us. The man that greeted Leo hops on the back of the last cart. Before I know it, our ride has left the station, and we're all alone. I gulp. The morning sun is just rising behind us, and the hot air of the desert is already making my mouth dry. There is a few small wooden structures off in the distance closer to the wall, but behind us, there is nothing at all. Just sand and sky. The silence is off-putting. Aries speaks up in a sarcastic tone and begins to walk forward. He passes my left side. "Welcome to the Dark Continent. Home sweet home?" With a smirk across his face, The dark-haired archer looks up at the towering wall, then begins to make his way toward the wooden buildings that are built at its base. Abby follows, and Maria looks over at me. I shrug, throwing my arms in the air, then turn to gaze up at the high wall myself. Maria and I follow, not wanting to be left behind out in the open nothingness. Leo lets out a laugh. You city folks always crack me up. Come on, enjoy the peace and quiet while ya can. He turns to face the largest building, pointing an open palm toward it. Let's head over to the official Section 4 rest area. There is a long-time friend, short-time association worker, that'll make sure you are taken care of there. I am sure you'll all get along just fine. I look at the 3-story building the silver-haired guide is pointing to. It seems to be made entirely of wood, like an oversized log cabin. Its light brown coloring matches all the other buildings in the area, as well as the train station's platform. There is a small dirt road that leads us over to it. The closer we get, the higher the gray wall it is built up against seems to be. Although not high in the sky yet, the morning sun is already starting to get unconformably hot. There is not a cloud in the sky either to block the rays. The 60-meter or so walk over to the cabin structure feels much longer than it should. Waves of heat are making the air ripple in the dirt road. Leo opens the front door without knocking and yells through it. Hey, Charlotte, I got some visitors for ya. He walks through, turning his head back and motioning for us to follow him through. I hear a woman's confident voice reply. Leo? Haha, is that really you? I never would have guessed you were bringing the new combat squad here. Come on in, all of ya. Chapter 201. I hear the confident voice of a woman fill my ears as Leo disappears through the front entrance of the wooden cabin. My other teammates are a few steps ahead of me, so they enter, and I follow soon after, taking one last look over my shoulder, making a mental note of the open desert and lonely deserted town. I walk through the tavern's front door. A bit of dust has kicked up from the 5 of us walking through, but it settles as I shut the heavy wooden frame behind me. The sight inside is about what I expected. Therese a few rectangular tables that line the walls and a long wooden bar at the back of the room. Stone walls and visible support beams jut out, making the room feel much cozier and well-built than it seemed from the outside. To my right, about 5 meters away, there is another smaller bar, but with no drinks or food. Mana crystals and potions line the shelves, like a mini-mart, and an old man sits behind it with a kind smile. It seems a bit out of place at first, but still, not too surprising. Hunters come through every town. It'd be a waste not to serve our needs. The sight that catches my eye next is the woman named Charlotte. This is the person that greeted the silver-haired artificer as he walked through the door. She is, also, almost exactly what I expected after hearing her voice. A slightly heavy-set, red-haired woman greets us with a wide white smile. Her voice is much deeper than Maria's or Abby's, but still has a unique feminine charm to it. Her laugh rings out through the room, making this woman the center of attention. Welcome, welcome! You are the new hunters they were telling me about, aren't ya? Come on, take a seat. Still analyzing the scene, I walk forward. The 5 of us pass a few lone old men sitting at various tables with drinks and empty plates. If I had to guess, they've been here all night. Some stare, others keep their heads down. But none say a word as we make out way over to the smiling woman with rosy red cheeks. She turns around and starts gripping wooden mugs, filling them up with a golden brown liquid from a barrel behind the counter. Welcome to the wall, or as the association calls it, the gate. We're one of the only ways into Section 4. The genuine smile across Leo's face grows as he watches the woman work. Eventually, he motions for us to sit down at one of the nearby tables up close to the bar area. As soon as we sit down, Charlotte comes walking over with handfuls of drinks. Every time she gets near, all my worries seem to fade away. All I want to do is smile back. I hear Ari make a comment from my left side. Now this is how ya treat guests. Draft beers with the rising sun. We should start all our mission like this. The loose braided hair of our red-headed waitress bobs behind her as she sets our drinks down on the table. Leo speaks up the moment she does. The usual, a plate for all 5 of us. These 4 have a mission on the other side of the wall today. They need to be ready, she smirks. pushing a drink to each of us and letting her gaze wander up and down until her green eyes meet mine. You are the one Brutus told me to keep an eye on. No trouble until you leave. Got it. Leo shrugs while Maria and Abby giggle. I throw my hands in the air but graciously take the drink she pushes towards me while rolling my eye and responding. Great to meet you too. I am Jay. She gives me a firm nod, matching my smile, then begins to turn around. I read up on each of you before you arrived, so save the intros. I know you better than you know yourselves. Leo smirks and whispers to us in a hinged tone. She is probably right. Charlotte is very perceptive. I squint, activating my inspect and appraisal skills as she walks behind the cluttered bar, yelling something through a door, to what seems to be a small backroom kitchen. LV 243, active items, enchanted earrings, plus 55% mental strength active skills. Inspect special grade charm. Special grade underscore 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 re underscore 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 underscore. I let out a light sign under my breath, relieved that she doesn't have any perception skills that are able to pick out any details I am not looking to share. This is the second person I've met with a special grade inspect skill. Unfortunately, the first gave his up to me in the heat of battle back in my hometown. I know how it works because I have it. She can see all of our levels. That is about it. Charm, on the other hand, I've never heard of a skill like this. I can only imagine what it does. I deactivate my skills but continue to hold my tight gaze. Abby interrupts my concentration, posing a question to Leo. So now that we've been blindly dragged halfway across the country, could you explain a bit about our mission? Gates? Sections? Why these dungeons are all breaking? I need some answers here. Ari tips the back of his mug to the ceiling as he finishes his drink in a single gulp. The archer places the mug back on the table, firmly, grinning, and crossing his arms without saying a word. Maria turns to the silver-haired man wide-eyed, ready to hear what he has to say. I do the same, but still, keep an eye on the redhead leaning up against the door of the back room. Leo nods and replies, Understandable. I think we can get into the details now. He leans forward, placing both hands on the wooden table with a light thud. Our drinks slosh, and the room goes silent. The wall outside stretches across the entire dark continent. It was built after the Great War just 50 years ago. The association refers to the land inside this first wall as Gate 1. I bring my mug of cool liquid to my lips, chugging some, but immediately feel my passive poison resistance skill activate, nullifying its effects. Leo goes on, as you've probably inferred. The fact that the gate is labeled with a number means there are more inner gates. Our mission today has nothing to do with them, to make it easier on all of you. Let's say the Dark Continent is a perfect circle. Clearly, it is not. It is more of a jagged sideways egg shape, but a circle will be good for a visual. My mind begins to wonder, piecing together all the information that has been given so far as the silver-haired artificer goes on. So, a circle, with the inner walls of Gate 2 cutting out the center. We're left with a donut-shaped landmass. It is cut into 4 sections pretty evenly, leaving us with 4 curved sections. We're on the lower east side of the continent. Section 4! The 4 of us at the table nod, thinking to ourselves as this all becomes a bit more clear. Then, Ari speaks up. What about the towns inside? I know the association doesn't care one bit to supply them with resources to survive, but I clearly remember back in our meeting we were told to protect them at all costs. You have anything to say about that? Leo tightens his lips and nods. They're human beings. Of course, we'll protect them. The government's allocation of resources is not my field of expertise. I just work here. I am not exactly sure what you want me to say about this. A lot of the Dark Continent towns and cities were founded by rogues and runways after the war. Even though the new generations may be innocent people, they still don't have a right to citizenship in our nation. They'd have to go through immigration just like any foreigner would. Ari lets out a light scoff, rolling his eyes, then shrugging it off. He raises his mug and makes eye contact with Charlotte in the back of the room. She shouts back, "Another round coming up. Your meals are almost ready, too." Ari turns back to Leo. "I was just curious on your position. No hard feelings." Leo nods. "None taken." He looks over to Abby. "I believe you have the map that shows the rough positioning of each break. Also, you all know how to clear a dungeon, right? I assume you've done it before, if you've gotten this far." Abby replies, "Yeah. All we have to do is take out the mutant boss and the dungeon will collapse. Even the monsters that escaped from the break will disappear from the surrounding area." Leo nods. "Perfect. After we eat and get your housing situated, I'll let Charlotte lead you to the gate so you can begin your mission." I grin excitedly. It has been ages since I got to witness a break firsthand. There is always much better loot from mutant drops, and even unique skills sometimes. This is going to be a fun mission. I hear the red-headed bartender come skipping over with 2 massive circular trays of steaming hot breakfast foods, along with juices and water. Dig in. You all have a long day ahead of you. Chapter 202, Charlotte. The orange-haired bartender comes over to us with a bright smile across her face, and 2 steaming hot circular trays of food. Pitchers of juices and ice-cold water slosh around, making my mouth water at the sight of them. Dig in. You all have a long day ahead of you. We do as she says. After 30 minutes of a satisfying feast, the 5 of us sit back and enjoy the peace and quiet of a near-empty tavern in the middle of the open desert on a full stomach of good food. Charlotte watches from the back of the bar, keeping an eye on the door and other lingering guests. I am too curious to wait any longer. I look over to her and our eyes meet as I speak up. "Hey, great meal. I appreciate the hospitality, but could I ask, what do you do for the association, exactly? I am just new around here. I didn't even know these walls existed yesterday." She replies in an excited tone as she makes her way over. "Well, you are welcome. I am glad you enjoyed it. If you must know, I am the Gate One. Section 4 lookout. There aren't many towns around here, so if anyone's looking to catch a ride on the train out, they'll have to stop by this town. I have a pretty good eye for troublemakers and can get people to talk if I need them to. My gaze tightens. You can make people talk," Leo interrupts. "Char's the best the association's got. If you need questions answered, she'll get 'em for ya." The orange-haired bartender turns to Leo, tightening her lips and letting high a half-nervous laugh before responding and hitting Leo on the shoulder with a playful slap. "Hey, I like to keep that a secret before I get to know new guests." He rolls his eyes. Yeah. These 4 aren't your average hunters, though. Try it out. Let's see if your smooth talk can do anything to this bunch." She looks back over to me. Instantly, I feel that soothing sensation I experienced when I first walked in. The first time around it was nice, but now I know something's up. My battle instincts kick in, and I activate my all-seeing eye. Something doesn't feel right. The woman begins walking over to me and speaks in a slower rhythmic tone. "Sure, Leo. I'll give it a shot, but it is always more fun when they aren't suspicious." As my perception skill activates, I begin to see a light orange-colored mist surrounding her body. It spreads out and engulfs our entire table the second she gets close. I don't feel threatened. Quite the opposite, actually. The closer and closer she gets, the more I don't mind this odd invisible mist. My smile matches hers, and my all-seeing eye deactivates once she puts her arm around my shoulder. "So, tell me something about yourself, Jay. Something I wouldn't know." In a daze, I begin to speak. "Something you wouldn't know? Well, there is." I pause as I feel MP being drained from me. I tighten my jaw and lurch back, realizing exactly what is going on. My poison resistance passive skill has kicked in, and it is nullifying the effects of something. Everything clicks as I dart my eyes back and forth to see my teammates blissfully unaware of what's going on. Charlotte's eyes meet mine, sharper than before. I reactivate my all-seeing eye to watch the light orange mana, imbued fig retract back into her body. She takes her arm away from my shoulder and lets out a laugh. "Well, I guess that answered my question, doesn't it? You are a unique bunch, aren't ya? They wouldn't choose you all as the next elites at such a young age without good reason, I guess." Leo smirks, and my teammates don't seem to realize what happened at all. I keep my eyes locked on her. She speaks up again. I won't use that ability on you or your teammates. I promise. Sorry for the intrusion. I thought it'd be fun. I turn to the silver-haired artificer and he shrugs. I knew you'd resist her charms. Well, I had a feeling at least. Just wanted to see if you could. He laughs. I swallow hard, then reply with a long sigh, sitting back in my chair. They're just trying to have some fun. I guess I shouldn't overreact too much, but I have too much at stake to be goofing around like this. This was a good wake-up call, although this little train ride and team reunion has been nice. Once we make it over that wall, our time for leisure will be over. There will be monsters trying to kill us at every turn. It is time to get serious. Ari speaks up. All right, I am just going to ignore whatever that was. Let's stop wasting time. I want to get over that wall, Maria chimes in. Me too. I want to test out my new skills on some real danger. Charlotte smiles, and I hear a train whistle blow in the background. She turns to Leo. That is your cue. There isn't another train for a few hours. You either take that one out of here, or you are stranded in the bar with these fellas. She points at the near-lifeless drunks scattered throughout the desolate bar. Leo gets up from his seat at that comment and begins walking to the door. Well, on that note, I better be off. Char, be nice to them. You four, good luck. Bring me back some good loot. He smirks and kicks open the tavern door to catch the incoming train. We're all left in silence. The bartender continues. So, you all want to take a look at the other side of the wall. I can take you there now. I stare at the swinging door as Leo walks away towards the train. Abby's voice snaps me out of it. Yeah, let's take a look. I've been itching to see what is on the other side since we got here. Char replies. Perfect. Follow me. We're going for a short walk. It shouldn't take more than 10 minutes to get to the first viable entrance point. She yells out to the older man running the small mini-mart at the front entrance of the tavern. Hey, Dan, take care of the place. I am taking the hunters out for a walk. He gives her a firm nod but doesn't say a word. Charlotte begins walking at a brisk pace toward the front door. Let go. No time to waste. One of the breaks is nearby. Maybe you'll all be able to take that one out by lunchtime. I turn to all my teammate with a grin on my face. It seems like our monster hunting has about to begin. We all get up from the table and follow the red-headed woman out the front door. She takes a sharp left turn, following a small sandy dirt road away from town. Her steps are quick and nimble, much more agile and coordinated than she first lead on. No more than 3 minutes pass, and we're already hundreds of meters away from the small settlement of wooden buildings. She calls out, Almost there, don't you worry. I wipe sweat from my forehead and follow. Maria skips along by my side as Abby stares up at the high wall to our left side. Ari follows behind with his arms crossed. We're walking closer to the massive wall, but also making out way parallel to it. I don't see a gate or entrance in sight. All I can see for kilometers is an impossibly high stone wall. Something has been off ever since we left the small city. I can feel small vibrations in the air. I activate my all-seeing eye. The moment my skill activates, it all begins to make a bit more sense. The wall is mana imbued, just slightly. Not nearly enough to fully pick up without my precision skill, but clear as day with it activated. I whisper under my breath as my eyes follow the towering mana-shielded wall all the way to the horizon. How odd! Shielding like this would cost a fortune, and this wall was made 50 years ago. I ponder the thought for a few minutes, but give up on trying to figure it out once Charlotte's voice rings out from in front of us. Here we are, the entrance to Gate 1, Section 4. We all come to a halt. The desert air is dry. There is hardly a plant in sight, and the hot sun is beating down on the back of my neck is already burning my skin. I blink, staring blankly at rungs of thin, dark metal that create a ladder jutting off from the side of the wall all the way up to the top. The corners of my mouth begin to curl, and I let out a laugh followed by the chuckles of my teammates. This is the entrance to the wall. Ha! The orange-haired woman jumps up to grab one of the rungs and begins to climb quickly and gracefully. The real Section 4 entrance hasn't been touched in decades. This is one of the only non-shielded portions of the wall that we can climb. Other than here, you'd be fried to ash the moment you got close. Come on. No more questions. Follow me. I smirk, then jump up to grab one of the metal rungs. The moment my hand touches it, my skin feels like it is being seared on a hot pan. I let go and curse under my breath, regenerating my hand behind my back. Char calls out again. Oh yeah, and be careful. The bars are hot. I activate my body hardening crystals to cover my palms. This makes holding the rungs a lot easier. I follow the redhead upwards. Maria activates her ice magic to do that same and follows behind me. Abby similarly covers her hands with a layer of stone. Ari grabs a pair of work gloves from his item storage. I should have thought of that. It is a long climb upwards. Even at our fast pace, it still takes a few minutes to get to the top. I am sweating and breathing heavily by the time we do. The 5 of us look over the edge, and I can't believe the sight before my eyes. Charlotte was right. The first dungeon break is nearby. It is right below us, in fact. Our mission in the Dark Continent has finally begun. Chapter 203. I peer down into the desolate landscape behind the stone wall that blocks the Dark Continent from the rest of the world. There are rolling hills or sand and jagged pillars of rock that stick out in seemingly random formations. Abandoned dirt roads lead off in all directions, and the hint of civilization still lingers. Barely. I can feel the slight buzzing vibrations of a strong mana shield, not too far away both on my left and right sides. What Teralet said about the wall earlier makes sense to keep monsters inside these walls. A very strong barrier needs to be built in place. I just don't understand how exactly this massive structure was made. That'll be a question for another time, I guess. Looking out into the desert before me, I see multiple plumes of smoke way off in the distance, and approaching are smaller clouds of dust and sand. Their movements are definitely not human. The amount of material being stirred up is way too large. They must be monsters. I whisper under my breath. There's at least half a dozen monsters coming our way right now. I smirk, looking down at the light golden brown dust clouds and swirling sand below, activating my inspect and appraisal skills. I scope out the targets approaching right away. They're under 200 meters from us and incoming fast. LV, 395, LV, 395, LV, 395, LV, 395, LV, 395, LV, 395, underscore, 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 active items. Enchanted Sand Golem's core plus 88% mental strength active skills. Combat magic. Earth summoning. Underscore, 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 under. Score, underscore, 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 underscore. The clearer those 6 clouds of dust flying up into the air distinctively become, I smile. Looking over at my teammates, I see their excited looks as well. Golems, I've never fought one of these before. Ari reaches into his item box to take out his bow. Maria's hands begin to glow light blue, while Abby's feet glow a deep emerald green. The orange-haired bartender that let us out here speaks up in a cheerful tone after she lets out a chuckle. Well, you 4 look ready for battle already. I assume the association received the copy of that map I sent over. Abby nods, and Char continues. This is the closest break to the wall. There are no towns or people nearby. It was all abandoned years ago. This one should be one of the easiest breaks. Golems may be tricky at first, but once you get used to them, they aren't much trouble to take out. Well, that is what some of the elites that pass through have told me. I nod, trying to get a good view of one of them, but the 40-meter drop and long distance are making it difficult to see. Charlotte continues while pointing out into the desert. The break shouldn't be more than a kilometer or so that way. On a clear day, you can usually see the portal from atop the wall. This whole week, the desert has been acting up. More sandstorms and dungeon breaks than ever before. The visibility has decreased a lot. I am sure you'll all manage to find it, though. She smiles. crossing her arms as the ominous dust clouds get closer and closer to the base of the wall that we're standing on. I look down, seeing no ladder on this side of the wall. I could float us all down with my wind magic, but I am not looking to do that with the association's charming lookout right behind me. Abby speaks up. Well, what are we waiting for? Enough sitting around. Let's go kill some monsters. She jumps off the side of the wall without a moment of hesitation and begins to glow bright green. My eyes widen as I watch stone materialize beneath her feet. A floating staircase leads downwards behind her as she gracefully jumps from step to step. Follow me? I've learned a few tricks since we all fought together. It is time to show off. Maria lets out a laugh and jumps off the high ledge as well, following closer behind on Abby's staircase of stone. Aerie smirks and jumps after them, making his way down to the desert floor too. I turn to Charlotte, and she nods, giving me a word of goodbye. Best of luck down there. Come on back to the tavern whenever you all need a break. I am sure there is lodging in some of the smaller towns deeper into the dark continent. Staying there will make your travels easier. But my bar is always open to ya if you need to come back. May your hunt be bountiful? I give her a firm nod, then jump off the wall to land on the first stone step made by Abby's advanced earth summoning. Appreciate it. We'll be back before you know it. I turn and follow my team downward while reaching into my item box and pulling out my flaming sword. I sense the stone staircase rumbling behind me. I turn my head to watch it, begin disintegrating just a few meters from my steps, giving me just enough room for comfortable strides. I think to myself as I make my way down, materializing stairs like this is a neat trick. I'll have to test out something similar with my own earth magic soon. Bursting into flames, I run down the steps and make it all the way to the desert floor mere seconds later. The four of us land on the ground with a thud. I look forward, activating my enemy detection skill to scope out the monsters ahead. The wide grins can be found across all of our faces. It feels like forever since I've been in a real battle. This is going to be good. 60M, 60M, 100M, 100M, 150M, 170M. I call out, they'll be attacking in groups of 2. Let's split up and take them out then. We'll make a game plan for the actual break. A unanimous firm nod is my response, as Maria and Abby start running towards the enemies without a moment of pause. I watch the green-haired healer take out 2 black daggers. Then, they begin to glow to match her aura. Maria takes out a long, thin silver sword, one I've never seen before. It begins to glisten and glow a similar color to her ice magic. I use appraisal on the 2 items out of curiosity. Enchanted daggers. Earth aspect. 89% strength. 71% agility. 81% speed. Enchanted longsword ice aspect. 93% strength. 79% agility. 79% speed. I do a double take, but it is exactly as expected. They've managed to get element-imbued weapons, most likely a treat from the director. Their stats are pretty good, almost on par with some of my gear. The only thing that I am unsure of is that marking on both of them. The girls' blue and green auras grow brighter and brighter as I watch the ground ripple beneath Abby's feet, and the sand and air around Maria freeze solid, leaving a 5M wide path of pure, glistening ice behind her. Aerie looks over to me, drawing his bow and creating a thin white arrow. I activate my all-seeing eye and am thoroughly surprised by the precision at which it is being summoned. His unique skill allows him to draw spirit-imbued mana. Just like my fire magic has fire or elemental-imbued mana, it is formed into a dense and thin arrow with similar qualities to the attacks I release from my sword and dagger. It is hard to tell its exact power from just a glance, but if I had to guess, it seems to be thin and dense enough to break through a berserker's shielding. This is most likely not his full power. Was he hiding his strength before? Was I too weak to tell? Or was his training that intense? Aerie speaks up. Hey, you ready? I shake my head, then smirk, igniting my entire body into a dark ball of dark fire, as ready as I'll ever be. We both turn and run toward the approaching dust clouds with our eyes locked on the towering shadows of the approaching enemies. I know they're golems. I've even read about these creatures before. Massive stone semi-humanoid creatures without a soul. The power within them must come from their cores. I am betting on that being their weak spot. Other than that, this is completely new territory for me. I've never seen one before. I thought my first golem encounter would be in a dungeon, but I guess I'll be facing them out here in the real world. My battle-ready smile grows as I begin to hear and feel the rumbling sound of large beasts approaching. The first two massive monsters begin to finally come into my visual range. 18M, 20M, Maria and Abby lunge straight into Battle 10M ahead of us. My gaze begins to rise upwards as the monsters we're about to face finally come into full view. This is it. Our first team battle in the Dark Continent is getting started. Chapter 204. Our first battle in the Dark Continent is getting started. The hard sand-covered ground feels like it is rumbling beneath my feet. The cloud of golden brown dust in front of us grows larger and larger until one of the monsters finally shows itself. My gaze lifts upwards as Abby and Maria charge at the beast that finally reveals its form. A pair of dark orange glowing eyes is the first thing that I see appear through the cloud of sand. Then, a 2-meter thick arm of stone reaches out to hit the ground by the two girls' feet with a ground-cracking thud. Unlike the armor of the behemoth I fought recently, the stone covering this beast's body is part of its being. I watch the rest of the monster come out from its veil of sand. A massive stone humanoid figure comes stomping out. The sound of stones scraping together fills my ears while I watch the 6-meter-tall monster let out a roar. It lunges forward. Glowing lines of dark orange energy begin to shine brightly around its chest. They look like pulsing veins of mana that spread all throughout its body. Their energy frequency gets lighter and lighter the further from its midsection they travel. I whisper under my breath as I watch Abby create floating stone stairs upwards, gripping her daggers. The summoned rocks disintegrate the moment her feet leave them. My eyes are locked on the orange light within the golem. That must be its core. Maria runs around its left side and her sword begins to glow a much darker blue. The orange eyes of this monster track both of the girls at once. Its face shows a gruesome beast-like expression made out of sand and stone. It is an imitation of a human's face, but distorted and constantly shifting as it moves around the battlefield with slow yet powerful thrusts of its arms and legs. Abby jumps up at the monster with her black blades now glowing green, while Maria starts swinging her sword upwards from below. My eyes open wide as I watch 3 crescents of energy erupt from their weapons. 2 green beams of light come shooting from Abby's daggers, while a thick blue blade of ice comes from Maria's sword. I grin, letting out an impressed laugh as the attacks hit the monster's shoulder and lower leg. An explosion of rock and ice fills my vision. Then the sound of a familiar metallic clang fills my ears. Ari and I jump backward while watching the dust clouds erupt upwards, then slowly settle. The attacks they let loose were powerful, but far from refined at all. It seems Maria and Abby are in their brute force phase of mana control training. The roar of the first golem sounds out, and I see the orange glow of its eyes shine brighter. The sand and rock residue in the air starts to fall back into the monster's injured arm and leg. Its limbs were completely blown off in the attack, but it is able to reform any part of its body at will. Abby and Maria are way ahead of the curve. Both of them have drank MP potions and are already charging up another attack. I watch the ground around the monster ripple. This is Abby's magic. Not the golem's heavy mana, imbued stone holds its legs in place, and Maria launches an attack at its torso. A metallic twang and explosion of ice forces out a frustrated roar of agony from the massive monster stuck in place. Stone flies in all directions as Abby releases her own dual attack into its weakened torso. Another metallic twang of mana on mana followed by flying stone, and a bright explosion of orange energy concludes this battle. It is over already. In a dazzling display of bright blue and green light, the mighty stone desert golem is blown to pieces. I watch a shattered black orb fall from the monster's midsection, and its eyes fade from their fiery glowing orange hue to a pair of dull gray lifeless round stones. The remains of a fierce monster crumble to the ground, leaving nothing but sand and stone in its place. With no time to waste, an identical golem comes charging in from a nearby dust cloud, and both Abby and Maria take it on without a moment to think. I stare in awe for a moment. Then Airy elbows me in the side. They really have grown a lot already, haven't they? He smirks, and I nod. The archer points off to the other clouds of dust and sand approaching. Two pairs of glowing orange eyes can be seen from a distance. Come on, those two are ours. Let's take 'em out. Without another word, the two of us begin running toward the pair of golems with our weapons drawn. Airy summons an arrow and I charge my sword. I'll only use 300 MP for this monster. With the density and control of my attacks, more would be overkill. Activating my all-seeing eye, and we run closer to the beasts. Letting our attacks fly, the monstrous, slow-moving golems activate their shielding moments before impact. But my thin black crescent of flames glides right through its chest without any resistance. I watch the thin white arrow shot from Airy's bow glide through the brightest point of the golem's core right next to mine. Before we're even 15 meters away from the two colossal monsters of stone, their roars have stopped, and their circular glowing cores have gone cold. Both creatures of golden brown sand and stone crumble to the ground. The dust clouds dissipate while Airy and I keep running forward, with eyes locked on the final two golems. The end of this battle is in sight. As I pass the rubble of the monsters we just took out, my eyes catch a glimpse of the leftover pieces of the glossy black core. Using my appraisal skill, I scan it as we pass. Shattered golem's core. Its mental strength boosting stat is gone, along with the enchanted tag and its sand description. Without a dungeon for the mana material to absorb back into, I wonder how drops will work out here. They may just completely dissolve once the break is cleared, or maybe a percentage of them will stay in solid form. In time, I'll find out. Looking back up to the action, I see Maria and Abby both finish up their last golem and join us on our run toward the final two. Each of us glows green, blue, white, and dark red as we charge at the monsters. Once within range, the orange eyes of the final two golems give us a clear target to strike. With wind in my hair and the excitement of a new adventure ahead, I let an attack fly. All of my teammates do the same, releasing a wave of mana at the two approaching golems. We all celebrate early, knowing these beasts never stood a chance. A moment later, after a flash of blue and green light, both of the golems are torn to shreds, then finished off by a thin white arrow and a dark crescent of flames. Before the monsters are even within full view, they crumble to the floor, and the dust of our first team battle settles. I slow my run down to a light jog, then even more into a slow walk. Eventually, we all come to a halt, and the swirling dust around us clears to reveal the wide-open desert. Airy stops right beside me and throws his bow back into his item box. I do the same with my sword after sending out an enemy detection pulse to make sure we're all in the clear. There is not a single being within over 500 meters of us. We're safe for a while. I let out a sigh and take in the empty desert view as Abby and Maria approach. The blonde-haired ice magic user yells out in an excited tone. That was awesome! More! More! Let's go find that break! I smile, responding as both of them slow down and come to a stop. I agree. Moving on to the break next is a good plan. We've all improved a lot, but this is just the beginning. Abby nods firmly and chimes in, pulling out the roughly drawn map. You are right. This break is labeled number 1, the weakest of all 6. Let's collect these broken cores, then head out to clear the boss room. We all reply with a firm nod, then Airy points to the map. It looks like there is a small settlement we can visit afterward too. It is not far. I know this portion of desert like the back of my hand. We'll be entering the Sunday scorched flats over the next few days. Our last break looks like it is near a city named Solara. He stares out into the rolling sandy hills. I guess all of you will get to see my hometown sooner than I thought. Chapter 205. The 4 of us backtrack and collect all the shattered black cores from the fallen golems. Their bodies of rock and sand have not disappeared at all. They're just laying in chunks and piles all over the desert floor. It has been close to 10 minutes now, so that confirms my theory that the monsters that die out here won't dissolve until the dungeon collapses. The cores from the monsters that Abby and Maria took on are blown to pieces. The 2 of that Ari and I faced solo seem to still almost be in a fully salvageable state. They're made of a hard black glossy crystal-like material. It glistens in the midday sun as I pick one of them up to examine at a closer range. The core is palm-sized and about 3 kilograms. It is pretty heavy and feels like it is about to fall apart if I hold it any longer. I throw the fragments of one of the cores into my item box, and Air does the same with his. Abby and Maria collect the larger fragments of the other golems and store them in their item boxes as well. We might as well grab everything we can get. These fragments may be valuable if they don't dissolve once the dungeon collapses. Abby speaks up. All right, let's all head to the break. I activate enemy detection and start to sense more monsters in the direction Abby points. They're approaching fast, in groups of 3 to 6. I reach back into my item box to pull out my flaming sword, then think about throwing on my armor. It is not necessary for these battles yet, but it wouldn't hurt to be prepared for the boss if it is a high-level mutant. I speak up before we leave, pulling out my bonded set of lightweight armor. Hey, 1 second. Let me throw this new armor on. Maria's eyes light up, and she walks over while I fit the gear to my chest and arms. These are nice. Where'd you buy them? The association shop. Or was it a rare drop? Or, I smirk, clicking the last silver piece onto my forearm, letting a few hundred mana points flow through the entire bonded set. It was a labyrinth drop. I got it in a boss room while training this week. Harry joins the conversion. Nice set. You'll have to show me around the capital labyrinth when we get back. I nod, then he points to Abby already making her way into the open desert. Come on, let's go. The 3 of us follow, continuing our trek through the desert. According to Abby's calculations, the break is about 1.5 kilometers northeast of us. The closer we get, the more enemies I spot on my radar. They can be tracked by eye once they come within 200 meters or so. The visibility was all right up on top of the wall, but the rising and falling hill of the desert landscape make it harder to see where we were headed. I am relying on Abby's sense of direction and double-checking it by following the higher density areas of enemies nearby. We run into another few groups of golems on the way, but easily take them out. Every enemy ranges from levels 394 to 396. Even fighting one-on-one, all 4 of us can take the golems out on our own without a problem. By the time we reach the portal, I have 6 full cores worth of fragments in my item box. Maria calls out from beside Abby up front. That is it. I see it. The break. We climb up a final sandy hill and I see it as clear as day. There is a large, dark red swirling portal of mana-imbued transport magic. As we stare, more stone golems pour out. The sound of stone scraping stone fills my ears as they step into our world. The 4 of us jump down the hill and take out the final group in a matter of seconds, then jump through the blood-red gate. Once inside, I look around to notice the landscape of the golem dungeon. The ground is hard stone, the exact same light brown color as the monsters we've been fighting. There is a bright blue sky above, and raised plateaus of rock walls and deep valleys for as far as the eye can see. What puts a smile on my face is the approaching hordes of golems, unaware that they'll soon meet their end. Using inspect and enemy detection, I scape out the area. My teammates get situated and take in the view as well, just like the monsters outside. Mostly all the golems in here seem to be around level 395, although closer to the back of the boss room, I sense 2 readings well over level 400. It is odd, though. My inspect skill labels each of them with a singular level, while my enemy detection skill refers to these monsters as multiple enemies. I'll have to face them and scan with my all-seeing eye to get a better sense of what is going on. The 4 of us make our way through the unique landscape for over an hour. For the large portions of deep valleys and canyons where it would take too long to walk down, Abby leads the way, creating her floating stairs that crumble behind us. I could give it a try myself, but she seems very content as the navigational leader right now. There is no need to show off just yet. I am waiting eagerly for the mutants and boss to come. As we get closer and closer, the incoming golems get stronger. They're not powerful enough to put up a great fight yet, but their levels are nearing 400. Another oddity I've found is that these golems dissolve back into the stone ground after they're defeated, even the shattered cores. None of the 24 monsters that we've defeated so far have dropped a single item either. Finally, an hour into our trek, we make it to a point of very open flat land. There is a massive structure of orange-brown stone to our left and a ravine to our right. Peering downward, I can't even see the bottom. We come to a halt and I take out some water to give to everyone in the group. Eri looks down into the darkness below with me, then turns around. We're about halfway there, right? Abby chimes in. Yep, I nod, picking up a few readings with my skills active in the background. 1200M, LV409, LV408. The distance between us and these final enemies is about the same as the distance we've already traveled into this dungeon so far. Between us and the mutants, there are about 40 more golems coming our way. I kick a rock down into the empty pit below. After waiting a few seconds and hearing no impact with any ground, I speak up. There's 2 mutants about a kilometer away. If I had to guess, they're in front of the boss room. We continue our short break and take out the golems that block our path. Not a single one of them drops an item. The 4 of us are definitely over-leveled for this break, but it is a good warm-up for what is to come. Finally, after nearly 2 hours in this mid-grade C-class dungeon, the action finally begins. 100M, LV409, LV408. The flat ground we've been trekking on for over a kilometer makes a steep drop-off and a cliff falls down below us. We peer over the edge, and the mutants I've been waiting for show their faces nearly 50 meters below. As we walk to the edge of the cliff, 2 sets of bright orange eyes lock onto us. These beasts are over 7 meters tall each and are made from much darker looking stone. It seems to be stained orange from the energy coming out of its core. The small cracks and gaps in their bodies of stone shine bright with mana-imbued energy. Their faces look even more gruesome than their minions, and I can hear the light buzz of mana in the air from here. Their shielding is already activated even though we haven't thrown a single attack. Right behind them is a dark, gray, swirling boss room portal. I activate my all-seeing eye, and everything begins to make a lot more sense. The reason my readings showed 2 enemies per mutant is because they each have 2 cores. Clear as day. With my perception skill active, I can see a glowing orange core in each monster's forehead and chest. How interesting. Eri smirks and charges up an arrow, releasing it with great precision down at one of the golems below. I watch as it collides with the shielding in front of this golem's chest. There is a flash of white light and an explosion of stone that obliterates the core. Rock fragments are sent flying in all directions, and a cloud of dust hides the 2 figures from view. He crosses his arms, but I watch attentively through the debris with my all-seeing eye on full blast. As the rock and dust clear from the air, the scattered stone begins to reform, and the golem stands up to its feet without a scratch on its exterior. The monster is completely healed, despite its core being shattered to bits. I take a closer look to see the energy in its forehead's core pulse brightly. My gaze drops down to its chest, and the pieces of dead black core fragments come back together. Its chest starts to glow orange again. Seconds later, both cores are as good as new. It lets out a murderous roar, taunting us to come down and face it. I let out a laugh, then turn to the archer. Good shot, but it looks like it is going to take a bit more than that to take out these mutants. As soon as I finish my sentence, the swirling mass of mana behind the 2 monsters pulses to let out an eerie wave of energy. It can only be picked up by my all-seeing eye. Soon after, the boss room portal turns a slightly darker shade of gray. Chapter 206. I watch the boss room portal turn a darker shade of gray after the eerie energy pulses out from it. I can't feel it, but my all-seeing eye picks up a reading of a nearly invisible mana shoot out in all directions. More importantly, there are 2 mutant golems guarding the boss room portal with dual cores. The landscape below is less dry and flat than up here. Small green and yellow shrubs grow out from the bases of high orange rock structures scattered along the desert floor. A bright blue sky shines bright behind them in all directions. Ari's last shot just confirmed that if both cores in the mutants aren't broken, these monsters can regenerate back up to their full unaltered forms using just one. That is my best guess. I look over to my teammates, then ignite my sword into flames. The rest of them all activate their active battle skills, and we all jump from the high ledge down into action. Both of the vicious-looking monsters watch us fall, and they let out roars that vibrate through the air. Abby activates her earth magic for Maria and Eri to use as stepping stones while I free fall with my eyes locked on the two now approaching golems. Less than 5 meters from the ground, I decide to activate some of my untested combat magic. If necessary, I can use my wind magic to slow my descent, but I know it won't be a problem. Although I haven't used these skills much yet, I can feel what they're capable of. Activating my earth magic, along with mana manipulation, I easily liquefy the ground below me. In my perception, with my all-seeing eye skill active, the ground below me looks like a bright white and pink glowing malleable form of pure mana to shape into whatever my heart desires. To anyone looking from the outside, the orange rock below me rises up in the shape of 2 thin pillars to touch the soles of my boots. The mana-imbued stone collides with my feet and instantly begins to climb up my legs as I fall to the floor. Instead of a loud thud and the cracking of stone, my impact is silent. The energy from the fall disperses across the stone floor, and it ripples as the orange rock melts off my legs back into the ground below. I deactivate my 2 combat skills, stomping on the ground with my right foot to make sure it is really solid. The dust and sand that flies up confirm my answer. I turn toward the 2 mutants to see they've already shortened the distance between us considerably. I use appraisal on the closest one. Underscore, 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 active items. Enchanted Sand Golem's Core, plus 91% mental strength. Enchanted Sand Golem's Core, plus 91% mental strength active skills. Combat Magic Earth Summoning. Underscore, 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 unders. Core underscore 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 core underscore above. Eri jumps in to join as I run at the monster charging in. Both of its cores glow brightly. The layer of shielding over its head and chest thickens as it makes the ground shake with every step. The glowing orange eyes match its core. Fragments of rock float in the air around it, shifting and reforming into its arms and legs as it gains more and more speed. I charge my sword and let out a 500 MP attack aimed at its chest. Eri charges this bow up for a few seconds, then lets a white arrow fly, shooting at the monster's forehead. The moment we release our shots, the mana shielding around the beast's weak points gets denser. The orange energy all throughout its body retracts to protect its power sources. The massive body of stone shrinks. Its arms and legs get shorter and chunks of rock fall away as it focuses its energy elsewhere. Both attacks make contact with its newly improved shielding. Mine glides through, being much too dense and thin to be bothered by the increased power of its defense. Eri's arrow collides just like before, letting off a bright white light and throwing stone chunks off in all directions before destroying the core. The golem's lifeless body crumbles to the floor and shatters into hundreds of smaller pieces by our feet. 2 black shattered orbs roll to the ground as well. Behind the monster we just defeated, Abby and Maria take on the second mutant. I am curious to see how their attacks will hold up against this slightly stronger shielding. They run in glowing bright, but don't go in straight for the offensive at first. Maria runs around the slow-moving golem's feet, summoning thick layers of cold magic to hold it in place. Large blue walls of ice grow larger and larger as the orange glow coming off the monster's head gets increasingly brighter. While holding the golem in place, she charges an attack up in her sword, glowing darker blue and preparing for the best moment to strike. Abby runs in, jumping from summoned stone to stone, gracefully making her way through the air toward the beast. She activates her earth magic. I watch the face of the mutant totem begin to bend and shift. The shoulders and neck of the beast start to liquefy as Abby temporarily takes control of the monster made of stone. The dark orange creature made from stone strains its body to move, focusing its energy on the affected areas of Abby's magic. It is struggling to gain back control, while the green-haired hunter exposes its weak points. Maria takes her opportunity to let out a dark blue crescent of ice-imbued mana straight at both of the glowing cores. Both of them jump backward to avoid the white and blue flash of light that follows. I cover my face with my left arm to shield myself from the incoming debris. Fragments of stone and shattered cores rain from the sky, while Abby and Maria walk out from the settling dust without a single scratch on them. The ice wielder speaks up while powering down her sword. Those mutants were pretty strong. I almost had to use my full power. Abby twirls her daggers and agrees. Yeah, I can tell they didn't have advanced earth magic from the start. Even so, their mana control compensates for it. I raise an eyebrow, and the green-haired healer continues. A higher level of mana control can overpower any skill if it is strong enough, even if it is an upgraded version of it. I nod slowly, as this makes sense, but I never really gave it much thought. Abby turns to the portal, then it pulses again. Another wave of mana comes out and runs through all of our bodies. It doesn't feel like anything, just like last time. It can't be perceived with any normal senses. The portal behind the approaching girls gets slightly darker. The four of us regroup and try to collect the fallen fragments of cores left behind by the two mutants. Unfortunately, they dissolve into the rocky dungeon floor. Still, no drops. I turn to the twisting gray boss room portal in the middle of the rocky desert, then back to my team. Ready to clear our first dungeon break? With a resounding yes from all of my teammates, we waste no more time and jump through. The four of us activate our active combat skills and charge our weapons, ready to fight. Once transported through the boss room portal, anything can happen. We'll be facing a mutant boss. Once through, a dry heat wave hits me, and I activate my enemy detection, inspect, and appraisal skills while squinting to try and take in the view. The sky is bright white, and the ground beneath my feet feels like it hasn't felt rain in years. My eyes adjust to the light, and I see the readings my skills have picked up in my mind's eye. Underscore, 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 100 MLV 443. Underscore, 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 active items. Enchanted Sand Golem's core, plus 105% mental strength. Enchanted Sand Golem's core, plus 105% mental strength. Enchanted Sand Golem's core, plus 105% mental strength. Enchanted Sand Golem's core bonded, plus 120% mental strength active skills. Combat magic, earth summoning, underscore, 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 underscore. It has 4 cores. Chapter 207. It has 4 cores. My eyes adjust to the overly bright boss room light and see the readings my data collection skills have gathered. The final boss is 100 meters away. It is level 443, and it has 4 cores, one of which is bonded. I am not entirely sure what this additional detail means, but I do know is we have a monster to defeat. This is our first of many boss rooms that I am looking forward to this week. The 4 of us run forward into the blinding light ahead. I speak up as the landscape comes into view. The boss is straight ahead. It has 4 cores. Let's split up and take each one of them out together from all sides. Abby and Maria run off to my left and right while Aerie trails behind me to take the rear. Even after my eyes adjust, the sky above is blindingly white, and the ground below my feet is made of dark orange rock and sand. There isn't a plant in sight. There are rolling hills and a few rock structures in the distance, but overall the room seems pretty plain. This makes finding the golem much easier. The boss monster in question shows its face immediately, growing up from the orange stone glow below. I watch a towering 8-meter-tall beast materialize from the Dunagon floor. The sound of rocks scraping together fills my ears and its lifeless eyes stare us down, filled with a desire to kill. I feel the air pressure shift all around us and the buzzing sensation of mana tickles my bones as an ear-shattering roar fills the room. The massive humanoid creature, made entirely of stone charges, forward leaving mountains of stone in its wake. With every step it takes, the monster absorbs more dungeon material and leaves excess behind. I can clearly make out the 4 cores, even without my all-seeing eye activated. There is one at his forehead glowing bright orange, and 2 on the back of each hand matching its hue. The 4th one in its chest is much different than the others. It pulses light pink, emanating pure mana rather than the orange-imbued energy from the other 3. This must be the bonded core. Seconds later, the monster is less than 20 meters away and readying its first attack. The golem casts a dark shadow over us, even from this distance. I charge up my sword with a 1000 MP strike. There is no reason to go easy on this beast. Overkill is the best option. With a swift swing of my sword, the black flaming crescent flies straight for its chest. My teammates let out their mana-imbued strikes as well. Abby and Maria aim for the monster's palms while Eri takes a clear shot at its forehead. As the monster takes its first right-handed swing at the 4 of us, our strikes make an impact with its body of stone. Bright flashes of blue and green light expand quickly, and the sound of mana shielding being ripped to shreds fills my ears. I watch my attack slice the main core straight in 2 without a problem, and Eri's arrow pierces its forehead too. The massive beast crumbles to bits. Chunks of orange stone fly all over and I track its shattered cores with my all-seeing eye. Each one of them is broken into hundreds of tiny pieces, and the once powerful desert golem boss is no more. It didn't even get a chance to follow through on its first swing. The dust clears and the 4 of us get a good look at the rubble. This monster was a much higher level than all of us, so I am patiently waiting for some kind of level-up notification, but one never comes. Something isn't right. We all slowly walk over to the pile of stone cautiously. Maria speaks up from 5 meters to my left time. We hit all of its cores, right? I nod, creeping closer and scanning the area with my perception skill. It isn't picking up a single reading, but there is definitely something wrong here. We did. Abby starts moving stones around with her earth magic, finding pieces of some of the shattered black cores on the ground. They're definitely broken. What are we missing? I tighten my gaze, then begin to hear a light hum from a rock pile on my right side. I turn around and pick up a dense mana reading right before a massive stone arm forms from the ground and comes flying toward me with a dense white and pink mana shield surrounding it. Immediately, I raise my sword to block it. A loud twang of mana on mana echoes from our clash, as I am pushed backward by the sheer force of its blow. I plant my feet and hold it off as I watch the entire stone golem reform from the ground before my eyes. I burst back into flames and air step backward to face the beast again. I mutter under my breath as I focus on getting a safe distance away. I knew this wasn't going to be that easy. The white and pink core in its chest is sucking energy up from the dungeon floor, recharging and healing it back to its original form, just like the mutants we faced earlier. The shattered cores nearby all begin to shift back to their sphere shapes and roll toward the body of the newly formed stone golem. The boss is as good as new and lets out another roar to prove it. Its eyes shine pink, tinted orange by the energy from its other reforming cores, while swinging both of its arms around in a wide circle covered in a thin layer of mana shielding. All of my teammates go back into full attack mode again. I yell out, "We'll take it out again!" I'll isolate its main core. That is its weak point. You all go for the other 3. I have an idea. Without a word of response, my teammates attack the rapidly growing golem. Its broken cores have all been entirely mended themselves and positioned back onto the monster's hands of stone, and the center of its forehead, above the glowing eyes filled with a murderous glare. I land on the rocky floor about 15 meters away and plant my feet while keeping my eyes locked on its main pink glowing core. While watching the blue, green, and white shots of energy collide with its body, I propelled myself forward, using wind magic to gain more and more speed, aiming straight for the monster's chest. Instead of releasing an attack to destroy its final core, I replicate the style of magic Abby used on the mutants outside the boss room portal, activating my advanced earth summoning and focusing on the stone around the remaining pink core, separating the surrounding dark orange stone. The closer I get, the easier it is to control the rock surrounding it. I can feel a pull from the monster, trying to regain its dominance, but its mana control is far too weak to compete with my own, especially with its other 3 cores destroyed. A 2-meter wide hole in its now liquefied chest allows me to fly through to grab the pink glowing sphere, tearing it from the enormous stone body. It buzzes violently as I hit the ground and activate my plundering skill. Dense pink and white mana seeps out for the palm-sized crystal and fills my MP bar to full as the creature made from stone collapses to the ground. Level up. The familiar ringing sound in my head notifies me that it is staying down for good this time around. The golem's core is still in my left hand. It is mostly clear now, but is tinted orange and pink from the residual mana and artificial sunlight from above. Blue text floats above it. Use advanced mana manipulation. Advanced perk. Temporary minion. Enter desired level. 0 to 423. Yes. Know my eyes open wide for a moment? Then I look up to see my teammates running over to me. Abby is the first to call out. Looks like you've picked up a few new tricks during your training, too. I toss the clear crystal core up and down in my hand a few times, then decide using my temporary minion perk right now is not the best plan. I look up to the green-haired healer and reply, "Yeah, looks like we have a skill in common." Abby was the first hunter to ever learn about my unique skill. We haven't talked about it much since. It is kind of refreshing to hear someone say something about it out loud without accusing me of something. She gives me a firm nod and a light smile as both Maria and Eri come walking over. Fragments of the other 3 black and dead cores begin to dissolve into the dungeon floor, but the crystal ball in my hand remains. Bright white transfer magic light blinds us, and before we can react, the 4 of us are back in the middle of the open desert. Air is the first to speak up. We've cleared the first break? That was easy enough. If I am not mistaken, our next one is off in that direction. The dark-haired archer points deeper into the desert while Abby takes out the small map and tries to look for landmarks to pinpoint our location. She nods. Yeah, it is pretty far out. This trek could take us all day. He responds, crossing his arms. Perfect. It is not on that map, but there is a small village on our way if we take a quick detour. I recommend we stop there for the night. Chapter 208. Perfect. It is not on that map, but there is a small village on our way if we take a quick detour. I recommend we stop there for the night. While Eri speaks about this mysterious village, I stare down at the clear crystal ball in my left hand. The blue text from earlier still glows over it in my mind's eye. Use advanced mana manipulation advanced perk, temporary minion, enter desired level, 0 to 423. Yes. No, Maria looks over at me while my gaze stays glued to the palm-sized sphere gem. I finally raise my head as she speaks up. Looks like there was at least one item dropped from the boss. The blonde-haired ice user reaches into her item box, pulling out the black fragments of broken core from our earlier defeated golems. The moment they touch the air, the black crystal fragments begin dissolving into nothingness. I activate my perception skill to watch the tiny mana particles disperse into the air. I drop my sword into the sand and do the same, while my other teammates check their item boxes too. All of the black fragments of cores dissolve before our eyes. All that remains is the empty clear crystal core from the boss. I turn it over in my hand a few times, then look up to my teammates. Well, at least we got something out of the first break. Mind if I hold on to this core? I get a reply of 3 simultaneous nods. Then Eri starts looking out into the desert again. 1 down, 5 to go. Let's start moving before it gets too late. I throw the core into my item storage while putting my sword and armor back into the item box around my waist. Later, I'll have to take a closer look at this new item. We venture further into the open desert wasteland. The mountains far off in the distance seem to get larger with every step we take. The further in we get, the farther away they seem. All of the abandoned twisting roads and remains of human-made structures are now non-existent this far out in the desert. They were much more common closer to the wall. We travel straight ahead for 2 full hours. Maria and I follow Abby and the archer as they take the lead up front. All of us continuously drink from my water supply, but with the heavy sun above forcing sweat from our pores, each new bottle never seems like enough. It is a good thing I have over a 60-day supply of food and water on me. For the 4 of us, it should be more than enough to last the week. Eri speaks up as we take another break under one of the few light brown rock structures left in the rapidly flattening desert plain we walk across. I know it is far, but we're almost a quarter of the way through. I choke on my water, looking up at him while sitting on the sandy ground under a shady portion of cover. A quarter of the way through? We've been walking for hours. He smiles. They don't call these the sun-scorched flats for nothing. It'll get even hotter once we get to the center. Don't worry, though. It'll be worth it. Once we continue, Abby and I take turns creating barriers of stone above the 4 of our heads to block out the incredibly hot sun. The MP used is minimal compared to the energy exertion it'd take to handle this heat. Even with my fire aptitude, natural heat from the sun still takes a toll on my skin and bodily systems. Even for awakened hunters like us, some things are still a challenge. We continue onward. As Eri warned us, the sand beneath our feet and the sun overhead does get much hotter. Drinking MP potions and chugging water, we make it through. The archer doesn't seem to be fazed by the heat one bit. Abby is toughing it out, and I am too. Maria starts to glow blue nearby, giving off a cool, refreshing aura. About 4 more hours pass and we've hit the hottest portion of the desert. The sun beats down on us from above, and it feels like the sky is on fire. Every time the blazing sun touches my skin, I swear I can feel it sizzle. Thankfully, by now, we have our system all worked out. With shade from the rock above and the cool melting ice below from Maria's magic, our traveling situation has actually become quite comfortable. Just a few hours left. This is the hottest it'll get. The village is nearby, I am sure of it. Although, the landscape has changed out here a bit. I look ahead, seeing the rippling waves of heat distort my view of the desert ahead. So I activate my all-seeing eye to get an unaltered view. As soon as I do, I sense an approaching mass of pure mana coming our way. It isn't very close, but it is not what I expected to pick up on my radar. I activate my enemy detection skill along with inspect and appraisal, reaching them as far out as they can all go. The abilities pick up a reading that puzzles me at first glance. Underscore, 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 1100 MLV 256. Underscore, 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 underscore. Underscore, underscore, underscore active items. None active skills. Combat magic fire summoning. Underscore, 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 unders, core, underscore, 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 underscore something or someone is approaching fast. From what I can tell, it seems like this is a monster. All the way out here. I speak up in a serious tone. Hey. There is a monster approaching, and it has fire magic, level 250 or so. There is nothing else in sight. It is just one. The archer nods while Abby holds our cover of stone magic overhead, and Maria silently takes the rear. Eri responds, well, it is coming from where we're headed, so we'll have to take it out either way. Maybe the break has already gotten worse. We continue forward for a few minutes, and the reading I picked up comes closer and closer and closer until I can see it with my unaided eyes. The creature kicks up dust as it charges toward us. With light red skin and beady black eyes, waving its long flaming tail back and forth, I watch a 3-meter-long salamander run straight at us with a look of determination on its face. I go to grab my sword but stop as I hear Airy laugh. This far out? One of these? Really? The archer pulls back his bow and lets a barely charged thin white arrow fly out at the fast-approaching beast. It glides directly through its head, and the monster collapses, skidding to a halt at our feet. The flame on its tail flickers out, and the lifeless body of a unique-looking monster sits still in the middle of the open desert. We wait for a few minutes, confirming that the monster isn't going to dissolve anytime soon. We leave it on the desert floor. Once this next break is taken care of, it'll disappear anyways. We continue to walk deeper and deeper into the hot, wavering air of the desert for 2 more hours. Until finally, I see green. I rub my eyes a few times to make sure I am not hallucinating. Through the wavering heat waves of the desert, I really do see green. Every time I blink and refocus my vision, it is still there. Activating my enemy detection and expanding its range, I am in for another surprise as I pick up on over 100 readings. They range from single-digit levels to triple digits rivaling my own. This must be it. There is a village ahead. And a lot of people, too. Maria peeks out from behind me to squint and take a look, too. Oh, I see trees. And is that people and buildings? We made it! Airy smirks while Abby takes in the view ahead, making a comment as well. I guess it was worth the wait. You were right. As we walk forward, a small desert town comes into full view, with kids playing on the sandy roads and vendors with tents and tables set up leading all the way to the center of the village. There is a whole community of people living out here in the desert. High dome-shaped buildings can be seen in the background, maybe 2 to 3 stories tall with orange and blue painted markings on their roofs. Most of the houses that surround these larger buildings are small and made from desert stone with minimal wood and orange fabrics. There aren't more than 3 dozen buildings in total. Off to the backside of the town, there is a small stone well with shrubbery and trees nearby. It has a crowd of villagers and children around it, patiently waiting their turn for water. No one has noticed us approaching just yet. Airy turns to us. First impressions are everything in places like this. Follow me, and don't do or say anything stupid. Chapter 209. We approach the desert village, and my eyes widen as I take in the view. This place looks so alive. There are kids playing and villagers buying and selling goods in the streets. Mana crystals, potions, food, handmade clothing, and all kinds of other magical items fill the tables and tents that line the streets. As soon as we approach, an older man greets us. He is no more than 160 centimeters tall, wearing a pale red robe and sporting a wide smile across his wrinkled face. I use inspect and appraisal as he gets closer. Underscore, 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 12,271. Underscore, 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 re-underscore active items. Robe of protection, plus 100 defense. Enchanted silver ring, plus 40% mental strength. Enchanted salamander leather boots, plus 30% speed, plus 50% fire resistance active skills. Appraisal, underscore, 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 underscore. Once I see his appraisal ski. L. I activate conceal to hide the majority of my abilities and rare items. The man speaks up. "Welcome, outsiders. Please, do state your business." With a kind look remaining on his face after the initial greeting, the old man's gaze scans over each of us. I watch his left eye twitch, but he keeps a cool and collected expression, even after seeing some of my teammates' gear. The man doesn't seem overly impressed. He is a pretty high level, after all. Maybe he was a hunter in his younger years. Eri speaks up. "I am a native from a village right outside Solara. Just a few days from here by foot. These three are from outside the walls, but they're with me. We're just stopping by for the night on our way to visit my hometown. If you'll allow it, of course." The dark-haired archer bows slightly, and the old man nods while clasping his hands together. "Very well. If you are from inside the walls, you know the rules. Whatever trouble you make is on you." He points off to one of the larger buildings in the town and continues to speak. "I am sure the Mercenary Guild has a few rooms available for you if need be, a hot meal too. If you can't afford it, there is work available for hunters of your caliber." Eri raises his head and thanks the old man. Maria, Abby, and I walk by giving him polite nods, but not saying a word. I whisper under my breath as we get further away. That went well. I look to my left and right, seeing the vendors at closer range. There are all kinds of E&D class gear lining the tables and shelves of the wooden, fabric, and stone stalls. It looks like excellent quality. There are large mana crystals, glimmering bright pink out on wooden tables, and the rings, potions, and unique-looking artifacts are polished to look as good as new. It doesn't exactly match the rugged handmade quality of the town around us. What is even more concerning is the lack of people buying this premium gear. The sellers all eye us as we walk by. I speak up louder so Eri can hear. "Hey, where do all these items come from? Are there dungeons out here? Or special trade routes?" All this gear looks brand new. It is nicer than some of the stuff in the capital. The archer looks back at me with a puzzled look on his face. Honestly, I have no idea. There are dungeons and some traveling merchants. Sure. But the last time I stopped by this village was on my way to take the C-class exams. There weren't nearly as many people, and that was only a few weeks ago. It is more crowded than I've ever seen it. He looks to both sides, matching the friendly expressions of the villagers. The further in we approach the center of town, the more crowded it gets. More and more people, dressed in all different kinds of clothing, selling very different styles of gear and items. Something is definitely out of place. Eri's assessment of the village seems to be spot on. I am not sure how or when, but recently there has been a large influx of new villagers. I wonder why. We make it to the front of the dome-shaped mercenary guide to see a large man standing out in front of wooden tavern-style doors. He wears a full set of lightweight leather armor and carries a large silver axe. The man has dark sun-baked skin and short, dirty blonde hair. He is muscular and easily 190 centimeters tall. Eri and I stand up front while Maria and Abby follow. He speaks. "You four new to town. What brings you by the guild? If you are looking for some decent work around here, you better be strong. Competition is tough." The archer nods and answers. "That is fine. We're not looking for work anyways. Just hoping to buy a few rooms for the night, that is all." The brute grins. "Outsiders with deep pockets, huh? How could I refuse?" He steps aside from the front door and we walk inside. There are rows of crowded tables with rougher-looking hunters making a ruckus. The clean, well-dressed vendors and children lining the streets are nothing like the men and women inside here. Laughter, conversation, and the occasional sound of metal on metal from armor and weapons clinking fill my ears. This is where rogues and traveling hunters congregate to make their money. We walk in, and I feel the gaze of a few too many eyes on me. Over 24 ruffians turn to see who came in the front door from their tables, filled with drinks, food, silver, and stacks of paper. There is a massive pinboard to my left side. It is one of the first things I notice when entering the room. Some of the quests posted immediately catch my eye. They're made of the same tough paper material that is resting on many of the tables in the bar. underscore 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 salamander skin X60 to 4 silver mana crystals 5,000 mum 6 silver escort 50 kilometers travel 8 silver element stone fire X1 to 27 silver mana crystals 10,000 mu 11 silver escort 120 kilometers travel 15 silver salamander skin X100 to 10 silver underscore 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 on it. There are dozens of quests and jobs with payment details. At the top of the list, there seem to only be items relating to pure mana crystals, escort protection through the desert, and some drops from salamanders. Coincidentally, that is the same mob that came running at us in the desert before we got here. The payment offers seem very low. I can get almost 10 times the same rate for mana crystals back in the capital. Plus, I've never even seen an element stone for sale. I'd assume they're worth many gold, not 27 silver. It is a bidding system, so the only offers are from people in town that need certain items or services. There is no set price. It just depends on what people are willing to pay. Many other quests are buried below the current ones with lower bounties and more obscure items. My gaze finally leaves the pile of papers pinned to the wall when the bright flaming magic enters my field of view. I swiftly turn my body around and hear the raspy voice of an arrogant-sounding desert rogue. How about this old man? Another one in the books. Hand over the 27 silver. It only took me a few hours to take that beast down. A good day's work indeed. A tall hunter with black slicked back hair, a tight white shirt, golden jewelry, and very tan skin turns to show the room a toothy grin while he holds up a flickering firestone in his right hand. I use inspect and appraisal on him and the item in his hand. Underscore 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 LV 326 underscore 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 active items. Element stone fire aspect. Enchanted boots plus 35% speed. Enchanted gold ring plus 50% mental strength. Gold necklace of protection plus 45% defense. Enchanted gold bracelet plus 45% mental strength active skills. Combat magic. Fire summoning. Underscore 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 an old white-haired man at the long wooden counter in the back of the guild room quickly rummages through items on the floor until he takes out a small humming containment tray. The rugged hunter drops the flaming stone into the tray, and it rattles, throwing sparks up in the air. The tray is clearly an old one, and isn't doing a perfect job of keeping all the element imbued mana contained. I activate my all-seeing eye to watch large amounts of blood-red magic seep out. The man at the back table begins to count out silver coins with his head down, not making eye contact with the rude hunter. The moment he stops counting, the fire user grabs the coins and turns around to leave. Thanks. I'll be back to clear the highest bounty tomorrow, too. Hopefully, there is another request for those firestones. They're easy pickings, a great workout too. With a confident look across his face, the man puffs out his chest and starts walking through the crowd of wondering eyes. A thin, younger-looking, light blonde-haired man speaks up. I can feel the tension in the room as he raises a hand and jumps in front of the large fire-wielding rogue's path. Hey, sir, how much would it cost for you to clear the break? You seem to be strong enough to do so. Our village, a small one off to the east about 1 kilometer, has been. He cuts off the frail man. Not for sale. This break is a cash cow. He smirks, pushing the scrawny man out of the way as he passes, paying him no mind. I have 50. Number 100 silver? Everything I have. Think of the children in. The fire user swings open the guild's wooden doors and leaves without hearing another word. There is an awkward silence in the air for a moment. The blonde-haired man looks down at the ground with a frown across his face. I feel bad for the guy for a moment, but the mood in the room quickly changes. The chatter and laughter of other rogues and mercenaries starts to pick up again. I watch the older, white-haired man at the front of the room wiping his forehead of sweat. Then he puts on a smile. The 4 of us take advantage of the situation and continue our walk through the guild. Now, with much less attention on us after that debacle, Chapter 210. All 4 of us walk toward the back of the crowded mercenary guild through the tables full of people, sloshing drinks, various colored coins, and magical items being traded. The situation with a presumably well-known fire-using grunt has distracted the crowd's attention from our entrance enough that we make it to the front counter without any trouble. The old white-haired guild manager shows us a professional smile as we approach and gives a nod before speaking up in a much more confident voice than earlier. Some new faces around here. Are you looking to fill a request? What difficulty level are you all looking for? We have plenty available, but for outsiders, the pricing may be rather low. Competition has been tough lately with all the new hunters coming through. People are willing to jump at lower and lower offers every day. Aries steps up and places a hand on the counter, leaning in and matching the gaze of the old man. We're looking to buy today, not get paid. Do you have a few rooms available? Just for the night, we'll be leaving to go further north in the morning. The old man raises an eyebrow at Aries' last comment. He begins to shuffle paper and small items under the desk, then speaks. For the 4 of ya, the best I can do is a quad bunk room. There isn't enough space for single rooms in this town anymore, I am afraid. He pulls out a small, partially rusted key and places it on the counter. Aerie turns back to us with both hands raised slightly to his sides. I shrug in reply while stepping up to the old man. If that is all you got, then we'll take it. I reach into my item box to grab a few silver coins. How much is it gonna run me? He nods. That'll be 40 bronze for the night. As the manager replies promptly, the grip on the coins in my item box loosens and my mouth hangs wide open. I swallow my next words before they come out, sifting through my item box, but not able to find any coins lower in value than the silver and gold I brought along. I gulp and place one of the shiny silver coins on the table. Maybe we could get a few drinks and some hot meals with that too. He quickly takes the silver coin, throwing it under the long table between us while I take the small key and put it in my item box. He replies, Room 117, you are right down the hall. The white-haired man points to a hallway off on our left side that twists out of sight from the main guild's main room. He continues to speak. Drinks. We can fill ya up for the extra coin ya gave me. Even if it is not for now, I never forget a face. Don't you worry. He winks. Food, on the other hand, you'll need to go find a restaurant in town. This isn't a bed and breakfast. He lets out a chuckle. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, the scrawny man that stood up to the fire user earlier approaches. The guild manager takes notice. It was a good try earlier, Danny. Maybe the next crew of adventurers that roll in can help you out. It could even be these fellas. The manager points over to us. You 4 are hunters, right? Just looking at the way you handle your money and wave that high-class gear around like it is nothing. I can tell you are probably pretty good ones, too. As we confirm his suspicions with slight nods and momentary silence, the white-haired man turns to the younger thin blonde. It is always free to ask. Might as well show them around town. They're in need of some good food. The stick-thin villager looks over to me and puts out a hand. Hi, sorry about earlier. I didn't mean to cause a scene on your entrance. The name's Daniel, or Danny, whichever you prefer. He gives off a nervous laugh as I shake his hand. Nice to meet you too. The name's Jay. I pause, remembering back to what the man in front of me said to the arrogant grunt before he left. He wanted him to clear a dungeon of some sort to help people from his village. Or at least something along those lines. I put a kind smile on my face and speak again. Whatever it is, we'll hear you out. Just find us a good place to eat, and we'll happily listen to your problems. His eyes light up and his posture straightens. Amazing. I mean, certainly. Please, come this way. I'll bring you to the best hot meal in town. He turns to the exit of the guild with a whole new attitude about him. I shrug, and my teammates do the same. Maria chimes in as we begin to walk towards the door. Works for me. I am starving. Abby rolls her eyes but politely follows, and Ari crosses his arms, not saying much, just moving his gaze across the room. Most people ignore us as we thank the old manager and leave with the thin hunter back outside into the desert town streets. The sun is starting to set now, and it is beginning to cool off. Lantern lights pop up in the various shops as the small man, Danny, leads us to the far edge of the village. We pass a dozen small square-shaped one-story huts and smaller dome-style buildings on our way. Behind me, the light yellow glow of lanterns disappears as I peer out into the open desert. On this side of town, the sun sets far off in the distance, and the starry night sky comes into full view. The world around me seems to fade away for a moment as a streak of light zips across the sky for a fraction of a second. A shooting star. The light echoes from the chatter of trade. Children playing and random villagers' laughter fills my ears. I let out a sigh, thinking about how simple life must be. Out here, after a brief moment of silence, the thin hunter's voice interrupts my thoughts as he points to one of the dome structures ahead. A steady flow of cooking smoke comes from a hole in the roof. There is a crowd outside, but not nearly as packed at the guild center we just left. Danny excitedly walks over. Here it is, the best food in the whole village. Come on, let's grab a table. We walk over, and the smell of rich, fatty meats and spices takes over my senses. Peering into the hut, there are circular tables and many cheerful villagers eating steaming hot meals. The five of us sit down in a well-lit, cozy room with a view of the desert through an open window to my right side. We order our food from a kind woman, and Danny begins to tell us his dilemma. Thanks again for hearing me out. I hope your travels through the sun-scorched flats so far have been uneventful. Ari nods and replies. Since you already know what direction we came from, I'll tell you more. There is no harm in it. We made it from the Section 4 entrance wall in under a day. No bandits, no sandstorms, or any signs of trouble yet. Maria speaks up. Hey, that is not true. We ran into one of those weird-looking salamanders on the way here. Isn't that what all of this is about anyways? Daniel's eyes widen. You fought one of them on the way here. How terrifying. I mean, you must be pretty strong. I raise an eyebrow while using inspect and appraisal on the man to see he is level 134 with a dagger mastery skill. He is not exactly the creme of the crop, but still higher than expected. I interject. Yeah, we handled it fine. I am assuming all of this is about a dungeon break relating to those monsters. He nods. Then, the woman that took our orders earlier brings out trays of steaming hot food and drinks. We begin to eat as Danny tells us his problems. Well, it all started about a week ago. There is a large cave system in the center of the surrounding villages that has many of the dungeons we all mine resources from to survive out here. He pauses and takes a bite, chews, then continues. Last week, the most difficult dungeon in that cave system changed. The portal turned bright red and monsters started to pour out. The volcanic salamanders. Usually, our most proficient fighters are able to handle the heat and farm materials without a problem. Recently, those that have fire aptitudes are the only hunters able to get into that dungeon due to the extreme temperatures. Mutants that roam those caves are getting stronger and stronger by the day. We're not able to safely live in any of the nearby villages, or even think about farming loot in the other dungeons. Danny lets out a sigh. I'd offer you everything I have, really. These creatures are drying up our last remaining water sources and forcing all of the surrounding villages to move out here. That is why it is so crowded. We don't have many options left. Is it possible that you four are strong enough to handle it? I look at all of my teammates, and they reply with shrugs and nods. After placing my fork down on the half-finished plat in front of me, I point one finger in the air, and the tip ignites into a small dark flame. Sure, I think we can make a deal. Chapter 2011. Sure, I think we can make a deal. I let the small dark red flame on my finger flicker out as the frail hunter replies. Really? You'll help us out. What is your price? I don't have much at all, but I could get together 100 silver, or, well, 1 gold coin's worth of silver, and bronze that is. I'd have to collect it from everyone that is willing to pitch in. I turn to my teammates. What do you think? A small detour can't hurt as long as we're getting paid, can it? Abby frowns, then takes out our map. She begins studying it carefully before turning to Danny. Where exactly is this cave filled with dungeons? He scratches his chin, then replies while looking at the ceiling. Well, it is about half a day's walk, or a few hours by camel to the northwest of here. I can show you the way. There is a tall mountain peak off in the same direction. If you stay headed straight towards it, there is no way you'll miss the cave system on the way. Abby's left eyebrow raises. Then she looks over to me and nods. We'll take the quest. We're headed in that direction tomorrow anyways. I want a different reward, though. We don't need the money. I sit back and cross my arms, watching the green-haired hunter take the lead on our business dealings. She definitely found something worthwhile on that map moments ago, and I trust her judgment. I'd like to face a new dungeon at any chance I can get, and helping out nearby villages is already a bonus on top of any money or resources we'll get paid. If Abby can sweeten the deal, I'll leave her to it. Danny replies to her semi-cryptic statement. Money isn't of value to you four. I am afraid I am not sure what else there is to offer out here. We have food and water. But silver and gold are still the currency that is necessary for trade. It is the most I can really offer. Abby nods, taking a sip of her drink before replying. You said we can make it over to the dungeons tomorrow morning by camel ride? Correct. Are those easy to come by around these parts? We're in need of a new ride moving forward on our journey through the desert. Are there any you are willing to part with? He pauses for a moment, and all that is heard is the clanking of silverware in the room, along with conversation from the hunters and villagers at the surrounding tables. I take another bite of my food, enjoying the show. There are no major stakes on the line for me here. I am fine with walking across the desert on foot if we really have to. A camel or two sure would make traveling easier, though. He replies, I am sure if I get the people from my home village to pitch in, they'll be able to spare some transportation in return for your kindness. Abby and Danny go back and forth negotiating for a few minutes while Maria and I strike up a conversation of our own. The food and drinks on our table disappear one by one until there is nothing but empty plates and dry mugs on the circular wooden table. As our server comes to collect our finished dishes, Danny and Abby shake on a deal. If that is your final offer, I'll get it taken care of. 2 camels in return for guaranteeing the dungeon in question gets cleared. You sure are a confident one. He stands up, bows, then turns to leave. As I said, I'll have to talk with the others before it gets too late to organize the arrangements tonight. I'll meet all 4 of you outside the Mercenary Guild tomorrow morning. Does that work for you? Abby turns to us. How about it? 2 camels to take care of their dungeon problem? Maria nods, Ari smirks, and I reply, sounds good to me. We're happy to help. Danny happily walks out the door in a half skip. Our server finishes collecting the dishes. Then Abby speaks up to the waitress in a cheerful tone. Another round of drinks. It has been a good day. She nods with a polite smile. Of course, miss. 4 more drinks coming up. As the server walks away, the green-haired hunter leans in with a grin across her face. That break we agreed to clear. We're not only heading in that direction anyways, It seems like our second break is in the same cave. Possibly the same exact break, Ari replies. I had a feeling but didn't want to step in on your first Dark Continent deal. It is fair game out here. No judgment. He chuckles and shrugs. Maria chimes in. Hey, so we were going to help him out anyways. That is no fair. I think we should do it for free. Or at least pay Danny for the camels. Abby starts to get defensive, but I step in before she can reply. Actually, I think it works out better for both parties if he helps us out for a fee. I turn to Ari. How would the villagers out here feel about the Hunters Association coming in and saving them from a break? He sighs, looking up at the ceiling, then back to me before replying. Not very kindly. There is a massive grudge against most association hunters out here. It would probably not be in our best interest to tell them we're here on a mission ordered by the government that banished them to stay within the walls. Maria gulps, then I nod slowly before replying. So, if we clear the break, and Danny gets the credit for finding a team of traveling adventurers that did so, it is a win-win. We might as well get paid for it. I mean, come on. I am not the only one a bit tired of walking through the desert. Maria sits back in her chair while Abby smiles wide with a satisfied expression across her face. See, I knew exactly what I was doing. I give her a firm nod. Then our second round of drinks arrives. I am not sure if she really did think about the possibilities here, or if it was in her own self-interest, but I am not too worried about any of this much now. It is time to enjoy the night. The four of us get a few more rounds of drinks, staying out for a couple hours until the bar closes and the sun fully sets. I am still unaffected by the alcohol, but my teammates are having a good time. Another night, with a full stomach and a happy team around me, comes to a close. We make our way through the now quiet desert town back to the guild. After opening the front doors and walking through the much less crowded lobby, the four of us make our way down the winding wooden hallway at the back left corner of the room. With the turn of a key, the four of us collapse into our beds. The small rented room has a single window with a view of the starry night sky. It has been a long day, but a productive one. I drift off to sleep. Many hours of peaceful slumber pass. The next morning, my eyes open, and I see Ari leaning up against the wall from across the room. Come on, rise and shine. We'll be late soon. Abby and Maria already got ready half an hour ago. I rub my eyes and hop out of the small bunk. Sunlight shines in from the window above my head, and the small rented room looks even tinier than it was last night. Ari lets out a laugh at the confused look on my face. Get what ya pay for. I nod, tightening my lips and standing to my feet. I guess you are right. We both walk out to meet the girls standing ready in the hallway, then head off through the main guild room. The white-haired manager waves us goodbye. Have a safe trip, you four. Come back any time. I still owe each of ya a drink, I reply, as we make our way through the slowly growing crowd of hunters piling in to get out the new quests available on the pinboard. Sounds good, old man, until we meet again. On our way out the door, I happen to see the tall hunter with slicked back hair and a fire-summoning skill that we saw yesterday. He is looking over the quest board. Many hunters are standing back behind him to wait their turn. As we walk out the tavern-style doors, he snatches one of the quests down from the wall and lets out an excited laugh. Another one, my lucky day. After I hear him blurt this out, the noises of the guild leave my ears. I am nearly blinded by the sunlight from outside. But as my eyes adjust, I see Danny standing no more than 10 meters away on the crowded village street. Next to him, there are two golden brown camels with light red cloth over their backs. The hunter turns to us as we walk over. I wave and call out, "Morning. Hope you weren't waiting too long." He smiles and waves back. "Not at all. I sure am happy to see you too. How do you like your new rides?" Chapter 212. Danny waves to us as we approach. "Not at all. I sure am happy to see you too. How do you like your new rides?" Today he is wearing a new long red robe with a light defense buff, just like the older man that greeted us on our way in here yesterday. The two golden brown camels have a similar colored cloth over their humps with comfortable but lightweight looking seating for two on each attached. He speaks again. "Hop on. I'll take you to the other side of town to fill up on water and gear." My ride is over there too. Abby steps in. "Your ride?" What do you mean by that? Who said we'd be bringing you along? I let out a chuckle, then jump up onto the camel in front of me with an assist from some wind magic beneath my feet. Danny replies, "Well, hey, it is not that I don't trust ya. The village elder just said it would be a good idea for me to go along, just to make sure the job gets done." Ari smirks, then hops up onto the second camel next to me. "Makes sense. I don't mind if you come." Maria nods happily, then jumps up onto the camel that I am riding, hugging me from behind. "Works for me too." Abby lets out a long sigh, then nods. "Well, then it is fine by me. Where is this water stock-up station you were talking about? I am pretty sure we're set for supplies." She turns to me. I nod in agreement. I have more than enough food and water for all of us. Then Danny points off down the same road we came back from last night, just around this bend, and the supplies aren't for you. "Come on, follow me." He begins to skip happily down the street. Abby follows on foot as Ari and I get a hand of controlling the camels down the semi-crowded sandy back roads. Less than 2 minutes later, we make it to the edge of the village, finding ourselves in front of a few small square-shaped huts that seem to be very recently built. There are a few children running inside and outside the huts playing while some women clean and craft items. An old man tends to a camel gulping down water at an alarmingly fast rate from a tub on the sandy floor. Danny waves and speaks up. "Elder, these are the hunters I was talking about. We're just about to head out. We'll be able to go back to our home village soon. Maybe even tonight." The older man with a horribly slouched back and half-closed eyes looks up at us with a blank expression on his face. It turns into a rehearsed kind smile. Then he gets back to refilling the camel's water tub. Danny turns back to us, now walking backwards and looking up at me as we approach. "The two you are riding on are already set for water, over 100 liters each. You should give them more as much as possible. But if worst comes to worst, they'll be fine for a few days. Even a week or more in the worst circumstances. Best to keep them happy, though." He smiles, turning around to pet the large camel behind him as it finishes the tub of water. The happy creature licks its lips and raises its head with a satisfied glimmer in its eyes. I reply, Good to know." I look down at the short, elderly man, then he finally talks in a low tone. "Best of luck on your travels, young ones. I appreciate you helping out my grandson." Abby hops up to sit behind Ari as Danny climbs up onto his ride. I reply to the old village elder, "You got it. The dungeon will be cleared, and Danny will be back in one piece before the sun goes down." He smiles, giving me a nod of approval, then speaking to one of the older women behind him in a language I am not familiar with. Danny puts up his red hood and turns his ride to the open desert, pointing to a large mountain peak off in the distance. "Let's get moving. We should be able to make it there in under 3 hours if we hurry." On that note, we leave the village without looking back. It was a fun stay, but our mission onwards awaits. Not only this break, but all 5 of the remaining ones. The more I think about it, the more serious these situations become. The last break we faced got stronger while we were facing it. This one is supposedly drying up nearby water sources and forcing natives to move out of their home villages. I really wonder what other interesting dungeons this desert holds. As soon as we leave the cover of the desert town, the morning sun begins to rise higher and higher into the sky. My skin starts to feel the burn of Mother Nature yet again. Abby and I both activate our earth magic abilities to create sun cover overhead. Danny seems to be used to the heat and is also properly dressed for the occasion. Maria holds onto my midsection as we ride, and she activates a small amount of ice magic. The cool sensation covers my body, making it feel like we're not in the desert at all. I can hear Danny laughing up ahead of us. "You 4 sure do travel in style." I grin and call back, Yeah, we sure do." After about an hour of desert travel, our first visitor shows its face. A small dust cloud approaches. With my all-seeing eye inspect and appraisal skills active, I quickly deduce it is another one of those salamanders, a level 257. Before I can get a word out, I watch Ari charge his bow and release a thin white arrow into the approaching cloud. The attack pierces the monster's head and it tumbles out of our way before we get anywhere near it. I call out to him, 5 meters or so to my left side. "I guess you are on salamander duty." He shrugs. Sure, for now. Over the next hour, another half a dozen slimy red-skinned creatures come running toward us. They're all between levels 250 and 270. Eri takes them out with no problems at all. Another hour passes, and the base level mobs just keep coming. Over 20 more have come crawling our way. Danny speaks up as air shoots down another just 10 meters in front of us. I had no idea it had gotten this bad. The break is really getting out of hand. He gulps, then points ahead to a small rock structure about 500 meters ahead. It is barely visible, but I can see it. That is it, the cave entrance. We made it. I squint, looking forward, turning on my all-seeing eye. I am hit with a blast of intense mana readings, then speak up to my group. There is at least 100 of them down there? No, maybe more. The corners of my lips start to curl up as I activate my inspect skill to scout out any potential mutants. To my delight, there are a few. But unfortunately, none are strong enough to put up a real fight. One of them even approaches us now. A level 312. This one is nearly 5 meters long, and I can see flames from its tails catch its whole back on fire. The monster's red skin glows with a yellow tint, and its black beady eyes stare us down without a hint of remorse. Eri stretches his bow back, taking aim. Then Danny yells out in a terrified tone. The archer releases an arrow. No, it is a mutant. Wait. The wide-eyed expression across the scrawny hunter's face as he turns back at us waving his hands puts me into battle mode immediately. I know Eri is more than capable enough to take out this monster, and Danny knows that too. Why would he warn him to stop? I turn to Abby to see she has already turned toward me. Both of us jump off the backs of our rides. I hand the reins to Maria in midair as I air step over Danny in front of us. Abby follows on a floating staircase of stone. We both activate our earth magic and make a floating wall of desert sand mixed with summoned rock 5 meters in front of us. This allows Air's arrow to pass, but blocks us from whatever danger Danny is warning us about. It is just a hunch. But the growing skin and intense flames of the mutant melt rock and sand beneath its feet combine that fact with the horrid expression on Danny's face as the archer let his shot loose. It makes me think we just ran over a landmine. Maybe we did. As Eri's arrow glides through the monster's head, a bright red flash of light fills the air. I feel an explosion of extreme heat. Then rubble hit the opposite side of the summoned wall. Ari, Maria, and Danny come to a halt on the camels behind us. A few seconds pass, and the white and red lights fade. Dust in the air begins to settle, and we let down the wall to reveal a massive 8-meter-wide crater in the desert floor. It is full of molten rock and sand. I let out a laugh, but Danny looks at it with widened eyes and a hunched posture. This is what happens every time one of those mutants is taken down. They destroy everything. My laugh quickly fades as I realize the seriousness of his tone, then reply, "We can handle the heat. Don't worry." Maria points a finger down at the bubbling pit of molten rock, and a stream of ice comes forth, consolidating the lava to stone instantly. She grins as I hop back on our ride. Maria whispers to me, "Yeah, they're hot, but their mana control is non-existent. These monsters won't be much trouble." Carefully, we make our way around the now ice and rock-filled crater. Then, head to the rock structure we set out to find. My only readings of any mutant-level monsters are underground now. There are none coming towards us on the surface. Only base-level mobs. Eri takes care of them. After a few more minutes, we finally make it. A jagged light orange-brown rock structure juts out of the desert sand. It doesn't look like it is supposed to be here at all. Over 20 meters wide and about 7 meters tall, a mound of rock sits in the center of the desert. The buzz of mana emanates from it very strongly. We all stop a safe distance away and hop off our rides. I begin to walk forward, mesmerized by the circular 3-meter-wide cave entrance. Rubble lines the inner walls, but the main path looks flat enough to safely walk through. Many hunters must have traveled down here before us. I walk closer, staring in awe. A wave of heat hits me, but I keep moving forward. As far as I can see from the outside, this tunnel in the desert is most definitely not a normal one. Instead of getting darker further in, The cave seems to have a light source at the end of it. There is a bright yellow glow coming from deep inside. The orange stone walls reflected off each other, causing the entrance to hum and shine with a warm hue, beckoning us to enter. Chapter 213. I stare into the cave in front of me, and it stares back. The buzz of mana fills the air, even audible for those that don't have advanced mana detection abilities like myself. The yellow light from within the cave reflects off its orange walls, shining out with a warm, inviting hue. I take out my sword, and Maria follows behind me. Ari and Abby start to walk close behind. I peer into the open cave's mouth. Rubble lines the walls, and steam fills the air, pushing out hot waves of energy, even more uncomfortable than the desert sun. The bright light from the back of the cave gives off a denser mana signature than anything we've seen all day. As I begin to stretch my perception skill out even more, one of the base-level red-skinned creatures comes sprinting out toward me. I reflexively charge my blade up and slice it in half before it can even take a step out of the cave. I hear Danny's quivering voice speak up from behind me. Hey, if you all go in there, I am not so sure I can fend for myself. And, I told you all this before, but the only hunters that are even able to enter the dungeon break so far have been ones with the fire aptitude skills. Apparently, it is not a matter of how strong you are, just the heat can only be withstood by those that can wield it themselves. I think to myself for a moment, doubting that these creatures could produce enough molten rock or flames to actually defeat a hunter with higher mana control. Then again, the whole concept of mana control was alien to me until very recently. Most people never find out about it their entire lives. Danny is most likely clueless when it comes to the higher-ranking hunter's abilities. It is better. I don't make too much of a big deal here. Ignorance is bliss. I speak up. Well, I have a fire summoning skill, so I'll be able to withstand their heat, no problem. Then turn to Maria, then back to Danny. She has an ice summoning skill. It is a fairly effective counter to lower-powered fire magic, especially with the extreme level gap. Maria nods proudly, putting both hands on her waist and responding. Yeah, I can handle it. Danny turns to Ari and Abby. The archer is the first to reply to his worried gaze. I don't mind staying back. He turns to me. Jay, you and Maria can handle this one. I don't think it'll be too tough anyways. I give him a firm nod. Abby wipes sweat from her forehead, backing up from the steam-spewing cave. I'll agree with Ayer on this one. If you want to handle it, by all means, this dungeon is yours. I chuckle, then reply, Great. You two take care of Danny outside. Maria and I will clear this break before you know it. I turn to Maria, watching her start to glow light blue while taking out her long silver sword. Ready? She nods, turning to the cave opening while the ground beneath her feet starts to become covered in ice. Let's do this. We wave the three others off and walk towards the opening of the cave. The light from inside shines bright, but seems to be inching further away every step forward we take. It is almost like the cave itself is begging for us to walk deeper into it. Or maybe there is a creature inside controlling the light. I happily do as it wants, drinking an MP potion and expanding the range of my perception and detection skills. Once Maria and I cross the border and enter the mouth of the rocky tunnel, a lot becomes much more clear to me. At the same time, there is so much more that becomes unknown. My mind's eye starts to fill up with a mapped-out version of the cave system we've just entered. It is like the inside of a scattered and broken anthill. Twists and turns of narrow tunnels fill my vision. Some lead to dead ends, while others go dark before I can make out where they even lead. Portions of the twisting mazes are blinding me with dense mana readings while others are dead and cold. Out here in the real world, my all-seeing eye and detection skills have a much harder time mapping out my environment. They're efficient at detecting mana. In dungeons, everything is made from mana, so it is easy to see all of my surroundings. Out here in these caves, areas that are lacking mana all seem the same, dark and undetectable. I whisper under my breath. This may be a bit harder than I initially thought. There are three main large sources of energy that I am sensing. These must be dungeon entrances, There are over 100 smaller, slow-moving readings. They're most likely monsters that have escaped from the break. There is one, deepest in the cave, that is giving off an incredible amount of energy. This is most likely the heat source and epicenter of the break. I smirk as we come to a crossroads. One path is light while the other is as dark as night. Let's head this way. Maria and I head off to the right, following the yellow-orange glow. Level 250 to 270 salamander mobs line the walls the further in we travel, easily being able to cut them down with a single slice from our blades. This doesn't slow us down in the slightest. The only problem is, the small amount of light that comes off the base mob's tails is definitely not enough to make the large yellow glow that we're following. The denser mana that is creating it keeps moving further away the closer we get. Maria and I speed up, running through the cave and cutting down mobs at double the pace. The glow we've been following becomes brighter and brighter. Finally, we take a turn and find what we're looking for. Another mutant, standing before us, glowing yellow and orange, reflecting light off the cave walls. Another mutant salamander stares us down. This one is level 314. Before I even have time to think, it lunges at us and I watch its back begin to glow a much deeper orange hue while dripping molten rock. Maria acts fast and creates a massive wall of ice. The moment the monster makes contact with the blue magic, it quickly encapsulates the entire mutant and smothers out its flame in a matter of seconds. The light that had been illuminating the cave dies down and we're left in near darkness. The only thing lighting the way is the dim glow of another yellow light at the far end of the tunnel before us. With a loud thud, the body of a frozen, solid 4.5-meter-long salamander falls to the floor, blocking our path. Maria hits it with the tip of her sword, and it fractures into hundreds of tiny pieces. To my surprise, there is no fiery explosion. We're also outside of a dungeon, so there is no hope of any rare drops just yet. I speak up while igniting my sword into flames for a bud of light. Huh, well that makes things a lot easier. We continue forward, following the dim glow of the next mutant salamander. My mind begins to wander. One thing that troubles me as we walk and farm lower-level mobs is the fact that the fire user at the guild yesterday brought in an element stone to sell. I assume he went diving here, but none of the mutants we faced dropped a thing. Maybe he is strong enough to enter the dungeon. That would be the only explanation. It is the one I am most hoping for, actually. If that grunt can pull off farming a firestone, then we've struck gold. I wouldn't mind taking home a few stones home myself before we clear the whole break. A grin creeps across my face as we near the first hyperdense energy source on my radar. The tunnels are getting hotter, the light is getting dimmer, and the air is getting denser and denser with mana. Before we turn the next dark corner to see what it is, I turn my head back and call out, "Hey, Maria, how ya holding up?" Glowing bright with her magic, she gives me a bright smile. Fine so far. I can tell it is getting hotter, but my ice is blocking it out fine. Good, I think we're about a third of the way there. If I am not mistaken, there is a dungeon around this bend. It is not the break, but it wouldn't hurt to check it out. We both step around a large pile of hot rubble and defeat 3 lower-level base mobs as we round the bend. My prediction was spot on. We both stop and stare, mesmerized by the sight of a large light blue twisting dungeon entrance portal. Chapter 214. The light blue spinning mass of energy shines bright against the rock wall of the cave. It lets off a barely audible hum. Maria shrugs when she sees it, letting out a sigh, then begins to walk off to where we were initially headed. Not the break. Let's keep going. I throw a hand in the air. Hey, wait a second. Don't you want to at least check it out? You never know what is in there. And, well, I'd like to set a teleport point in this dungeon too. It is always good to have a backup plan. Maria turns, replying, "Yeah, I guess you are right. I didn't even think about that." After this simple agreement, we both jump through the portal. White transport magic brings us to a forest-like dungeon. The grass beneath our feet is thick and lush green. Maria deactivates her intense ice magic, as it is not necessary anymore. I do the same, turning off my flames and looking around curiously. I feel like I've seen a dungeon like this before, but it has been a while. The levels of mana my perception skill picks up tell me this is definitely a low-level dungeon, a mid-level E-class at best. Using enemy detection and inspect, I locate a few monsters between levels 30 and 40. This confirms my E-class suspicions. Before I can let out another word, a group of 4 large wolves comes running straight at us from a heavily wooded area. Maria takes care of them with ease, and I look up to the sky, taking in the beautiful view of trees and rocky hills raised off in the distance. It is so peaceful here. After recollecting our thoughts and cooling off, we exit back into the steamy cave. It was a nice little break, and I now have my Dungeon Walker spawn points fixed. So even if we destroy the break, I'll still be able to come back here if need be in the future. Maria reactivates her ice magic, and I burst into a light flicker of dark flames. We walk forth into the twisting maze of tunnels, taking out another 20 base level mobs before facing another mutant. Again, Maria freezes it solid before the creature can explode, like our incident outside. The level 317 breaks into 1,000 tiny pieces as we continue on our way to the next glowing blue portal. The air has already gotten significantly thicker with both hot steam and pure mana. It becomes much more difficult to see the yellow-orange light at the end of the tunnel, but I still have my perception skills to guide the way. After a few more slain mutants and about 5 minutes of walking, the next glowing blue portal comes into full view. We jump through, just to take another rest and get out of the heat. Once we do, I recognize this landscape too. Rolling hills of maroon-colored turned-up dirt, plus the disgusting smell of rotten flesh. The sky is gray, and the air is still. It is silent. A rat dungeon. We both deactivate our elemental magic and take a breather. Maria is red in the face and breathing heavily. We both drink a bottle of water along with MP potions. I speak up after a few seconds. We're almost there. The only dungeon left after this one is the break. No more rest stops. It'll be a lot hotter in there than in the caves we've been trudging through. So be prepared. Maria nods, beginning to glow blue again and turning toward the exit portal. I am ready. No point in wasting any more time. I pause, finishing a water bottle and throwing it into my item box. You are right. I begin to hear the scratching and clawing sound of teeth and nails digging into the upturned soil. A horde of a few dozen rat mobs, all between levels 120 and 140 approach. The massive, disgusting creatures peek their heads over a nearby dirt mound, and the two of us take it as our cue to leave. We fully activate our elemental magic and hop out of the exit portal nearby before the fight even starts. I whisper under my breath as we leave. 2 successful dungeon detours before the main event. My transport points are set, and we're fully prepared to face the boss. There aren't any crossroads moving forward. It is a single tunnel down to the final point. Light from mutant monsters leads the way as we continue into the twisting underground tunnel. The cave floor has a slight descent, bringing us deeper and deeper underground the further we go. After 5 more mutants and about 100 meters of elevation change further down into the rocky desert cavern, the heat starts to get even more intense. I am wiping sweat from my arms and face every few seconds. Maria is blasting her ice magic with much more intensity as well. White steam makes it hard to see even 5 meters ahead, and my lungs feel like they're being cooked from the inside out with every breath. I am able to regenerate my minor injuries with ease, and there have been no complaints from the ice mage behind me yet, so we continue moving forward. Finally, the distant glow of yellow light from the mutants we slaughter one by one begins to turn red. The mana density also spikes drastically as we round another narrow bend. Finally, we found it! The cave walls around us start to vibrate the closer we get. The floor beneath my feet rumbles, sending vibrations through my whole body at the same frequency as the now pulsing red light that gets brighter and brighter with every step. The hot steam filling the air gets thicker, making full breaths close to impossible without breathing in fragments of burning cave matter. We continue forward until the anomaly I've been searching for comes into full view. A full-fledged dungeon break. I've never seen one quite like this. The cave floor rattles and shakes. I can physically see hot white steam pouring out of the blood-red mass of energy spinning in front of us. It is over 4 meters in diameter, and the edges flicker and pulse. The sour smell of sulfur fills the air, and I hear Maria cough behind me while I stare into the twisting red void. My skin feels just like it did burning out in the hot desert sun. but all I feel is the excitement of a new adventure ahead. I turn back to the ice user as she tightens the grip on her sword, giving me a nod. Flickering with dark red flames, I jump through and Maria follows. White transfer magic fills my vision, and I instantly feel the heat around me multiply many times over. What felt like an intense sunburn moments ago now turns into the distinct feeling of sizzling flesh. I immediately activate my self-regeneration skill while increasing the output of my mana to fuel my flames, combating the invasive heat. As my vision attempts to come back into full focus, all I see is red. The hard rock floor below me shakes and rumbles much more violently while the buzz of mana in the air has not left my ears, blinking a few times. The landscape eventually makes itself very clear. I raise my head to see a massive volcano before my eyes. Over 2 kilometers high, it is the only thing visible in this entire dungeon. The monstrous structure is made of jet black rock, and behind it is an even darker, ominous sky. The rock beneath my feet slopes upwards at a slight incline. The slope increases the further up the mountain I look, making it easy to stand here, but rather steep when taking into account the entire peak. The further up I look, the more outlandish the sight before me becomes. Portions of the sloped rock walls are cracked with magma flowing out. Huge clouds of white steam fill the air, and the dungeon crawls with flaming salamanders eyeing us from the crevices of molten stone. Crimson lava trickles down from the top of the high volcanic structure, and tunnels are being carved out by the hot molten material flowing down. I sense a massive increase in mana output behind me, then turn to watch Maria putting out a new intense royal blue aura. I've never seen her use this level of magic before. Steam is coming off the ice she summons at an astounding rate, but the look of determination on her face tells me she is dead set on following me into this battlefield. As I look back up at the volcano above, 3 mutants come charging down at us. They're levels 322, 317, and 315. Their flaming tails and backs match the color of the lava flowing down from behind them. All 6 beady eyes, dark as night, are locked onto us with intent to kill. We respond by jumping into action as well. With a flash of white, blue, and red light, it is all over in an instant. Maria takes the 2 monsters that attack up front, while I swerve off to the left side to take care of an irregular mutant that stays about 30 meters behind. Even in this extreme sweltering heat, Maria can still freeze the approaching monster solid before they're able to even think about a counter. Satisfied, knowing Maria can fend for herself, I focus on the mutant I've run off to face. From a safe distance, about 25 meters away now, I let a mana-imbued fire strike fly. On impact, just like before, the mutant explodes into a display of molten rock and flames. I use my earth summoning skill on the floor below me to create a black stone just in case. But the aftermath of its self-destruct feature doesn't reach me. It looks like 15 meters or so is its total blast radius. I walk over to the crater of molten rock left over by this mutant's defeat, and my eyes light up at item drop, floating on the surface of the lava pool by my feet. A firestone. Chapter 215. I use my telekinesis skill to lift the firestone from the bubbling pit of molten rock. It's crackling and flaming with intense heat, but not nearly as powerful as the 2 stones I've encountered in the past. There is also a bright pink mana crystal floating by its side. I've never tried melting one since I was a much lower level, but it appears they're heat-resistant even to molten rock. I chuckle and lift it out of the small lava pool with my skill as well. I place the flaming stone along with the pink gem into my item storage, then turn to see Maria running my way. Her royal blue tint is giving on an intense low-pitched hum, and she drinks another MP potion on the run over. The ice mage is definitely exerting a lot of energy to combat this heat. I am profusely sweating, and the air burns my skin and lungs, but it is only mildly irritating. I am used to the heat and have been through much worse. My mana-imbued flames ward off the natural heat in the air, pushing outside and fire magic residue away. The minor burns I am receiving are healed with self-regeneration magic. I can handle this all day. Maria's mana-imbued protective layer of ice magic seems to be holding up fine in the meantime as well. We continue to climb the volcano, passing wide gaps in the stone floor that leads down to bubbling pits of lava and fire below. Many base level and mutant mobs come at us, spewing flames and throwing hot and melted rocks from their bodies. Some even use the dungeon's surroundings as natural weapons. The level gap between us is too great. They're all taken down in an instant. We make our way upwards for about 30 minutes straight, winding through portions of the fiery mountain that aren't covered in lava. I airstep over larger pools that can't be avoided, while Maria freezes solid pathways to walk across when necessary. Her ice melts quickly, but it stays in a crystal state for long enough that she can make it across with ease. The air up here is thicker, with hot steam, forcing me to use more of my fire magic to block out the heat. I even activate mana manipulation to imbue my own makeshift mana shielding. It has been something that has been itching at the back of my head for a while, and now is the perfect time to try it out. I let pure mana seep from my body, similar to the way I've watched monsters activate their shielding. In doing so, it creates a thin, yet dense layer of pink magic underneath my blanket of dark red flames. Instantly, the hot pressure from the outside world vanishes. I almost feel cool. The heat hardly makes it through. With a clearer mind, I activate my all-seeing eye to scope out the environment in much greater detail. Dense magic fills the entire dungeon, and it all seems to be coming from the top of the mountain. We continue towards the source of the power. Mobs aren't the problem at all. They're quite easy to fend off, actually. I've collected 4 firestones in total so far. Every 20 seconds or so, I see Maria drinking another MP potion. Her ice is sizzling away into steam seconds after it's summoned. She doesn't have the advanced mana control and extra abilities that I do. This isn't sustainable long term, but she isn't complaining. The tunnels from downward flowing lava streams have carved out tube, like paths down the mountainside, making oddly shaped winding trails down the volcanic rock face. Steam from above has a harder time settling in these crevices, but monsters love them. There are more item drops and less heat. It is the best of both worlds. We travel through these tunnels for the last portion of our trek. After another 30 minutes of climbing and farming monsters pass, I collect 3 more element stones and a large pile of mana crystals. We finally break through the thick layer of steam-filled clouds to reach the flaming mountain's peak. The sounds of crackling fire and bubbling molten rock pits are no more. The crumbling stones and slithering monsters are completely out of sight and mind. I step onto a narrow, flat surface, then gaze down into a deep pit below. It looks as if it falls all the way to the dungeon floor. An incredibly large pool of liquid dungeon. Mass glows dark red below. Hot air flows up, making it hard to look over the edge for too long. We stand on a thin ring of black stone that stretches all the way around the mouth of a silent volcano. From edge to edge, the mouth of this volcanic mountain looks to be about 50 meters wide. On the far side, I can see exactly what we came for. The boss room portal. Spinning slowly on the far side of the massive gaping hole, I see a jet black portal. When my eyes meet with it, and my perception skill examines its contents, the mana density rating is much higher than it should be. Most boss rooms tend to be tinted light gray, and some breaks or mutant bosses have been darker gray in the past. But this one is as dark as night. It is black. The monster behind that portal is going to be a lot stronger than the monster out here. I was confused as to why this break was rated a higher danger level than the first. Now, it is starting to make much more sense. I grip my blade and turn to the right, starting to carefully make my way along the narrow edge of the volcanic rim. Maria follows close behind. No steam or visible magic comes up from the hot pit of molten rock below. It just sits in silence. Every time I peer down into it, the entire dungeon feels like it is staring back at me. Magic fills the air, but I hardly hear a buzz. All I can really seem to focus on is the twisting black mass of mana at the other side of the volcano's mouth. We inch closer. The only sound that reaches my ears is Maria's footsteps, a few paces behind me. We completely circle the entire volcano's pit without speaking a word and make it to the other side. The portal ominously spins, letting out waves of invisible, non-detectable magic by any normal sense. It is only perceivable to me. It doesn't let out a sound, and there is no dungeon matter being spewed from it like the entrance to this break. It is just a dense black hole of mass waiting for us to step through. The closer we approach, the more I expect to feel extreme heat come off of the portal. But it never does. It just slowly spins and waits for us to enter. We come to a full stop 5 meters away. I speak up while strengthening my makeshift mana manipulation, fueled shielding and gripping my sword. You ready? The ice mage gulps behind me, responding in a low tone. I think so. There is only one way to find out. On that note, we both jump through. The eerie silence put us both on high alert, but there is no reason not to enter. We came here to face the mutant boss and clear the break, so that is what we'll do. The moment my hand touches the dark black portal, I feel the temperatures rise to an alarming degree, even through my shielding, out of instinct. I instantly increase the output of my mana manipulation to nearly full blast, but continue to jump all the way through and let the white transfer magic light take me in without hesitating. The pressure of incredibly hot and dense fire magic fills all of my senses. I have to concentrate with a large portion of my mana control to keep this thin pink layer of mana around me beneath my flames. Heat seeps through, burning the skin on my arms and legs, but I adjust the thickness of the mana that seeps out to counteract the breaking points. The boss room finally comes into view as I get better control of my defenses. I look around and confirm it is just like most other boss rooms. A flat rocky surface with walls around the far edges, a few hundred meters out in all directions. The only difference here is that it seems we're on a melting island of rock. The center is made of the same black stone material as the volcano we just left. The further out that I look onto our new battlefield, the lighter and lighter the rock's color becomes. It turns from black stone to red, then orange, and eventually melts completely yellow and white. All of the outer edges are melting away, slowly dissolving the platform we stand on. The floor rumbles. Then I see half a dozen 7-meter-long mutant salamanders crawl out from the bubbling pools of magma from all sides. Our boss room battle has begun. Chapter 216. I slowly turn around, taking in my surroundings from all directions. The air ripples and bends from the incredible heat, making it near impossible to see without the aid of my perception skills. The intense royal blue glow by my side from Maria shines brighter than I've ever seen before. Waves of fire imbued magic force, their way through her defenses, constantly inching closer to burn her skin. But the ice mage pushes onwards, digging deep into mana stores, unused in any past battles. Even without the level of mana control I possess, or the mana manipulation skill, Maria manages to withstand the heat. She does have nearly double the natural mental strength attitude of a normal hunter, and she is about the same level as me, considering her stat-boosting gear as well. Her magic power may be stronger than mine right now. Although Maria is burning through a full MP potion every 10 seconds, it looks like she'll stand this boss room just fine. That is the least of our worries, though. Coming up from the bubbling pit of lava on all sides, I watch half a dozen 7-meter-long mutant salamanders emerge all around us. I turn, now standing back to back with Maria. There is no exit portal in boss rooms like this, so we're all alone, standing on a black circle battlefield of stone. The two of us are about to face the final wave of mutants, then take on the master of this dungeon. The hard ground beneath my feet shakes as the group of flaming salamanders walks onto my side of the ring. There are 3 more that approach on the opposite end, eyeing Maria down with the same amount of pure killing intent. I scan the trio in front of me to see what exactly I'll be facing. I only let my gaze shift across their levels and skills. Elv 395, LV 391, LV 389. Active skills: combat magic, advanced fire summoning. I grip my sword, holding the mana control output of my makeshift shield steady, and increase the intensity of the dark flames that surround my body. Then, speak to Maria as the ground starts to shift and crack as the mutants approach. Whatever you do, do not get hit by their flames. It is an advanced version of the fire magic. It doesn't go out easily. One hit could be fatal. She nods. Understood. I wasn't planning on getting hit anyways. We both run forward, separating from each other, charging our blades, and getting ready to face the mutants that crawl towards us from nearly 70 meters away on both sides. This plan quickly turns sour. After taking just a few steps away from the center of the battlefield, my heart skips a beat. This can't be real. I swallow hard, gasping for air as the temperature drastically rises. I stop running forward at once. I've barely made it 10 meters, and this heat has tripled its intensity. I feel the burning hot pressure on my forearms and shins, where my mana shielding is the weakest. After a moment of hesitation, I take another step forward. The intense heat that is closing in on me breaks through my shielding, searing the top layer of my skin instantly. I let out a grunt and jump backward, meeting Maria breathing heavily while kneeling down on one knee. For a moment, we stare at each other with the same concerned and disoriented look on our faces. My gaze immediately shifts to analyze our surroundings. There is no time for concern. She gulps. Impossible. It is too hot, I nod, looking around and healing my minor burns while salamanders continue to approach slowly. The hard black rock beneath their feet cracks and breaks away, so that every time they take a step, more fragments of the small island we stand on fall into the molten pit of rock we float on. I close my eyes and think, then speak. Stand up and get ready. We may not be able to make it far out into the dungeons, but we can still fight them once they come into our territory. Maria nods, replying, I can withstand the heat until about 10 meters out from the center. Any further, and I can't combat the heat. I nod. Same, 10 meters is my comfort point. I could make it further out if I push myself, but we haven't even seen the boss yet. It is best not to put ourselves at risk until necessary. We'll let them come to us. The mutants waste no time in crawling across the hard rock, making their move. At nearly 50 meters away, I charge up my blade to roughly 1000 MP and attack at nearly half my entire MP bar. The mutants outside weren't proficient in mana control in the slightest. These creatures are nearing level 400, so I wouldn't be surprised if they summon some kind of shielding. As my attack flies through the air, my prediction becomes a reality. I watch the first mutant up front activate a layer of shielding, but my thin blade of mana-imbued fire slices right through without a hint of resistance. A thin red line appears across the monster's neck as it's decapitated on the spot. Its entire body begins to glow yellow and orange while molten rock leaks from its back. The mana blade continues to fly, missing the second salamander entirely, but slicing an arm off the third without a sound. The blade is not disrupted at all. It just soars off into the distance. Before I can watch it make contact with the dungeon wall, the first mutant I beheaded explodes into a fiery molten display. It is much more impressive than the others outside, making a blast radius of nearly 30 meters. It covers its counterparts in hot molten rock. They don't seem to be affected and continue to charge forward. Even the monster missing a limb runs at me like nothing happened, dripping with yellow and orange rock and staining the jet black battlefield with their trails of liquid stone. The two monsters stare ahead at me and charge. I let out another attack with the same amount of power, slicing the closet monster in two. It explodes just like the last, glowing bright yellow for a fraction of a second before its demise. Once the flames and molten debris clear, I let out another, defeating the final mutant before it gets any closer. It erupts into a display that shows my victory is final. With a grin, I turn to watch Maria. The approaching mutants aren't injured at all yet. She just stares ahead, with her eyes locked on the monsters. I think about asking if I should step in, but the determination on her face tells me otherwise. I watch intently, staying on high alert, ready to defend myself if necessary. She whispers under her breath, "Stand back and shield yourself. I can handle them." I do as she wishes and take a few steps backward until the heat from the Dunagon becomes uncomfortable. I am at the outer edge of our miniature safe zone. The three massive mutant mobs come charging at her in an erratic fashion, while Maria stands completely still watching them crack the ground, flooding more and more lava onto the slowly sinking battlefield. Only 5 seconds pass, but it feels like minutes in my eyes. The Ice Mage glows darker and darker in the royal blue tone from before. Her sword glows and hums with mana-imbued ice magic. Finally, the three beasts come within the 10-meter radius that we can handle moving around in. Maria makes her move, The ground beneath the mage's feet starts to turn white and blue. The flames of the dungeon aren't strong enough to fend off the cold at the rate of her ice magic being summoned. The monsters come closer, all coming together with open mouths and heavy limbs reaching forward. Then Maria lets out her full-powered attack. A massive, thick crescent of white baby blue and dark royal blue energy all twist together to make a buzzing, high-powered attack. It is not refined magic by any means, but it is more than enough power to get the job done. That is for sure. It impacts the first monster's head fractions of a second later, exploding into a massive ball of mana, fire, rock, and ice. I activate my earth summoning skill to create a barrier imbued with mana to block out the incoming debris. Maria created a dome of ice around herself. I hear massive chunks of monster parts, and molten rocks fall from the sky as I shield myself from the gore-filled mess above. After the distant cries of dying monsters fade, and the room falls silent again, I lift my cover. The ground is covered in flesh and red-hot rocks. Maria's dome of ice slowly melts away, and she reveals herself to be unharmed. We both stare off into the burning abyss of black and red flames with smiles across our faces. I lean over to her with a whisper. Not bad. Not bad at all. Immediately after these words leave my lips, I feel the floor beneath our feet rumble again. The edge of the island we stand on begins to crack and crumble away at an alarming rate. I watch one side of it begin to raise. It looks like an enormous ball is lifting out of the lava pool. Then, the rock fragments fall away to reveal what is really underneath. I see it. The head of an enormous beast peeks out of the lava pit below, covered in jet-black skin matching the color of the rock we stand on. With fiery red eyes leaking dense mana, it locks its gaze onto me from across the entire room. I feel a shock wave of energy hit me at once. It is a familiar feeling. I grit my teeth and bear the intrusive sensation while inspecting and appraising the monster that lurks deep beneath us. Underscore. Underscore, 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 ELV 449. Active items. Skin of the volcanic salamander, plus 80% mental strength, plus 80% fire magic resistance active skills. Intimidation combat magic. Advanced fire summoning. Underscore, 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 unders. Core underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 217. The mutant boss peeks out from the bubbling lava pit that surrounds us. All that is visible are its bright red eyes, jagged white teeth, and scaly black skin. The island we stand on rumbles and shifts. Portions of the rocky floor begin to fracture and flood the island with even more molten rock. The cracks are inching closer, threatening to collapse the entire area we stand on at any given moment. As I stare into the lurking monster's deep red eyes, I feel the intense waves of its intimidation skill running through my body. Unlike its underlings, this boss monster has what seems like hard-scaled skin. It is shiny, and as black as the rocks we stand on. I don't back down. With a steady grip on my sword, I keep my mana shielding activated on full blast with a veil of dark flames around my full body. I stare back at the beast, sending a wave of intimidation back at it. The boss lifts its head completely out from the lava. Molten rock drips from its mouth and rolls off its scales. The monster looks terrifying. It wouldn't hesitate for a moment to end us if it gets the chance. I haven't been this excited in a while. The head of the beast keeps rising out from the pool of molten rock, over 5 meters, and still moving upward before it places its first front leg on the island with an earth-shaking stomp. A long fracturing line of broken stone moves straight at us. It looks like it'll crack the entire island in two. Thankfully, it stops about 20 meters from the monster's front leg, but another fracture appears once the monster lifts its second limb onto the island. Glowing hot, molten mass spews off in all directions, and the massive mutant salamander lets out a roar. The deep bellowing sound it lets out, followed by an ear-shattering shriek, fills the air, echoing off the edges of the boss room and seemingly getting louder and louder. It fully climbs onto the arena we stand to show off its full form, a 12-meter-long, dark as night creature from hell, glowing with a murderous red aura. Its mouth leaks with hot molten rock, and I can feel every step it takes as it sends shockwaves through the island floor. Without a second to waste, the monster opens its mouth and spews an attack full of flames. Or at least, what I thought were flames. A long 3-meter wide beam of glowing dark red and orange light comes flying directly at us. As the wave of blood-red magic rockets toward us, I realize it is pure mana, imbued molten stone. Also, it is very fast. I turn, locking eyes with Maria and following her to my left side to jump out of the way and dodge. Overwhelming heat fills my senses, and my mana shielding is fried straight through the moment the massive beam of red-orange mass comes whizzing by. The attack misses me by about 3 meters. It was only for a fraction of a second, but my entire right arm, side, and back are covered in severe burns. Maria was much further from the blast, but her arm and leg are severely injured too. Both of us fall to the floor, but quickly stand to get our footing again. We face the monster with no fear, about 60 meters away from us. Maria drinks an MP and HP potion while I heal my side and think of a plan. I try to take a few steps forward, but the heat is too much. Just when I thought it couldn't get any worse, I feel the ground shake. On the other side of the island, 6 more mutants, between levels 385 and 400 appear. I reach into my item storage to grab a strengthening fragment out of instinct. I need more power, and I need it now. I grit my teeth and murmur under my breath. But there has to be another way. Although it may get the job done, there is a potential that I'll be out of commission for a few days if I try anything too rash here. Boosting my power once usually leads to doing it many times over without thinking about the consequences once I get started. If only. As the underlings of the boss step onto the platform behind me, I watch the boss charge up another one of its attacks. An idea clicks in my head. I let go of the shiny black fragment and grab the clear crystal core of the golem boss I defeated yesterday. This will work. I put my sword away into the item box around my waist, betting it all on my new plan. The crystal clear round orb glistens in the fiery light of the boss room dungeon as I hold it up between my line of sight and the mutant boss before me. I drink an MP potion and speak. Mana manipulation! Use advanced mana manipulation. Advanced perk. Temporary minion. Enter desired level. 0 to 423. Yes? No? Level 423. Yes? Pink strings of energy come off of my fingertips and begin to pour into the clear ball. I let go of it and stand back. Maria yells out. What is that? Can we take this boss on? I concentrate, cutting her off with a stern look while focusing on the intense amount of mana leaving my body to merge with the floating crystal ball. Still, I mutter out a reply. Take out the approaching mutants and cover me from behind. I'll finish this boss and cover your back as well. Trust me. Not another word needs to be spoken. I let my flames die down and solely focus mana on a thin layer of shielding around my body. The rest is channeled into the now brightly pink glowing orb. I grin as I feel the temporary minion perk fully activate. My mind's eye connects to the orb. I am in full control. The rocky ground below begins to crack and mold into liquid stone. To come up and meet the floating pink orb in the air, it forms into a ball of rock that looks like a large black boulder levitating above the dungeon floor. Then, 2 arms and 2 legs form. The massive boulder grows and grows while the shape of a humanoid stone golem forms in its place. With 2 loud thuds, its feet hit the ground. A 6-meter-tall golem boss, made of hot black stone, stands in front of me like an ominous, impenetrable barrier. Its eyes glow pink, and I control its every move. I make the marionette of a golem let out a battle cry and begin to charge forward. It effortlessly moves through the portion of boss room too hot for me to handle. The salamander boss reacts by releasing its charged-up attack of flames. I intend to take the brutal blow head-on, concentrating on creating a dense layer of shielding similar to the one on my actual body. I drink another MP potion to fuel my power. It is done with ease. The body of this golem was able to summon shielding when I fought it, meaning so can its manipulated clone, just with my own personal twist. A buzzing pink layer of makeshift shielding appears over the entire front half of the golem as the spiraling molten rock attack comes rocketing at it. The golem and the fire collide. My minion doesn't budge. It keeps moving forward. The loud twang of mana on mana colliding rings out, and lava spews off to both sides of the jet black golem. A magnificent sight follows. I watch molten stones splash off to both sides and settle into pools on the island floor. Portions of my rock golem are melted away where the shielding was weakest, but only 10% of its mass at most. I just concentrate harder and summon more rock from beneath its feet to heal the minor wounds. The golem took on its full-powered attack head-on and didn't back down for a second. The salamander boss lets out an angry roar and finally makes its move. The beast takes a step toward us. I can hear the first clash of Maria and the mutants from behind me. I am putting my full trust in her, as she has put her trust in me. The clash between my minion of stone and the dungeon's mutant boss has begun. Chapter 218. As the golem trudges forward, it takes hit after hit from the salamander's molten attacks. Hot lava spews out after every impact, staining the battlefield with hot red-orange mass. I continue to drink MP potions and heal its wounds, losing parts of an arm or a leg after every blow. The golem moves forward without flinching. It only costs me minor MP stores that can be restored with ease, while the salamander that is attacking is becoming more irritated by the second. The ground beneath the golem's feet is getting much hotter and more unstable with every new attack thrown. As it nears the outer edge of the island, more large cracks and lava pools become common in its path. Its feet land into hot molten mass with almost every step. This slows it down, but also heats up the average temperature of the rock that forms its body. As my jet black minion takes in more mass from its environment, it starts to glow red hot the closer it gets to the mutant boss. Every hit the minion takes from the fiery blast, the less effective it becomes. Once over 40 meters away from me, and less than 30 meters from the boss, the golem is made almost entirely of molten stone. It is highly malleable and even easier to imbue mana into. This isn't what I planned for, but has turned out even better than I'd hoped. I see the eyes of the salamander boss widen as the molten golem approaches. It is visibly surprised, having never encountered lava that fights back. I smirk, shifting both of the golem's arms into bladed edges, mimicking the form of a very fierce floor boss opponent I faced in the past. The glowing red-orange arms of the golem shine with a glossy finish as I cover them in the densest layer of mana shielding I can muster from this distance. Less than 15 meters away now, I launch the golem into the air with both blades poised at the salamander's neck. Another blast of molten rock comes flying out to hit my minion head-on at full power, with dense pink mana shielding focused solely on the minion's bladed arms. This is enough to slice clean through the incoming attack without a problem. The golem's unguarded lower half is stripped away by hot debris and destroyed in the blast. It doesn't matter right now. I keep my eyes on the prize. Not slowing down for a moment, the top half of my golem flies through the air, upwards, and lands 2 devastating hits on the monster's tough black-scaled neck. A white flash of light blinds me momentarily and is followed by the murderous roar of the heavily injured beast. It evolves into a loud shriek, and the entire island shakes and rumbles. 2 deep slashes can be seen in its neck, cutting almost all the way through. If I just had a little more power, I would have killed it right then and there. It knows this too. Ignoring the top half of the molten golem as it falls to the floor, the mutant shifts its glowing red gaze toward me. I feel another wave of intimidation, but it only makes me focus on the fight more. I'll end this here and now. Its mouth begins to glow red, orange, and yellow as it prepares to send a final desperate attack at me, its actual enemy. I can't let that happen. As the injured golem touches the floor, my strands of mana manipulation glow and hum, I channel all of my remaining MP into the body of stone as it rebuilds its lower half, making its full form able to fight again. Forming a layer around its arms of blades again, I have the minion run forward, just like before. The boss lets out its attack. Well, it tries to. The dual gashes in its throat from earlier gush out with molten rock. Its attempts to shoot at me backfires, covering its black-scaled body in imbued lava. Simultaneously, my golem jumps for its neck, ignoring the flying debris of flaming stone and finishing the cut from its last attack. The monster's head is sliced clean off. It flies up in the air, spinning a few times before falling into the pit of lava behind it. The body of the mutant boss collapses to the cracked fiery floor with a loud thud. Then, I start to see it glow bright yellow. The black scales, now growing brighter and brighter, expand outwards and my eyes open with shock. I know exactly what is about to happen next. While summoning a wall of rock to block the incoming blast, I hear Maria finishing off a final attack on the mutant mobs behind me. I hear explosions of fire and molten stone. They're followed by the wall of ice that protects me from the aftermath of her finishing blow. Then, the ear-shattering eruption of flames follows on my side of the battlefield. Our magic stone and ice combine together to form a dome. We both kneel on the floor, focusing on keeping our magic steady as the world around us explodes into chaos. Then, moments later, it all stops. We won. The room falls silent. The violent shaking beneath our feet and against the walls protecting us stops. I let out a long sigh, and a grin creeps across my face as a familiar ringing tone fills my ears. Level up, level up. I check my status to see I've hit level 425, then simultaneously hear Maria's cheerful voice behind me yell out, "All right, level 400, finally." We release our magic and the dome around us fades and crumbles. Before I can turn around to congratulate her, something else catches my eye. The fragments of black scales and molten mass that remain from the boss's body start to dissolve away. Wanting to pick up the loot, I reflexively try to walk forward. But the air is still too thick and hot. My golem was torn to pieces in the blast, but I quickly reform it from the charged core. It picks through the hot rubble, and I watch through its vision in my mind's eye until I see two items on the floor. There is a large pink stone and a dark red fabric. I reach down and pick them both up with the golem's hands and bring them over to us quickly, knowing the transfer magic could trigger at any moment. Seconds later, my golem approaches and drops the items to my feet. I deactivate the minion perk and the hot stone collapses to the floor. I grab the empty crystal core along with the mana crystal and the odd fabric. Then white magic fills my vision. Just in time, the entire Dunagon fades away. Both Maria and I are left in a dark cave. Instantly, the walls and floor are covered with ice, and I activate my flames to counteract the extreme cold. Maria shouts out, "Sorry! Sorry!" I laugh while she deactivates her magic, and I keep a small flicker of flames activated to light up the cave. No problem. We made. Another break cleared. 2 down, 4 to go. I nod as Maria stares at me, then down to the fabric in my hands. Oh, a mutant drop. What is it? What is it? I lift up the heavy fabric, then activate appraisal. Salamander King's Cloak plus 80% mental strength plus 80% fire magic resistance. I grin and reply, 80% added mental strength and fire resistance. Pretty good drop. Along with the 7 firestones for mutants we farmed, that is one of the best loot dungeons we faced. Probably ever. On that note, we begin walking back up the dark cave tunnels. It is much cooler now. Some residue heat remains, but neither of us has to use any magic skills to block it out. We're back into the normal, non-magical temperature range. We agreed to divide the loot later, but I hold on to it for now. The walk back up to the surface takes about half an hour. After passing the 2 remaining stable dungeons, we finally make it to the surface. As we start to walk out from the mouth of the cave, I hear an oddly familiar voice arguing with my teammates. The fire-wielding hunter from the mercenary guild that we happened to pass by last night yells out in a stern tone, "What are you outsiders doing messing with my dungeon? I don't want to see your kind around here anymore. Get lost before something bad happens to Ye." As soon as I hear him, I step out of the cave with Maria by my side. I see Ari standing in front of Danny, and the camels with his arms crossed and a bored look on his face. Abby is butting heads with the arrogant grunt. She is grinning ear to ear, having a great time watching the fire user get red in the face. She has been antagonizing him for fun while waiting for us to return. The hunter notices our arrival and faces us as we step out of the cave. Oh, great! There is more! Looks like I am going to have to teach all of ya a lesson. Chapter 219. Oh, great. There is more. Looks like I am going to have to teach all of ya a lesson. The hunter with a fire aptitude that I saw earlier in the mercenary guild is out here in the desert, most likely looking to get his hands on another firestone to sell. I walk closer to see him turn to me with a snide grin. His slicked back dark hair glimmers in the sunlight, and muscles budge from his tight black shirt. He is taller than me by a few centimeters. This hunter may look strong, but all four of us outlevel him by a large amount. He has no idea what he is getting himself into. The man scoffs, rudely pushing Abby to the side and puffing out his chest to walk over, making steady eye contact and beginning to ignite his right hand on fire. It is you, from the guild. I remember you. You know what? I'll beat all of you so bad you'll never show your faces in town again. How would you like? Before he can finish his sentence, the fire user stops in place and bites his bottom lip. Hey, what the? The rocky sand around his ankles begins to twist and mold up his legs, making him unable to step any closer to me. I grin as I see the angry earth magic wielder with bright green hair standing behind him. She has a stern expression across her face. The rock she is controlling slides up the man's legs and starts to cover his torso as well. His expression turns grim and sweat falls from his forehead as he bursts into flames while trying to escape. Abby walks over to the wide-eyed hunter, standing in front of the now half-petrified body of rock. The man yells out again with a shackier, but still confident tone. What is all this? You are an element wielder. You? He pauses, gulps, then rolls his eyes while the corner of his lips begin to curl upwards. You all must be from the association. That is it. Right? Oh, you are in for it now. He squirms, trying to break free, but the stone keeps rising up his body. It is now covering half of his torso. Abby now stands in front of the man, looking him straight in the face. I don't like being pushed around. What was that you said earlier? You were going to teach us a lesson. She smirks, stopping the rising stone just before his neckline. He lets out an audible sigh of relief, but also looks pale in the face. Abby steps forward. Come on, at least start with your name. Who are you? What are you doing farming these dungeons without even trying to clear the breaks? The villages around here are clearly suffering from your actions. He gulps. Hey, it is a sack. This is just how it is around here. I didn't start the breaks. I'm just taking advantage of an opportunity given to me. No harm done. He stutters at the last line, looking up in the air as Abby summons a thin spear of rock in her right hand. Also, what was that you said about the association? How'd you know we were from outside the walls? He smirks, then makes a facial expression like he is about to spit. Abby doesn't flinch for a second and kicks his left leg at the knee. I hear a loud crack, and don't have to look down to realize it is not only the stone that broke. The fire user lets out a grunt, ignoring the pain and looking forward with the same dumb smirk on his face. I've got nothing to lose, girl. I either live another day out in these flats, or I meet my demise just like everyone else that was abandoned by your leaders. Abby squints, unhappy with his reaction. The grunt continues. Ha! The four of you are heading north, aren't ya? You'll never make it into Dry Rock looking like that, and without a guide to get you in? Who do you think you are? Abby tightens her lips, then looks down at the cracks in the stone around his left leg that gushes blood. She replies while reaching her hand into the item box around her waist, taking out our map. She shoves the paper in Isak's face, pointing to the middle section. In between the next two breaks, there is a small town noted down with 3 black question marks scribbled around it. Is this where you are talking about? This? Is this Dry Rock? He goes quiet for a moment, then responds, It is. After, he lets out a laugh. Danny walks over, waving at the green-haired mage. If you are really going to Dry Rock, and if you are really association hunters, he is right. You'll never make it inside those walls, or you may never even find the walls. I start to walk over now, curious to know what exactly is going on here. Maria follows, and Eri takes a few steps forward as well. We all crowd around the captured fire hunter, and he lets out another bellowing laugh. Oh, you four crack me up. The association has lower standards than I imagined, sending out clueless uniformed scouts like yourselves to fix the problems they caused. I raise an eyebrow, then walk closer to stand face to face with the grunt. Well, if we can't get in without a guide, I guess you'll have to show us the way. He rolls his eyes and throws his head back. What is in it for me? He is cut off by Abby kicking his leg again. He grunts, gritting his teeth, thus staring straight ahead at me to continue after a slow inhale and exhale. There is no worse fate than being outed as an association's ally out here, you know? They have bounties on the heads of those who are known supporters of the association. It is even worse if you are an actual partner of the association like all of you. If you are big shots, they might even have your face on the most wanted lists. The further into the wall, the worse it gets. I tighten my gaze, then respond. Sure, there are risks, but you'll do it for a price. His arrogant grin gets wider as he nods. I like you, I nod, not wasting a second. So name it. What do you want? He pauses, looking up at the desert sky, then back down to me. Those 2 X's on the map around Dry Rock. They're breaks, aren't they? I don't respond, but he continues. Let me collect the bounties on each of them. I heard one of the breaks is in the middle of the town. The other is further northeast. In return, I'll get you into the city. I am well acquainted with one of the guards at the west gate. We do business. I give him a firm nod, then turn to the rest of my team. I shrug, letting out a sigh. I believe him. No reason for the guy to lie about something like this. While my teammates think of their responses, I turn to Danny. You won't say a word, will ya? I see the small hunter visibly gulp, then reply. Of course not. I had my suspicions that you were from the association, but you all seem to be fine people. I have no qualms with the government outside the wall. I am not one to judge. He looks over to Isaac, then back to me. As he said, many of us further from Solara are very open to the idea of association help. Or, well, not entirely opposed to it, I guess. Once you make it to Dry Rock and beyond, this desert turns into a much different place. Eri chimes in. It is a good idea. He walks closer. I was hoping the breaks were outside of the town, so we could camp out away from the site. It seems we'll need a guide if one of the breaks is really in the center of town. I vote yes. Maria nods. Seems this is the only way. It is a yes from me. I turn to Abby. She doesn't say a word, so I speak. I vote yes, and you can keep him in line if you'd like. Just heal that leg. There is no need to torture him. He was just doing what he felt was right. The way of the desert, I suppose. She rolls her eyes, but agrees. Turning to Isaac. It is a yes from me. No funny business, though. You are under my watch. He gives her a look of fear for a split second, then reverts to his toughened, carefree state. Fine by me. Now get me out of this. Damn Earth magic. I'll take the 4 of you to Dry Rock so I can get paid. Chapter 220. Fine by me. Now, get me out of this damn Earth magic. I'll take the 4 of you to Dry Rock so I can get paid. Abby nods at me, then turns to Isaac as the stone around his neck starts to melt away, revealing his torso, then flowing off his legs back into the sandy earth. The green-haired mage heals his leg, making it as good as new. I get a weird sensation as she activates her healing magic. It tingles throughout my body even from over 5 meters away and buzzes with an extremely high-pitched tone. It is definitely much different in its upgraded form. It is a legendary skill. After all, there must be something very special about it now. I think for a moment, but shrug it off as my thoughts are interrupted by the excited cry of the fire wielder. Hoo-hoo! It feels good to move again. He moves his arms and legs around while turning off his fire magic. You four really are association. What do they call them again? The special squads that are chosen every year. I forgot the name. Those are you guys, right? Maria proudly nods. Mm-hmm. That is us, the new elites. I flinch, as she just outed and confirmed exactly who we are. But the ice wielder crosses her arms and beams with delight as the fire user looks down at his fully restored leg in awe. He is not paying much attention to Maria right now. I thought I'd be limping for weeks. He lets out a chuckle, but it turns into more of a nervous laugh as all four of us walk forward to surround him. I look the man in the eyes, then let out a sigh. All right, let's keep this all business. I know we may have started off on the wrong foot, but there is no hard feelings from me. You get us into Dry Rock. We take out the brakes. You collect the bounties, and we never speak of this again. I nod. It is that simple. You don't want to be associated with us, and we don't want to be associated with you. He looks up at me. Perfect. Just how I like it. We shake hands. Then I turn to my teammates. Got it? I want to fight some monsters, get stronger, and find rare loot. That is it. There is no need for any unnecessary attention from locals in this next town. Let's keep our heads down and get the mission done. I get a unanimous agreement, then turn to Danny, putting out my right hand. Pleasure doing business with you, too. I hope your people can return to the village unharmed. He smiles, shaking my hand. Most certainly. With this break gone, the water sources should come back within a few days. It may have just been a mission for you, but I am very grateful. Please, come back to visit anytime. Your secret is safe with me. I give him a kind smile, and the others bid him well as the scrawny hunter gets back on his camel, with a cheerful skip in his step, then rides away into the desert sun back to the village to share the good news. I turn back to our group, now realizing there is a third camel tied to a portion of rock on the far side of the cave we just left. I point to it and turn to Isaac. That your ride? He nods, slowly walking over to it as the four of us get on our two camels behind Eri. He makes his way over to us. Both Abby and I activate our earth magic to create shields for the sun over our heads, preparing for the long walk. I see his eyes go wide as he moves his camel through the middle of both of ours, but he doesn't say a word. The grunt knows to keep his mouth shut now. He may have sounded arrogant and hard-headed moments ago when we first met, but the second a business deal came up, his true colors came out. Isaac seems to be a pretty smart guy, just down on his luck. He speaks up, waving a hand and pointing off to the north. All right, if we leave now, we may be able to make it there before the sun sets. It is a long trek. You are all ready? I check my storage to make sure I am stocked up on food and water, then give him the go-ahead. All set. We'll take your lead. I turn to Abby as we get moving, now less than 3 meters to my left, and mutter under my breath. Watch the map. Make sure we're going in the right direction at all times. He knows better than to mess with us, but it never hurts to be cautious. She gives me a firm nod. We leave the rocky cave system just like that and head off to our next city. I hand out food and water to everyone, and we share small talk on the way. Hours pass, but the desert terrain hardly changes at all. Rolling hills pass by on our sides with small yellow shrubbery begging for moisture. Rock structures occasionally peek out of the desert sand and white clouds float by through the blue sky. It is a beautiful day. We keep following Isaac straight into the blazing sun-scorched flats. It gets much hotter, but Maria's ice and my shade make it so this doesn't affect us at all. The small talk we share starts to become less frequent until we all settle into silence, just enjoying the rhythmic footsteps of the camel's feet on the hard sandy ground under the hot, dry sun. I have a lot of time to think about my position in the world. To be honest, I think back to a few days ago before leaving on this new mission. Even after days have passed, I am still a bit shaken up by the floor boss fight in the Vice City Labyrinth. We fought some strong monsters here, but none of them have come anywhere close to the immense levels of power that Beast possessed. It showed me what was possible. It forced me to push my limits and become much stronger myself. Battles like those are what give me the drive to keep pushing forward and create goals for myself to surpass. Although this mission to the Dark Continent is just getting started, and I've barely just recovered from another intense battle, I can't help but wonder what the toughest dungeon in this mysterious unofficial Section 4 capital, Solera, will be like. I grin, staring off into the rising and falling hills before me for hours on end, daydreaming of what adventurers are to come in the near future. Hours and hours pass, but the sun still shines bright in the sky. A range of red rocky mountains comes into view as I squint out into the horizon. Iasak speaks up. We've made it, in record time as well. I sit up straight, straining my eyes to look ahead, but I am missing what the fire user is pointing to. All I can see are a few medium-sized mountains off in the distance, and a small tight-colored tent about 500 meters away that we're approaching on our left side. There is at least a kilometer worth of flat open sand between the tent and the mountain bases. Iasak points over to the small structure. That is our way in. The western gate. His eyes go wide for a moment as he turns back at us, then begins digging through an item box around his waist. He pulls out handfuls of red-colored fabric, then throws it at us without a second thought. Put these on, all of you, quick. I use appraisal to see their red robes, similar to what the villagers were wearing back in the small town we left. The skin of the base-level salamander mobs is made into protective gear. It must have been a common drop before the break. Each of us catches one and does as he says, then the grunt yells out again. And put away that earth magic. We need to blend in, not stand out. Sensing the seriousness of his tone, I nod and do as he says while turning to Abby to watch her do the same. We let the blazing sun shine down on us and walk forward on camelback. We get closer and closer to the small tent, and I begin to see supplies underneath. There is a large green metal crate and a small wooden table, along with a short old man walking over and waving us down. Isak speaks up, hopping off his camel to shake the old man's hand, slipping him a few silver coins. I have another order to bring through, not the usual time of the month. I am on special business this week. The old man smiles, accepting the bribe and throwing it behind his back while muttering words in a language I am not familiar with. Then, Isak nods, pointing off into the open desert before the mountains. Here we are. Welcome to Dry Rock. I feel the air shift as he says this, and the once barren desert changes in front of my eyes into a sight beyond what I ever expected to see.